What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, February 3rd, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, a day that will live in Dallas sports infamy. The Mavericks have traded the untradeable. We'll try to figure out what the hell Dallas was thinking when they moved Luka Doncic over the weekend. Plus, the San Antonio Spurs make a big-time move to increase their chances of winning another championship. We'll go around the NBA, talk about the latest trades and deadline rumors as we sit 3 days away from this year's trade deadline. Plus, Texas basketball with a big road victory at LSU. We'll recap the Longhorns' most impressive win in SEC play. Texas football has hired a new member to its recruiting staff. The Longhorns might also be losing a member of its coaching staff. We've got some NFL news to get into. Of course, Super Bowl 59 is coming up later this week. We've got some golf. We've got some Groundhog Day. We've got a ton to get into and only a couple of hours to do it. We are locked and we are loaded. Hope everyone had a great weekend. Hope you had a great weekend, Buck. How are you, sir?
I did have a great weekend. Hope you had the same, BK. It's going to be a very nice, warm week coming up this week. A lot of things. If you got things spring cleaning, start getting to it. Might as well, because it's going to be a great week to get some things done. If you got things out in the garden and that you want to get done and making preparations for a beautiful spring, no matter what that groundhog says, it's here. It's going to be here. We got one more cold front coming at us sometime in February, but outside of just a day or two, it's over. It's that kind of weather that you've been looking for. For me, it's that kind of weather I'm looking for. I don't need any 40s and 50s to make me feel good. I need 70s, 80s, and 90s for these bones. Yes, for sure. But it'll be a really, really nice weekend. We still need some more rain, but we did get a nice dose of rain here last week. So the ground's still wet. We still got a lot of moisture in the air because of the humidity we're about to see again. So we'll get that moisture. It'll stick around the ground. It'll stay kind of wet here for a little bit, but it should be a very nice week to start for sure. It was beautiful yesterday.
Yeah, it was. I'm looking at the temperatures for this week, and the lowest high temperature that I'm seeing from now until Saturday is 79 degrees.
How about that?
That is nuts. It's February. We've got audio from that groundhog, and that guy has no idea what he's talking about. So we'll let you hear from him a little bit later in the show. But his prediction,
groundhog.
Yeah, not applying down here. It might be applying in whatever city that guy's from, in Gobbing Knobbler or Knobbing Gob, whatever. But it ain't applying down here. That's for sure.
It's not working here. We just need the rain. That's all we need. We'll have the temperatures will be just absolutely gorgeous here. But boy, what a weekend! I mean, to wake up to some of the news I heard this weekend was like, that's not true. That can't be true. That's for rumor. That stuff can't be true. But good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much. You do a wonderful job. We do appreciate it. To you and your families. Thank your families for sharing you with all of us, and do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, you're one of the lucky ones, Buck. You're lucky for two reasons. Number one, you're not a Mavs fan, so you're not really heartbroken by what went down on Saturday night. But number two, I'm envious of the Mavs fans who were asleep when the news dropped late on Saturday, because once I found out, I couldn't sleep. I mean, my night was ruined. My weekend was ruined. My foreseeable future was ruined.
I know it's not enough that Jerry is screwing with your minds.
Well, that's the thing. Like, somehow, some way, Jerry Jones is not the worst general manager in Dallas right now. Like, that felt impossible. It almost seemed like there was nothing any of the other three GMs of the big three other major professional sports teams in Dallas could do to come close to Jerry Jones as the most hated GM in the city. But Nico Harrison went full hold my beer, and he found out the way to do that. And he found out how to piss off an entire fan base in the blink of an eye, in the snap of a finger. I'm sure you know it by now. Saturday night, February 1st, 2025, a day that will live in Dallas sports infamy. The Mavericks trading Luka Doncic, Maxi Kleber, and Markieff Morris to the Los Angeles Lakers in exchange for Anthony Davis, Max Christie, and one first-round pick. I'll never forget where I was, Buck, when the deal happened. And it sucks because it's a place that I really like. And it's a place that's an Austin institution. And it's a place that I will never be able to go to again. I was at Don's Depot.
Oh no! So you're never going to Don's again? Place
Great
of bad
spot.
news for you.
Great spot. Celebrating a friend's birthday Saturday night, having a good time, live music, full house. Everyone was in a good mood. And then one of my buddies comes up to me, pulls out his phone, and he's got a breaking news update from ESPN that says the Mavericks have traded Luka Doncic to the Lakers. And I'm like, good one. I'm thinking it's a joke. Like my friend's just messing with me. Like he knows I'm a big Mavs fan. He's not from Dallas. He's just trying to prank me to see if I'd fall for it. I'm like, good one, dude. Like nice AI there. All right. Thanks, NBA Centel. Appreciate that. But good one. It wasn't I didn't want to believe it was true. It was there's no way. There's no way. This is like one of the most untradeable players in NBA history. There is no way the Mavericks have just traded this guy. So, yeah, thanks for trying to pull my leg, but it ain't happening. And then, sure enough, like you start hearing murmurs around Don's Depot and everyone's talking about it. And I checked Twitter and it's real. It really happened.
It
Mavs,
certainly did happen.
Luka. Yeah, I mean, it's I don't even know what to say. Like, I know my job is to say, I don't even know what to say. I feel betrayed. Like, I promise I won't soapbox for too long on this morning. But, you know, as a Dallas sports fan, like, I never thought I'd have to go through something like this. And I've always felt bad for the older generation of Houston fans, Buck, who lost the Oilers. I always felt bad for like Baltimore Colts fans who lost the Colts to Indy.
They
Now I
left
felt bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, Oakland fan. I mean, Oakland has lost the Raiders. They lost the Warriors. They lost the Athletics. Like they're losing everybody. I've always felt awful for sports fans who have lost their team. And I've always thought like, as a Dallas sports fan, top 5 media market in the country, like one of the biggest cities in the world, I'll never have to go through that type of pain of losing a sports franchise because it won't happen in Dallas. The trading of Luka feels like that. Like it's the closest thing I think Dallas sports fans will ever have to deal with to losing a franchise because he was the entire franchise. Like he's a guy that everyone thought was the next Dirk, where he was just going to stay there for 20 plus years and be a first ballot Hall of Famer and bring another title to the city. That's what Luka was supposed to be. That's what everybody in the Metroplex, except for one person, thought Luka was. But unfortunately for everyone else in the city, the one person who didn't feel that way is the guy who can pull the strings. So
yeah, it's almost like how does that get done with that particular team? That particular team, the Lakers, they get a superstar every generation almost. I mean, not every generation, probably every 10 years, a superstar ends up with the Lakers that you say that guy can't leave another team. They can't afford to lose that guy. That a once in a generational player leaves another team to come to the LA. How is that possible? How do they wheel and deal that kind of stuff?
I know, right? Of course, it's the Lakers. It's the Lakers. I mean, it feels like every great player in the history of this league has suited up for the Lakers at one point. When you go back to Wilt ending up there, go back to Kareem ending up there, obviously Magic and Kobe and freaking LeBron James ending up there. Like it just somehow, some way, Shaq is in that mix too. They just get every single all-time great player. And, of course, they're the team that ends up with Luka, and what a move for them. I mean, they probably had the exact opposite reaction of Mavs fans. Like, did we just do this? Like, there's no way we just did this, did we?
How is this possible?
Yeah.
Anthony Davis?
I know. And, like, the Mavs, I mean, they cited conditioning issues. They cited Luka Doncic's weight. They just didn't feel like he was going to be good enough to win them a championship, which is insane because he dragged them to the finals not 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Last year. Like the Mavs were 3 wins away from a championship last June. This is a guy who scored more than 70 points in a game last season. So, people questioned his defense. They questioned his conditioning last year. And despite all of those huge problems, he had the Mavs winning the Western Conference. And all of a sudden, like it felt like every move the Mavs had made the last couple of years were to build around Luka. Like, let's give Luka the help he needs to lead us to a championship the way Dirk did. And after doing all of that, all of a sudden they feel like, no, we can't do it anymore. Like we're not good enough to compete for a championship anymore. And it's mind-boggling that a team would hit the eject button that quick, considering what they just did a season ago, Buck.
Yeah, do they understand that Anthony Davis is just an ankle sprain away from not playing for 6 weeks or being linked up for the rest of the season? That guy is, he's going to have an injury or 2 or 6 during the course of a season. He's only one ankle sprain away from not seeing him on the court every night. So
he's already hurt right now too.
Yeah. They make this move while the guy's hurt.
Well,
this is supposed to be this is supposed to be a short term. This is what it is. They think they can win the championship now. They think things just changed. And I'm like, yeah, they have changed, all right. Because now you open up the door for Kyrie to act like a fool now,
And Kyrie Irving has a player option this coming off season. So
he's about to get paid. If you don't pay him, he's going to be acting like a normal Kyrie again.
That's the thing. Yeah, the Mavs could talk about this helping their long-term future, which makes no sense considering the guy they traded for is about to be 7 years older than the guy they just traded. So that doesn't feel like you're thinking of the long-term too much when you make a move like that.
It's a short-term deal for them. They're trying to win a championship over the next 2 years, which I'm like, really? I said the short-term deal is you made it easier, and people will say, well, the Lakers don't have a center, but now you have 2 of the greatest players in the world on the same team. I mean, like great players, not good players. Yeah. I mean, some of the greatest players. You got 2 of them on the same team, and you think you've made it hard for them? I'm like, not really. Now you just go out and find some scrubby-ass big man. You still got money before the trade deadline. They still have ways to do something before the trade deadline. I don't care. Go get old-ass Drummond or whoever you had to get. Just give me a big guy to go along with those 2 guys, and I'll be fine.
The Lakers. Well, the Mavs will probably trade Anthony Davis back to the Lakers for Maxi Kleba or something.
Yeah,
they'll probably just, here you go. Oh, you want our other best player now? Here, you can have him. We don't need him anymore. I mean, yeah, the Lakers get a get out of jail free card, Buck, because I know they won a championship in 2020 with LeBron and Anthony Davis, but like they haven't gotten that close since then, and they're just kind of treading water right now. And it's like they didn't really have a long-term plan after LeBron, and LeBron.
No, they have it now.
Yeah, I mean, he put up a triple-double at the Garden on Saturday night. Like a 30-point triple-double. He's still really freaking good, but we know he's only got a couple of years left in him. They didn't have a plan. And then, oh my God, Luka's available? We can get that guy? Like, yeah. So the Lakers just set themselves up for success for a long time when it looked like once LeBron left, they were going to have nothing going for them.
What do they do? Just go out in a car in a limo late at night on Saturday night and just get this deal done? Where are the owners? Are the owners just saying we're the kings right now? We make the decisions here. I mean, the GM does the deal, but ownership there has to say, yeah, that's a good deal and go along with it. They don't just let that guy just do that himself.
Well, apparently, I mean, it's, who knows what's actually going on. And there are all kinds of conspiracy theories for why the Mavs did this. And one of those theories involves the Mavs leaving Dallas and going to Vegas because the new owners of the team are casino moguls. And if they don't get the legislation passed in Texas to allow gambling to be legal, they're thinking that, maybe they're going to uproot the team and move them to Sin City. Like there conspiracy theories like that because this trade was so out of left field. But the Mavs, I mean, all the rumors that came out on Saturday night and into yesterday were that Mavs GM Nico Harrison kind of did this on his own. And he got approval from Mavs ownership for them to say yes to make this happen. But apparently conversations between Nico Harrison and Rob Pelinka, who is the GM of the Lakers, started about a month ago. And I saw this quote. Brad Townsend, who covers the Dallas Mavericks for the Dallas Morning News, had a quote that said, all of a sudden we're like, would you ever do this? Nah, you're joking, right? Interesting. Maybe I would. Those were the first conversations between Nico and Pelinka. Pelinka thought Nico was joking when he brought up the possibility of trading Luka Doncic. Like, everyone thought it was a joke. When the news dropped on Saturday night, even though Shams tweeted it, people thought like the biggest insider in the NBA had been hacked because it was so off the wall that this move happened. But apparently, like, Nico Harrison, the Mavs GM, is taking all of the credit, blame, everything that comes along with both for this thing happening. And that's what went down. Here's a presser. So the Mavs held a little press conference yesterday. It was Nico Harrison and Jason Kidd, because the Mavs played a game yesterday in Cleveland, and they gave up 90.
Jason, talking about a guy getting blindsided. He must have been the guy who got really blindsided.
Yeah, he did. He did. I think we've got a cut from Nico Harrison in this little presser talking about how this deal got done and when did Jason Kidd find out.
And I'd like to give Rob Pelinka a lot of credit. Trades, you guys have been around here. Trades don't happen at the smallest level without stuff getting out. And Rob and I were able to have, really intense conversations over the course of, 3 or 4 weeks that started out as a coffee that, was more, hey, would you ever, I don't know, would I? Let me think of, and then it built upon that. And, we kept it between us. We had to keep it tight. J Kidd didn't know about it. But J Kidd and I are aligned, and we talk about archetypes, and we talk about the culture that we want to create. So I know the type of players that he likes without actually talking to him. Hey, would you like, so I know that. And J Kidd coached them when they won a championship. So I think when you're aligned with your coach like that, I know the type of players that he likes. And so I felt good about it making sense to where we're trying to go.
Yeah, it started out over coffee and ended up over a bag of weed. That's what had happened. I mean, because they must have been high.
Oh, I don't know if weed is strong enough to explain that trade, Buck.
Sticking their head in a bag of cocaine or something. I mean, my goodness.
That's got to be some Woodstock in the 70s type of drugs for a deal like that to get made.
Heavy duty hallucinogenics right there, because that is a move that thing's going to hurt somebody for a while. Both teams aren't going to come out on top on that deal.
No, one team will, and it's not going to be the Dallas Mavericks.
No.
And that's the two parts of that really stand out. Number one, how do you not talk to the head coach, right? Jason Kidd is a Hall of Fame point guard. That guy, Jason Kidd, was up there the entire press conference sitting right next to Nico. And Jason Kidd looked as shell-shocked as every Mavs fan. He has to be like, all right, we're moving forward. That's the deal's made. I agree with it. But you could tell he was stunned that move went down. How do you not tell the head coach that you're about to trade the franchise player? That is a monumental move that your coach needs to know about. You got to get his input on whether or not he's okay with it. And it sounded like an hour before the trade got done. Hey, Jason, here's what we're doing.
Yeah, that would be like the Celtics waking up to hear that Larry Bird had gotten traded.
I don't know.
To the New York Knicks.
Yeah. I saw, Zach Lowe, who's covered the NBA for a long time. The guy's actually been out of a job for a couple of years. He released just a quick 20-minute video yesterday. That guy's about 50 years old. He's been an NBA insider for 3 decades. And he's like, there hasn't been a moment this stunning in the NBA since Michael Jordan retired for the first time. That's what this is getting compared to. Just the entire basketball world, the entire sports world, the entire world. Luka, it's not Jordan good, but this is a guy who crosses over the line to pop culture. Everybody know. People who don't know sports know who Luka Doncic is. This is that big of a deal that this guy got traded, that it's being compared to Michael Jordan in the prime of his career walking away from the game. It's nuts. So that's the first part, Jason Kidd not knowing. The second part is, Buck, if you're trading Luka Doncic is one thing. It's one thing. But if you do plan on trading Luka Doncic, don't you have to create a bidding war? Don't you have to float him around hey, we're thinking about moving on from Luka. What do you guys want to give? You have to find a way to get the Godfather type of deal instead of just having one team involved, because the Mavs did not get nearly enough for what they should have got. They got almost pennies on the dollar compared to, I think, what they could have gotten from other teams around the league who would have bent over backwards to have Luka on their team.
Yeah, and had other players to give.
Right, and draft picks. The Mavs got 1 first-round pick for Luka. Like, McCall Bridges went for 5 first-round picks.
Yeah.
That guy's like a borderline all-star. Luka's a 5-time first-team All-NBA player. And you get 1 2029 first-round pick? That's it?
Yeah, that's about to hurt hard right there.
Yeah.
Like I said, once again, the Lakers are without a center, but they'll go find some old dude that's been laying around the house, just hanging out.
I mean, well, the Mavs didn't take all their draft picks. They still have draft picks they could trade to go get that center, and they will. I mean, they'll make a move on Thursday to increase their team. I mean, the Mavs title odds went from 18-1 to 40-1 with that trade. So, Buck, you talk about this being a short-term move. That's this year. The Mavs title odds went from 18-1 to 40-1 in a move that the only way you can kind of try to justify it is saying they think it's going to help them right now. Vegas doesn't feel that way. Meanwhile, the Lakers went from 40-1 to 25-1.
Oh, yeah.
In the short term. And obviously they're –
And that's a hard deal on two guys that have such similar games, LeBron and Luka, but they can make it work. They'll make it work.
Oh, yeah. I mean, LeBron loves Luka. Like, LeBron's been pretty open over the last couple of years of, like, wanting to find a way to play with Luka. I mean, Kyrie Irving was trying to convince LeBron to sign with Dallas. And Kyrie was thinking it might work because LeBron, like, obviously him and Kyrie love each other. They've won a championship together. But LeBron loves Luka and loves his game. So it went from that to all of a sudden LeBron gets to stay in LA and he gets Luka.
Yeah, no kidding.
And LeBron had no idea. That's the crazy. LeBron didn't even know about this, Buck.
No, that was hidden pretty well. That sets them up for the next 2 to 3 years. That adds another year for LeBron. I thought it'd be over in 2026. So maybe push it to 27 now.
Yeah, one more from Nico.
The All-Star game. The All-Star game is in LA in 2 years, I believe.
Okay, yeah, I didn't even know that. Luka will be there. He's not an All-Star this year, but it's because he's been hurt. That guy's still one of the best players in the world. And I mean, the Mavs think he's Lizzo, I guess. I don't know. They're treating him like he's just like an overweight, unathletic piece of shit, and that's insane to me.
Yeah, that's the owners, the majority owners pushing that. This is our team. This is what we want. This is the time. We want guys in shape. We want this. We want that. We don't care about guys who are averaging in the playoffs over 30 points a game in the playoffs. We don't care about that. Really? You will.
Yeah, that's and like the Mavs have a statue of Dirk in front of the American Airlines Center. And I'm sure you've seen pictures from over the last couple of days. It basically turned into an enshrinement for Luka Doncic and a garbage pail for Nico Harrison. But on that statue, it says loyalty never fades away. And that's like Dirk is regarded as maybe the most loyal player in NBA history because he stayed with the Mavs through thick and thin. He was there for 21 years, which is the most years one player has stayed with one franchise. Like the Mavs are built on loyalty. And they turn their back on Luka, who just had a kid, just got engaged. Like Luka, this is not Luka wanting out by all accounts. This is the Mavs doing this on their own. Luka, I assumed, figured he was going to stay in Dallas for the rest of his career.
Well, and he also loses over $100 million in money.
Yeah, loses a lot of money too because he can't sign a supermax this offseason because he got traded. So
like $126 million bucks.
Yeah, and he'll get it back. I mean, think about the endorsements in
LA.
That guy's he's already doing okay. He's got his own shoe deal with Jordan, and yeah, the guy wasn't hurting for extracurricular money, if you will.
No, no.
But now in LA with LeBron, yeah, he'll be all right. One more from Nico Harrison here. Long term, because when this deal got done, there was a quote that went out where Mavs GM Nico Harrison said this is a move that helps them short term and long term. Okay, Nico, how does trading a 25-year-old for an almost 32-year-old help you in the long term?
Well, I think the long term is the time frame. I think he fits our time frame. If you pair him with
with Kyrie and the rest of the guys. He fits right along with our time frame to win now and win in the future. And the future to me is 3-4 years from now. The future 10 years from now, I don't know. I don't think they probably bury me and Jay by then, or we bury ourselves.
Yes. Oh, they'll bury you, all right.
And the guy's laughing right. Like that. He cracked a couple of jokes, including that one, and let's just say Mavericks fans are in no mood for that.
No, that's once again, you got to know the guy that you get. I mean, Anthony Davis, yeah, I mean, he and LeBron, they win these middle of the season. Anthony Davis gets hurt a lot. That guy's 32 years old. That guy is always injured. He misses a bunch of games during the course of a year. Now Luka's fat all year long, but he's going to score. But this guy is not going to be in the games. And once again, you open up the door, you have to now pay Kyrie because he's going to want his max deal now. And if not, he's going to be a fool. I mean, that guy is going to turn into the Kyrie that we're used to seeing, that we've seen in the past. Not like he's been, but the guy that we've seen in the past is about to show up again for Mavericks.
I'm worried about that right now. Like,
that's true.
Kyrie's a little banged up. He didn't play yesterday in the Mavs blowout loss to Cleveland. But, I mean, Kyrie, knowing that he's got a player option in the offseason, which means he could be a free agent, he might say, I didn't sign up for this. Like, I don't want to play here anymore. I'm not a part of this long-term plan that you guys didn't confide in me about at all. So I'm going to sit out the rest of the year and fake this injury. I'm going to do what I did in Cleveland. I'm going to do what I did in Boston and just be done here. And then
I'll be with Luka and LeBron.
Yep. And I'll be in LA in the offseason. Like, there's a chance. We're talking about Kyrie Irving here. I'm glad you brought that up because Nico Harrison is like, well, Kyrie and AD. That's our plan. Those are our guys. There's a chance that one of those guys wants out immediately. And then what do you have, Dallas? It's not like you got a lot of draft picks, too, to where you could start a rebuild. You're just in purgatory. So this works, great, but it feels like the biggest betrayal of a fan base in sports history. I don't know if there's anything that comes close to this. Like,
this is going to hurt for a long time. This is going to sting for a while.
Yeah, the closest thing I could think of, Buck, and this is like people are gonna poke holes in this because it's very easy to, but I'm like the closest trade like this where an entire fan base basically revolted on a franchise was when the Texans traded DeAndre Hopkins a few years ago in the prime of his career. That guy was like the best receiver in football, and they traded him overnight to Arizona for a washed-up David Johnson and a second-round pick.
David Johnson.
Yeah, it was the GM going rogue. It was a new owner who didn't really know what the hell he was doing. But that was a wide receiver. But that was a trade where every Texans fan was like done with the team for years. It pissed them off to the point where people gave up season tickets and didn't come back until CJ Stroud returned. But like Bill O'Brien had to get fired. Jack Easterby had to get fired. Like so much had to change before people in Houston bought back into the franchise because they were so upset by that deal. And they got universally crushed for that trade.
We'll see who shows up in the next Mavs game.
Yeah, the next home game Saturday night. They've got 2 more road games. They actually play the Rockets their first home game on Saturday. And, it'll either be no one shows up or it will be Nico Harrison, you better not show up because you're going to get murdered in plain sight if you do. So, yeah, the shocking news. I mean, it's February. Buck, that story happened on February 1st. There will not be a sports story the rest of the year that is as wild as that one. So
yeah, that just seemed like it was. When I heard that early in the morning, I was like, that can't be true. No, they wouldn't do that. Why would you do that? And then first thing I thought is, how comes it's always happens with the Lakers? How comes they get all the good players? How do they do that? How do they swing that? All these other NBA teams, they can't swing it. Don't they have players too?
The freaking Lakers, man. And it's how good is Luka Doncic? Everyone's talking about Anthony Davis like he's Dale Davis. Anthony Davis is awesome. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's one of the best big men the game has ever seen. But Luka is like that good that no one even cares about the brow anymore.
Wait, how fat is he?
I don't know. I mean, there are rumors, and I think part of this is damage control by the Mavs, or at least an attempt at damage control, because it's not really working. I'd say Luka was pushing 270 this year, which, dude, I don't care how fat that guy is. If he's playing like he's been playing, let him eat. Let him eat. I'll buy him a gift card to CC's Pizza. Let him keep chowing down.
He was that big?
That's what they're saying. That's what the Mavs are standing on right here. Is that, and that's now maybe that is the case, but like now Luka's about to show the Mavs.
Of course, he's going to. He's going to go out to LA, trim up, be unbelievable.
Yeah, and this is the third team to bet against Luka. Like, and these athletes, they use this stuff as motivation. These guys are the most people in the world. They use whatever they can as motivation. Like on draft night, I'm sure Luka's been using this as motivation. When Phoenix passed on him with the number 1 pick, Sacramento took Marvin Bagley over him at number 2. And then the Hawks had the 3rd pick. They traded Luka to the Mavs for Trae Young. You don't think Luka's been using that as motivation? Prove those people wrong who doubted him on draft night? Now he gets the Mavs doing this, thinking he's too fat and out of shape to play. They trade him for that? So, yeah, you're about to see, I'm afraid we're all about to see a version of Luka Doncic that we've never seen before. And he's already done stuff that we've never seen before. So who knows what kind of Marvel superhuman Dallas just created with this deal. So there you go. There's the big NBA trade from Saturday.
Unbelievable.
Spurs made a move. We'll talk about that as well, because the Spurs and Rockets fans are feeling great because their teams are in great spots, and their biggest rival in Dallas just shot itself in the foot, really in the heart. So we'll get to the Spurs trade in a second. We'll get to Texas basketball. We've got football to get into as well. Obviously, we'll take your thoughts. But, Buck, before we switch gears here, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, with my messed up back, getting the right support has always been super difficult, but nothing gave me the comfort that my back needed, like my friends over at Relax the Back. And they have made my life so comfortable with this office chair that I've been sitting in for over 20 years. This is absolutely spectacular. It gives me all the support in my lumbar area, of course, my thoracic back, which I had surgery. I had a reconstructed thoracic back. And folks, it is so comfortable. It gives me all that great support in my hips. And if you've got problems with your shoulders, hips, thoracic, lumbar area, please go by Relax the Back in their 2 great locations and find out that they will have something just for you. Believe me, they have all kinds of recliners, Tempur-Pedic pillows, mattresses, sleep-numbered beds. You will enjoy everything that they have. But if you have a particular thing that's been bothering you in your shoulders and your hips, please go by there and find out. And if you got somebody that you really care about that's been struggling with backache, please have them go by their Bee Cave store at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and their North Austin store at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. They've got it all. Feel pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics as well. Y'all see the TSU hat that I'm rocking this morning. This was made by our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. All of our hats, shirts, signs, merch, you name it, all done by Waterloo. And they can do the same for you. If you've got a business that needs stuff, reach out to our buddy Adam and his great team. They're based right here in South Austin. Great customer service, fast turnaround time. They will get you what you need, and they will get it to you very, very quickly. Reach out to our buddy Adam. You can call him or text him at 512-300-9641, or you could shoot them a DM on Instagram at Waterloo Printing. It's Waterloo Printing and Graphics. Shout out to them. Also, shout out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes as well. You're trying to upgrade your home in the new year. You can do it with our friends at McCall Custom Homes. New bathroom, new kitchen, second story to your home, maybe adding some life to your outdoor space. It's going to be gorgeous in Central Texas this week. If you're mad that your backyard isn't what you want it to be, call our buddy Mike and his great team at McCall Custom Homes. Locally owned and operated. It's a father-son business that's been here in Central Texas for 40 years. So they know what it takes to turn your home in Central Texas into something truly, truly special. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. That's McCallCustomHomesATX.com. You can reach out to them there. Also look at some of the great jobs that they've done over the last 4 decades plus. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Folks got my Sue Patrick hat on. I went old
There you
style,
go.
old timey right there. The big horn in the middle, of course, and you can get that at Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road. Get all the apparel that you need. Golf season just around the corner. Golf season is here this week. So get all those polos that you're looking for over at Sue Patrick's. Of course, they've got everything, snow globes, the whole entire works. Anything that you need. Baseball season just around the corner. All the official Longhorn gear is right there at Sue Patrick at 5222 Burnett Road. And folks, there is plenty of parking at Sue Patrick's there. Hey, Jellycat section.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta get that Jellycat. Hey, gotta be ready for Valentine's Day just around the corner, as a matter of fact. Next week or the week after? Kind of next week.
Friday.
Next Friday. Wow.
Coming up.
Got to get them. You can get all that gear that you need, everything that you need to make somebody happy at Sue Patrick's. Of course, the dresses, the long shirt, all the gear that you need is still a little bit cool. But folks, I'm going there for all my golfing gear. There's some golf shirts that I'm looking for, and they've got the new golfing gear in at Sue Patrick's, of course. Once again, 5222 Burnett Road. And you can order online, of course, at SuePatrick.com.
Yes, indeed. Our guy Jay from Sue Patrick texted me yesterday. He's like, the NFL plays flag football now. And I'm like, I don't even know how to explain the Pro Bowl to you, Jay. Like I
couldn't do it. Couldn't watch
and he's
it.
Like,
no thanks.
There's not enough Altstad beer in the world to get me through this. And I
oh
was
my
like,
goodness.
Yeah. It's a tough watch. I had it on, but I wasn't really paying attention to it at all. And whatever. It's the Pro Bowl. Who cares? I didn't care when it was an actual game. I don't really care now that it's dodgeball and spike
grabbing
ball
at the flags,
grab ass and capture the flag and flag football.
That's not good.
No, it's not. All right, let's talk some Texas basketball, Buck, shall we?
Yes, sir.
The best half of the season for the Longhorns came in Baton Rouge on Saturday. Texas outscoring LSU 58-33 in the second half to turn what was a 6-point halftime lead into a 31-point beatdown victory over the Bayou Bengals, 89-58, the final score. The most impressive performance of the year for the Texas Longhorns. I thought a couple of Longhorns had their best games as Texas Longhorns. And boy, we talked about the schedule getting a little bit easier as the calendar flipped to February. What a start to the month of February for the Texas men.
Absolutely. You know, I like the aggressive play. I mean, Shedrick was awesome. That's as good of a basketball game that I've seen him. It's been the last couple games as active as I've seen him on the basketball court. Maybe he's finally healthy or whatever, but he looks just a little bit more quicker, and he's also has been offensive minded. He wanted the ball on Saturday. There were times where he had position and they didn't get him the ball, and he was upset, and that's good for him. He should be. I mean, he scored. He was on the ground. He was blocking shots. He was very active on the boards. But there was times that he demanded the ball. They didn't get it into him because guys are out there, because everybody was hot, so everybody was shooting. But he had some opportunities to score even more when he had really good position. But it was good to see him want the basketball on Saturday. It really was.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I thought Saturday was Caden Shedrick's best game in 2 years in Austin.
Yes.
He was aggressive. I mean, 16 points, 10 rebounds, had 3 assists as well. Like, they were running the offense through Caden Shedrick at times, which, like, in LSU's defense had to actually pay attention to Caden Shedrick. You know, there are times where Texas will lob the ball down low to Shedrick on the low block, and you don't need to bring a double team because he's just not very good. It's like, well, we can play our normal defense.
He's a big-bodied guy, but he doesn't look real strong. But he looked stronger in this particular game. And it's not just this game. Now, the game before also, the last couple of games, he'd exerted himself offensively a little bit. You know what I mean? And the way he's going after balls. And, I mean, he attacks the floor. He's not that lumbering guy that falls down on the floor and takes forever to get to. He bounces up. He'll go for loose balls. You know, he gets his hands in there now. That's just good to see from him.
Yeah, and hope we see it more going forward.
Absolutely.
I mean, look, Caden Shedrick, when he goes up against guys like Janai Broom, he's not going to do anything. But against some of the weaker teams and some of the smaller front courts in the SEC, you'd like to see more of that from Caden Shedrick because, I mean, the guy's very experienced. He's played a ton of college basketball.
Sure. And he set the tone, BK, for the rest of the guys, too. I mean, that makes the other guys get after it, too.
You're right. He did a lot of his work early on Saturday when the game was kind of close. and his teammates rallied around him the rest of the way. So you're right. And Caden Shedrick set the tone. We haven't said that much during his year and a half in Austin, but he was great on Saturday. And I also thought Tremont Mark had his best game as a Texas Longhorn, right? The Houston and Arkansas transfer. We called him out last week. I said after the Ole Miss game that
after he made
Mark
that winning shot, yeah.
Yeah, well, he's been a major disappointment. He hit the game winner against A&M, but this is a guy who averaged like 16 a game for Arkansas, averaged just 9 a game for Texas going into Saturday. He puts up 18 on 7 of 12 shooting. He was aggressive on offense, and also he was guarding LSU's best player, Cam Carter, who averaged 18 a game going into Saturday. He held that guy to 6. So on both ends of the floor, Tremont Mark looked like the guy that I think Texas fans thought they were getting when he came in from Arkansas. I mean, that guy was one of the better players in the SEC a season ago, and he's been kind of a non-factor more often than not for the Horns.
Yeah, I
he
thought
was
that's
awesome.
Probably the best he's played since he had the game winner, really.
Well, yeah, he was fine in that game. I mean, look, that was a huge shot to beat A&M, don't get me wrong, but I think that was 12 points he had in that one, and that was a game Kaluma didn't play, so I honestly wanted more from Tremont Mark because you were losing one of your best players in that one. But yeah, he was great. He was great on Saturday as well. So hopefully that is a sign of things to come for him.
But everybody's involved now. It's not just the freshman. The freshman gets everybody involved himself. He's going to take his shots, but he has a different. Like I said, he's not as excited when he makes shots now, and then so he looks the same when he misses shots. He doesn't give you that hangdog look because he's making shots, and then he's not like, oh my God, it's the first shot I've ever made, where he gets all excited. He's just playing hoops now, and he's helping them all out. I think he's pretty level key. He's kind of leveled out a little bit, which is good for him around this time of year, and it should be that way.
Last couple of games, I agree with you. 18 points, also led Texas with 5 assists. He was efficient, 7 of 13 from the floor, 2 of 4 from beyond the arc. Like, 2 things that we saw from Texas as a team on Saturday that we just haven't seen much of at all this season. They out-rebounded LSU 35-23.
They've been doing that lately, BK, even when they're as a small team, even against Mississippi and teams like that. They've been going to the boards. Everybody's taking part in it now, which is good.
They've been doing better. It's only their second time in the conference out-rebounding their opponents, but they've been doing a better job of that. But yeah, Saturday, far and away their best rebounding performance in the SEC. And the ball movement, 20 assists to 7 turnovers. 20 assists is far and away a conference high for Texas. Like, they were moving the ball, guys were running around, guys were moving without the ball. Like, it's the stuff that every Longhorn fan has been begging for years, really, but especially this season. You actually saw what this offense can look like when guys aren't just standing around jacking up shots late in the shot clock every time down the floor. So like that type of ball movement, that type of pace, that type of rebounding. Look, LSU's 1-7 in the league. They're one of the worst teams in the SEC. They're one of the few teams in this conference that won't make the tournament. But hopefully they can take some of what they did in Saturday's game and use it the rest of the way.
Yeah, and the women played well, too, over the weekend. I watched that game against the Aggies. Good job right there.
Yeah, 20-point win last night for the Horns in College Station. No problem with the women's team. They're 22-2 right now.
They are good.
Huge week for them. They've got 2 ranked teams. Vanderbilt coming to town on Thursday, and then Dawn Staley and the Lady Cox.
Yeah, those dudes show up here soon.
Yeah, you do like to call them dudes. I don't know why you do that.
They can go.
They're good at basketball, so they're dudes?
No, those dudes can play.
Now, the South Carolina men are the worst team in the SEC. They haven't won a game.
Yeah, but those ladies are the best dudes out there. They can go.
Oh, you're calling them lady dudes.
Yes, they can play.
Bunch of he-she's on the team? Is that what you're...
No, they're just good. There's not a lot of falling down on the ground. They got great balance. Boy, they move that ball around. And you're talking about people around the rim. My goodness.
Yeah, they're awesome. And Texas played them in Columbia a few weeks ago. It did not go well. So
no.
Horns will be looking for some revenge. They've got to beat a good Vanderbilt team first on Thursday. But yeah, then South Carolina comes to town, and that's a battle for first place in the SEC for the women's team, which would be good. But for the men, a couple more quick thoughts. That's their fourth quadrant one victory. Even though LSU is not great, that still counts as a quadrant one victory for Texas, which is big for the NCAA tournament. It's the fourth Q1 win in the last 3 weeks for Texas. They had 0 going into that Oklahoma game. Now they've got 4. So life in the SEC, but also they've played a lot better.
That Vandy game. That Vandy game will be big.
Yeah, that's this weekend. So they've got Arkansas at home.
Yes.
Arkansas stinks. Now, they did beat Kentucky in Lexington, but I think that was more of a John Calipari Super Bowl. Like, we got to win this game. And they did. It's a bad loss for Kentucky. You know their fans can't stand that.
Oh, of course they can.
But Arkansas coming to town midweek, that's when you should win. Be on the road at a Vanderbilt team that lost by 30 in Norman a couple of days ago.
That?
Yeah, so, you won in Norman. They lost by 30 in Norman. Transitive property means that you should have a shot, but the doors have been pretty tough in Nashville this season. So we'll see. But a big week, but another couple of opportunities for Texas to put some nice wins on their resume. And the schedule's getting easier. It is. And hopefully all of the tough games that they played in January, where 7 of the 8 teams they went up against were ranked, hopefully that has battle tested them to the point where they can kind of take some of it out on these inferior teams in this conference. So.
Yeah, I mean, but as I said, those cellar dwellers are tough too. I mean, South Carolina's got some big, Mississippi State, South Carolina, they got some big dudes, man. They like big old football players out there.
Well, Mississippi State's top, they're a top 15 team. Although they're gonna fall, but like, I don't know. You were more worried about LSU than I was. I didn't see a 31-point win happening.
I was a little worried about them.
Like I'm not very worried about LSU or Arkansas or South Carolina. Maybe everybody else in this league. I don't think I'm worried about OU either.
What?
Everyone else in this league, I think, is tough, but I feel pretty good about those 4.
Well, if they keep playing aggressive like they're doing and get to the boards, I mean, yeah, and everybody, they're sharing the basketball and moving the ball around a little bit better. They still play that weird perimeter offense, and I'm wondering, what is this play? Is it the Globetrotters? A guy will come flying around the corner, they'll stop, give him a little pick and hand it off to the next guy, and here comes the next Globetrotter coming around the corner. Like, is there any set thing where they get the ball? But they have gotten the ball down to Shedrick a little bit more down in the post because he wants the ball more. He's getting position. He's not just roaming around taking up space down there.
You're right.
For the first year here, all he did was getting away down in the blocks,
Yeah, and he'll do that a few more times.
Yes, he will.
Just brace yourself for that. I don't know how much college basketball you watched on Saturday. We don't need to go too in depth on all of these games. Oh my God. Well, Kansas had the worst choke of the season going into Saturday because of what they did at home against Houston last Saturday.
Yes.
Or they blew 2 6-point leads in like the final minute in regulation and in overtime to lose to Houston at home. That was the biggest collapse of the college basketball year until what they did in Waco on Saturday, where they blew a 21-point lead and lost by double digits.
Yeah, how are they figuring this out at the end of games?
I don't know, man. Like I know KJ Adams is Westlake's own, and he's one of the guys who I'm lumping in here.
So they missed him that badly?
No, he's playing. He's bad. That's the problem. He sucks. He's a great defender and rebounder, but he's negative on offense, and that's an issue because Kansas has guys who can also defend and rebound and play offense. Him, DeJuan Harris, the point guard, Hunter Dickinson, like those guys, they're all solid players, especially Dickinson, but they got to leave. They're holding Kansas back right now because they've got maybe the deepest team in America, and Bill Self is just relying on the guys who have been there for a while to a fault.
New blood in there, yeah.
Yeah, Baylor's going on this like 17-0 run, and Bill Self's just leaving the same dudes out there because it's like his seniors. It's like, I trust these guys. It's like, no, you got better options on the bench, coach. Make a move. So, yeah, I think everyone the last 2 weeks has seen Kansas. That's the preseason #1 team in America, and they're going to be probably outside of the top 15 when the poll comes out later this morning. They suck by Kansas standards. Texas would, I think, love to be in that situation, but they suck by Kansas standards. But
Well,
11 ranked.
Then freaking Tennessee all of a sudden sucks.
Well, Tennessee beat the shit out of Florida on Saturday.
That's right. Florida was missing. Tennessee was missing 2 guys. I know their guard didn't play. Right?
Yeah, Ziegler did not play, and they beat Florida by 20.
Yeah, that's right. They're missing 2 players. They're the ones that won.
And they're 11 ranked teams lost on Saturday, which is
and I was
tied for the most.
They're going to move.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, I guess, life in the SEC. I mean, Auburn and Alabama feel almost invincible because those teams keep finding a way. And Auburn had a nice.
Auburn can win any way you want to play. They'll find a way to win.
Nice road win in Oxford. I thought they were going to lose. I thought Chris Beard was going to get them. It was a close game, but every time Ole Miss gave you the thought that they were going to pull off the upset,
yes,
Auburn got up off the mat and they threw a couple of haymakers right back to Ole Miss. They win that game. But Iowa State got crushed at home by Kansas State. Kansas State sucks this year. I mean, you had Mizzou go on the floor. Yeah, 11 ranked teams lost. 5 in the top 10, 7 of the top 12. You had Arkansas go on the road and beat Kentucky at Rupp.
Yeah, well, Duke's having no problems beating the crap out of anybody and everybody.
Yeah, well, Carolina, I mean, the CYO team could beat Carolina now.
That's hard to believe with all those veteran players they have on that Carolina team.
They suck. They're going to miss the tournament this year.
Dude, that line was 15 points. I'm like, 15 in that rivalry game? That's way too much. It was 15.
Oh, my God, and they covered it.
Then they covered it.
They won by 17. I never looked at the line. I figured it was probably like Duke 10. I didn't realize it was 15.
15.
Oh, my God. Yeah, Shaka Smart's team lost. Michigan State lost to USC.
Yeah, UConn's starting to figure it out again. Look out.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, I'll have them winning it all in my bracket probably.
Yeah,
even though they've got all sorts of problems, but who knows? So yeah, just an insane Saturday. We're all like, what are we gonna do? There's no football this weekend. College basketball stepped up to the plate. If you just stayed at home and watched college hoops the way you would normally watch college football on a Saturday, then you were treated to a hell of a day of entertainment because it just felt like every 30 minutes there was a wild finish or a ranked team going down. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Here's a look at Luka in a Lakers uniform, but no, that's not right.
Why are they doing that?
It's not James Corden.
That dude is going to lose. Now he's going to lose a bunch of weight and just ball out of his mind with LeBron James. That's going to be hard to stop. I don't care how their games are alike. It's just, that's ridiculous. 2 of those guys on the same court.
We're giving him James.
Get some 7-footer off the couch, you know?
Yeah, they'll be fine. They'll be fine this year, next year, the years after that. The Lakers are well positioned again to be really good in this league again. But yeah, James Corden Doncic is what apparently he's turned into. Telling you, the Mavs have treated him like he's a Lizzo, dude. Like that's what's happening here. Insane. All right, before we get to some Texas football news from over the weekend, the Longhorns have hired somebody to their recruiting staff, and they also might be losing a coach to the Dallas Cowboys. Before we get to those 2 topics, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts and our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton, dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. Their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Now, Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Dr. Danny and his great team there. Also, some love to our friends at Covert Bee Cave. We'll let you hear from and see them right now.
It's really a family experience. You know, I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yeah, big shout out to Dr. Danny and all his boys that he's got. He's got his whole basketball team.
Oh my God.
Hopefully you're stopped doing that, Dr. Danny. It's time now. You can stop.
He needs to call Dr. Chop.
Yeah, Dr. Chop needs to make a visit to him. I think by now he's probably seen Dr. Chop. I think he's done. I think he's done with that part of it.
Yeah, that guy's got a lot of kids. I mean,
five boys, I believe.
I don't know. He's going from a basketball starting 5 to like a baseball starting 9, you know?
Wow.
He's getting a whole lineup ready to go.
Still going, huh?
A lot of doctors roaming the streets of Central Texas.
My goodness.
Thanks to Dr. Danny.
Good.
All right. The good news or the bad news for Texas football, Buck? Where do you want to start?
Let's give me some good news.
All right. Well, Texas has hired a new member to its recruiting staff, a guy by the name of Josh Dunson, who was the director of recruiting at Memphis in 2024. He helped Memphis sign the top-ranked recruiting class in the AC this past year. As a young guy, graduated college in 2021 at Georgia State, got into the coaching/recruiting realm immediately after, and worked his way up. Had a pretty good gig at Memphis, did a great job at Memphis by all accounts, and now he's coming to Texas. Not entirely sure what role he's going to have. The Longhorns already have a director of recruiting. That's Taylor Searles. They also have Brandon Harris as the GM, who just signed a long-term contract extension when Sark signed his a few weeks back. But Texas continuing to add to its coaching staff and continuing to add to its recruiting staff, Buck.
Is he the assistant to the assistant general manager? What is this, the office?
A little Dwight Schrute action.
Yeah, really.
We're going to call it Josh Schrute is what we're going to call this guy. I don't know.
The assistant general manager.
Yeah, but anytime, like, this is the beauty of being at a place like Texas, right? Because you can sometimes make this happen where you're able to convince somebody to take a reduced role to come to your place because they know it's better for your career.
Oh,
Texas,
yeah. A reduced role for it's not a reduced salary.
No, not a reduced salary.
No,
probably not. And that's the beauty of being at Texas. But we've seen the Longhorns convince head coaches to come here to be position coaches.
Sure.
We've seen them convince coordinators to come here and be position coaches. And now we're seeing the Longhorns convince a director of recruiting to come in here and probably just be an assistant to the director of recruiting.
Yes.
So, hey, you're Texas. You've got the money. There's no salary cap for how much you can spend on your coaching staff. Spend some money. Bring in all the best of the best. And Texas just brought in a number 1 recruiting class. They've had nothing but top 5 classes under Sark. Hopefully this helps them bring in another top 5 class in 2026 and more top 5 classes beyond that.
All the help you can get is a good thing.
Yeah, why not, right? No bad thing here.
Oh,
you're not losing anybody on the recruiting front, and you're bringing in somebody who can help you relate to young kids. I also like that, right? Again, guy who graduated college in 2021, so he's very relatable to high school and college kids. That should help.
That's a hell of a jump for him too.
Excuse me. Yeah, going from Memphis to Texas.
Oh my goodness, yes.
From the AC to the SEC. Yeah, that's I agree with you on that, but I like the move. But the not so good news, and we spent some time last week talking about this. Now there's more credence to what were just rumors a week ago. Texas running backs coach Tashard Choice interviewed with the Dallas Cowboys over the weekend for the same position. Now, they haven't made a hire yet. There's no word if there's even an offer on the table for Tashard Choice. The Cowboys have talked to a few different candidates, including some other college running backs coaches. So we'll see. But Buck, Tashard Choice at least interested enough to where he took an interview with the Cowboys.
Well, and you wouldn't turn down an interview with the Dallas Cowboys. It doesn't hurt you to interview, and Sark is not going to tell him not to interview with the Dallas Cowboys. If the Dallas Cowboys want to interview for a position coach, you're going to look at it. You make a lot of money. You're in a pretty comfortable situation where you are. You've been successful where you are. But it all depends on what you want to do. I know the difference between $700,000 and $1.5 million if they offered it to you. I mean, that's, you're looking at your family. You're looking at still a place where you know the people there, the Dallas Cowboys situation, and they're asking you to be the running back coach. But there'll be more to that kind of deal. There's more on the side with that. And if Jerry wants you, he can offer you whatever he wants to. This isn't, the University of Texas can offer you a lot of what you want, but they're going to look at you and say $700,000, $800,000 for a position coach, a running back position coach is plenty, and it's Texas. Now, if you want something else, you can get it somewhere else, and that's fine. They'll move right along and find another coach there, but that's a decision that Jerry can make it hard. Jerry can make it hard for you to say no as a position coach if he really wants you.
Yeah, well, that's off-brand for Jerry Jones. You and I were talking about this before the show, and Jerry Jones has gotten very cheap lately. I mean, Brian Schottenheimer was the cheapest coach he could have hired. This is a guy who doesn't pay buyouts. He didn't buy out Jason Garrett. He didn't buy out Mike McCarthy. This is not like nothing Jerry Jones has done over the last 5 to 10 years tells me that he's going to make an offer Tashard Choice can't refuse. Like I think Choice would be taking a pay cut to be the running backs coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
Well, he's not going to do that. He's not going to go for less than he makes here. He's not going to for $500,000. He's not going there and losing out on $200,000 just to be the Dallas Cowboys and have because he played there and he has some ties there, but doesn't have any players. First of all, there,
right? Yeah.
That makes a difference. But if he can make a difference, and Jerry feels like he can make a difference, and Jerry can sneeze out another $1.5 million, which he can if he wants to, then he can do that just to say, I can do this. For all you people that think I'm cheap, which I've been, here's what I really can do if I really want to. It's not like hiring a head coach. I can make an assistant coach very, very comfortable and not say no to me.
You're right. No, he's got the ability to do that. And just like with college, I mean, there's no salary cap for coaches in the NFL.
He can offer that guy $2 million and say, no big deal to me. But I just want you here. I don't want you at Texas. I want you with us. You could help us right here. But here's something else that goes along. I do give people opportunities here. I'm giving a guy a head coaching job who's never been a head coach. So, and you're right down the hall from me now. You could be next.
Unless Tashard Choice changes his name to Jason Witten, he's not going to be the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. But yeah, like I see what you're saying. I don't know. I think it'd be off-brand for Jerry. The only way Tashard Choice would take this job is if he is done with recruiting. He just doesn't like doing it. He just doesn't want to recruit. He doesn't want to deal with the NIL stuff.
Dude, you can be money whipped too. I mean,
he's not going to. That's my point is he's not going to. He's taking a pay cut. If he gets offered $2 million, then yeah, he should leave. Like, good for him. And Texas will be fine. People were panicking after Stan Drayton left. Yeah, they did okay. They got somebody better, I think, with Tashard Choice. So it's not the end of the world for Texas if they lose him. But yeah, look, if the money is there, then of course he's probably gone. But I don't think running backs coaches in the league don't make what Tashard Choice is making. And Jerry Jones is one of the cheapest owners, believe it or not, in the sport. Like, it would just be so off-brand for him to say, I'm going to pay you $1 million after I bought the cheapest head coach I could get. I'm all of a sudden going to pay a running backs coach 7 figures. I think there's 0% chance that happens.
Yeah, that's why he's Jerry Jones. Well, he made him interested enough to go up there and take a visit and sit with him. So,
well, yeah, I think, he's going to get a pay raise at Texas for doing that. Don't you think?
Sure.
Like
he was going to get that. He was going to get that anyway.
Well, he was set. He made $700K last year. I think his current contract had him making $725 this year. And, I haven't heard of any new contract that he signed, but yeah, because other people are interested, that got Sark a nice new deal. So
sure,
that probably gets Tashard Choice one too. But yeah, I don't know. I think he's staying. He tweeted out yesterday a picture of his daughter throwing up a hook'em too. So I think that leads you to believe that he's not going anywhere.
No, if he's got young kids, I mean, he's probably more in tune to the college life. That means his kids aren't that young. They're getting towards that college age, and getting your education here at Texas, being in an area like this is good. Like I said, it's just a matter if it's about money, then Jerry can whip it up if he wants to. If he decides this is what I want to do, I'll take a coach from Texas.
Sure. Yeah, if he wants to do a measuring contest, then he's going to win. He's going to win that.
Yeah, if he wants to do that, but there's some added stuff that'll go along with that, with that deal
Yeah.
if he were to be the coach there too. So, they
just
like
saying.
to give you they like to give you in name only to bump your money. Sounds good, looks good on the resume. Doesn't particularly mean anything, but Jerry can do whatever he wants to do.
You're saying he will let Tashard Choice spend some time on the Bravo Eugenia, Buck? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying he gets to do that. I mean, that's
No
Jerry's
yacht time? Come on. Let him use the yacht.
No.
If you really want him, you'd let him use the yacht.
They got that traveling bus that goes everywhere.
The Greyhound.
I've seen that thing, not that luxury dealer. That's not just a Greyhound. That thing that Jerry and those guys travel in, that you'll see him at the combine, at the Senior Bowl. That thing is like a ship on wheels.
You're right. And they also take a helicopter. I mean, Jerry Jones doesn't like Dallas traffic, so he takes the chopper from Frisco to Arlington whenever he's
of course
going.
he does.
It's pretty incredible right there. So, hey, if you want Tashard Choice, unlimited use of the chopper as well.
Get to wherever you need to go. Like I said, there'll be some extra additives in there to leave this place to come there. Like I said, if he wants you, he'll make it hard for you to say no to.
Sure.
That's all.
Yeah.
If he's just playing the games and looking, and he wants the guy from Oregon or whatever, or someplace else, some of these other places, he can get that. If he wants the Ohio State running back coach or whatever, he can get that done.
Yeah, some of the other names that are mentioned are Oregon running back coach Rashad Samples, who was an assistant on Texas's staff a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
He's also from the Dallas area, went to Skyline High School. And then DeMarco Murray. I don't know if DeMarco Murray's interviewed yet, but he's like Tashard Choice, got drafted in Dallas, spent a lot of his career in Dallas as a running back, has a great relationship with the Jones family. He's a guy who could be in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, that surprises me if it hadn't been the guy before. What's taking so long to get him to be the running back coach there anyway? Unless they have, I don't even know who the running back coach is with the Cowboys. He must have been there for quite a while.
If I'm the Cowboys, do I want DeMarco Murray after how bad Oklahoma's run game was last year?
They weren't very good.
I mean, I know it wasn't all his fault. The O-line sucked and Venables sucked and they all, it was a mess, but I don't know. I don't know if I'd want that. I am a Cowboys fan. I love poaching from Oklahoma and stealing their people, but I also do root for the Dallas Cowboys, and I don't know what DeMarco Murray is doing.
Yeah, I mean, is that the guy? I mean, is he any good? That's the deal. You're at Oklahoma. You're going to get good running backs. They haven't done crap in the last couple of years, so who knows?
Yeah, like last year was like the first time in my life I can remember Oklahoma having a bad run game. Even when they've had not amazing seasons, they've always been able to run the ball. You talk about this all the time. Like every year they've got one or two.
Some H-back dude that's incredible. They can't wait to get to the NFL.
Those dudes too. Just this past year, and not so much. So
yeah, it would be pretty hard depending on how old his kids are or what he's looking to do. I mean, what his trajectory is for his career and what he's, like you said, if he's done with recruiting. He's a young guy. I don't see him being done with recruiting. He's not that old. And to live here, make that kind of money, and plus, like I said, all you can do here is make more money.
Right. And there's more stability here, right? Sark's in here for the long haul. We don't know how long Shoddy is going to be the coach in Dallas. The Cowboys are a landfill fire right now. Texas seemingly is everything.
They got no running backs.
Yeah. I mean, look, maybe what the Cowboys would say to Choice, to Samples, to Murray, to anybody that they're trying to get from their current post is, we're going to draft Ashton Genty with the 12th overall pick.
Yeah. Tell me that. Yeah.
Yeah. That changes because if it's,
right
now, Rico Dowdle's a free agent. So I think the Cowboys will bring him back. And they'll draft somebody, whether it's Genty in round 1 or someone on day 2. They'll draft somebody to pair with Rico Dowdle. But as it stands right now, it's like Deuce Vaughn is the running back in Dallas.
No.
So you'd be leaving what Texas has with Baxter, with Wisner, with Gibson, with everybody else to go to Deuce Vaughn, who was an amazing college player. He's a local kid.
You can stay there at their pick. They're going to take him.
Yeah. Oh, no one else is taking a running back that early, I think. That'd be a Cowboys move, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but that would be a good move. I'd like that move.
Wouldn't hate it. It wouldn't be my top choice. I'd rather them get a receiver there and take a running back on day 2 because I think it's a very deep running back draft. But they have to get skill guys. They have to help out Dak Prescott.
For
And
sure.
Ashton Genty is a skill guy, so I wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, he's not only just a runner. He can catch. He can do all those kind of things too. He helps in the passing game.
Yeah, total package. I agree. So that would be the appeal. It's like, we're going to give you the Heisman runner-up, the Doak Walker Award winner, like the best running back in college football. You will get to work with this guy. That is like maybe something that can convince someone to go, but I think T Choice is staying. And we touched on this too with Stan Drayton. That guy went from Texas running back coach to head coach.
How's that work out?
Well, not great for him, but he got fired, he got a huge buyout that he wouldn't have got anywhere else. So if Tashard Choice wants to be a head coach, hey, maybe don't take the Temple job because it's Temple.
Yeah, you got to think of. Yeah, it all depends. Like I said, what he wants to do in his career. I mean, if his career is to be a head coach and you have to make some moves to do that, you do that.
Well, I think the best move for that is to stay at Texas. Is my point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, if he wants to be an NFL head coach, I still think his best move might be to stay at Texas.
I agree.
But it's just, it opens more doors, and the last guy got a head coaching gig, so.
You just keep having success at that position too. I mean, this is a position that you're going to get great players, so just keep doing what you're doing. Making 700, 800 doesn't seem like a bad deal to me.
I'd take that deal if someone offered it to me. I don't think you were making that when you were the running backs coach at Texas.
No, 80 and 85 was okay.
Yeah.
At that time, that was pretty good, believe me.
Yeah, that's still insane to think about that was like not even 30 years ago.
It was almost 30 years ago, yeah.
That's how much money is in the sport now, that
absolutely
salaries have more than 7 or 8 times what you were making.
For sure.
Goodness gracious. Born in the wrong era, Buck.
It's all right. It was good. More than I ever had before. More than I had when I walked into the door. So
yeah, that's true. It had to be more than you were making at BC and Illinois, right?
BC, I had to get out of there. That's how it was. When I was a young coach at Boston, I couldn't afford to live in Boston on the salary I was making as a coach. So when it was time to go to the Big Ten and living where I had to live in Champaign, Urbana, the price of living instead of living in Boston, Massachusetts, I'm like, I just have to do this because I got a family coming up now. I can't afford it. I can't afford to live where I really would love to work.
Wow.
That's
crazy. Where
I left the job. My head coach was on a cruise, was on the Nike cruise when John Malkovich called me up. And I said, you know what? My head coach was supposed to had got that job at Illinois. And he was just too lazy to move at the time. That's what he used to say about Jack. He's just too lazy to move. And I said, I got to go. I got some young kids here. I can't afford to live here.
Yeah.
So I'll go to the Midwest. I'll go to the Big Ten. Boston College was an independent at that time. And to go to the Big Ten, I'm like, I'm out of here. I left while that dude was on a cruise.
God. Did you get a hold of him while he was cruising?
Nope. I got a hold of him when he came back.
You were already in Champaign?
I'd already accepted the job.
Okay.
When he got back, I said, Jack, I had to leave. I said, the athletic director was a Boston College offensive line coach, Ron Gunther. He was the AD. He wanted to give Jack Bicknell that job. Malkovich wasn't going to get that job if Jack Bicknell would have said yes to it from Boston College. And Jack was like, oh, no, I live in the Northeast. I'm never leaving, which he never did. So I said, but I'm leaving. I'm going to the Big Ten, brother. Later.
About that. Jack McNeil could have been the coach at Texas instead of John Malkovich.
Could have been a possibility. You're absolutely right, because he was Cowboy Jack, they called him. He was wearing his cowboy boots and jersey. It's from New Jersey. So our whole staff was like, dude, Jack's just too lazy to pack the family. That's why he's not going anywhere. Because Boston College wasn't going anywhere. It was an independent, not enough money, barely could pay the coaches enough. And so, I mean, that was a time when I was making around $30,000.
Wow.
And to live in Boston,
impossible.
No, you couldn't afford a house.
You're paying
living in apartments, and I'm like, no, this is not going to work for me. I need the high life, baby.
There it is. Yeah, Champagne. That's the high life right there. You're probably paying like $500 in rent in that place, though. Nothing. All right. We'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Also, the YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Obviously, talking a lot about Luka this morning, Buck, but that was not the only big trade involving a Texas team that went down in the association over the weekend with the San Antonio Spurs. This is what winning organizations do. They make good moves. They add talent. They build around their superstars. That's what the Spurs are doing right now. They pick up all-star guard De'Aaron Fox from the Sacramento Kings in a 3-team trade. The Bulls are the other team involved. They're trading Zach LaVine to Sacramento. I don't know what the Bulls are doing. We won't spend too much time on them, but what a dumpster fire they are.
Yes.
But huge gift for the Spurs. I mean, De'Aaron Fox is 27, still has a year and a half left on his contract. I assume the Spurs are going to do whatever they can to sign Fox long-term.
Yeah, it sounds that way, yes.
In the offseason, but he's averaging 25, 6, and 5 this year for the Kings. And not only do you get a star with Fox, you didn't have to give up any of your young stars. With Stephon Castle, the rookie who looks like he's going to be a stud. With Devin Vassell, who looks like he already is a stud. With KJ, like the Spurs did not have to give up any of their best players. The reason Spurs fans were a little bit weary of making a De'Aaron Fox deal was they didn't want to mortgage their future by giving up some of their young pieces.
They didn't have to give up that talent.
No, they didn't have to do it. I mean, a few draft picks, Zach Collins and Trey Jones, like nothing that is going to hurt the Spurs down the line at all. So it's a great move. Like, this is what the Mavs think they're doing. This is the Spurs going forward in the short term a little bit. I don't think they're true title contenders right now, but now I think they're definitely making the playoffs. But also, yeah, I mean, you pair a really talented guard in his 20s with a freakazoid in Victor Wembanyama like that. The Spurs are building something pretty special here, and they're going to have money to spend, and they have more draft picks to trade. Like they're about to be really freaking good again.
Yeah, just an incredible difference between that and what the Dallas did. I mean, they just traded an untouchable player. I mean, it's obviously there's no such thing as untouchable now after this weekend.
Well, I wonder if Spurs fans look, they're all happy with the De'Aaron Fox, but is San Antonio mad that the Mavs didn't call them? Which that could feel sacrilegious because the Mavs and Spurs are huge rivals, but
sure,
like the Spurs. The Spurs would have loved to have Luka and Wemby. Are you kidding me? They would have traded way more than the Lakers traded, I think.
Yeah, you could have gotten way more than that.
Yeah, I think the Rockets, again, like
no, it's the Lakers. They just get to do that. That's just how it works.
I know. Well, that's the collusion and conspiracy theory, or one of the conspiracy theories there is that the Mavs GM and the Lakers GM are friends because they both used to work at Nike together. And LeBron's a Nike guy who's phasing out. Luka's a Jordan guy, which is kind of part of Nike. So he's like, oh, let's do this little shoe deal. Let's help our old friends at Nike out with this thing, which, believe what you will. But, yeah, the Spurs are like, damn, could we have had a chance at Luka, maybe?
No, there's only one team that could have had that chance, and that's the group that got him. And still, how did they do it? How do you do that?
I don't know. It takes the Mavs being idiots to do something like that, I guess. But I love this move.
Shouldered, come on.
Because he's so round-shouldered that he only was 3 wins away from the NBA title last year. He's so fat that he dragged down the Mavericks to a Western Conference title last year, I guess.
Yeah.
He's that fat.
That's ownership trying to take back the NBA and not let the players run the NBA.
You think
that's them saying that this is the way the new ownership there, or the majority owners there, saying this is the way it's going to be.
Maybe.
And this is the kind of player that we want on our team. We don't want big round-shouldered guys and them running us, and we're gonna run this organization the way we want to run it. I mean, that's past just the GM. The GM may have talked to the owner, but that's ownership saying this is how we're going to run what we're looking for. And Kyrie's the next guy that better be careful, because once again, if he starts acting like Kyrie, he'll be next out the door.
Yeah.
If they get rid of Luka, what they could do to Kyrie, right?
Well, the thing with Kyrie is he's got the choice in the offseason.
Yeah, in the offseason, if they don't, they either have to pay him or he can be gone anyway. So,
they might offer to pay him, and he might be like, no. Like, I came here. I'm happy because Luka was here. Like, what do you think Klay Thompson is thinking right now? Klay Thompson signed with the Mavs in free agency. Like, I want to play with Luka. That guy's going to give me a lot of good looks on offense. That's he came there for Luka.
Yeah, how do they do that in Los Angeles? Don't both those guys need the ball? I mean, doesn't LeBron James have to have the ball in his hands?
They said that about Luka and Kyrie, and they got to the NBA Finals last year. You know, like they'll make it work. And yeah, both of those guys are pretty ball dominant players, but like LeBron and Dwayne Wade in Miami were both pretty ball dominant players. Yeah. You know, and Chris Bosh obviously was there too. They found a way to make it work.
Chris Bosh off the couch.
Hey, he's from Dallas. Oh, you're saying the Lakers go get him?
Yeah, he's not doing anything.
He's already in the Hall of Fame. Are you allowed to go back and play after you're already in the Hall?
I don't know if you can do that. Yeah, you can do it if you want.
Yeah, yes.
Does anybody own his rights?
I don't know. Miami maybe still. I don't know what Chris Bosh is doing these days. I don't think that's the Lakers are going to acquire over these next few days.
This move right here is going to make the West. Somebody's going to have to do it. Now the Jimmy Butler deal is now looking at like, we're going to have somebody try to stop these two out West now.
It's pretty funny. Like everyone thought that was going to be the biggest deal at the deadline, and then the Luka deal happens, and then the De'Aaron Fox deal happens. And look, we'll see what happens with Jimmy Butler. Apparently, the Warriors were interested, but I don't think Jimmy Butler's very interested.
He doesn't want to go there with Steph.
Sounds like he wants to go to Phoenix with Durant and Devin Booker and Bradley Beal, who sucks now. The Suns are also kind of treading water. They're borderline playoff team right now. So he wants to go there, I guess, and run it with Durant and Booker and see if he can help them get over the hump. But I don't know. If I'm the Suns, you know what? Here's the splash. Here's what probably won't happen, but maybe should. If I'm Phoenix, I'm trading Kevin Durant this week.
Oh, yeah.
The Suns aren't going anywhere. Durant's still an all-star starter, but he's also 35. You can get a crap ton back.
He's the 2-year guy right there.
You can get a crap ton back for Kevin Durant, to start a rebuild, whatever. You still got Devin Booker in his 20s. You work with him and build around him. I don't think Phoenix will do it because that's just not what most teams do. But that would be a good move. If I'm an NBA team, I'm at least calling Phoenix this week, seeing if I could get Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
Again, I'd put it at 5% that a deal actually gets done. But I would have put a Luka deal getting done at 0.00005%, and it did. So,
hell, the way it's going, just go ahead and put Luka and Kevin Durant and LeBron on the same team.
Oh my God. Yeah, the Lakers can't because they don't have stuff to trade.
They're the Lakers. They always have stuff to trade.
I know. They'll find a way somehow to do that.
Sure they will. Pelinka will find a way. He always finds a way. They're the only group that can do that.
Well, Adam Silver would love that. That's a wet dream for that dude.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, he's already so happy that the Mavs did this. People were thinking Adam Silver was going to veto this trade. Remember, David Stern vetoed the Chris Paul to the Lakers deal a decade and a half ago because he thought it was unfair and it would tip the balance of power to the league too much. People were like, oh, Adam Silver might do that. And it's no, the league sucks. No one's watching. The Lakers, you get the Lakers to be awesome again and get Luka. There's no way Adam Silver's saying no to that.
You can get me to watch Luka and LeBron play together.
Yeah. He's talking about Kevin Durant going there too. Yeah, that's Silver's wet dream right there. He's fantasizing over that. Loves it. That was the quickest approval to a trade he's ever done in his life.
Who the hell's going to watch the Mavs play now?
You brought it up earlier. Mavs' first home game is on Saturday. What does that look like? I mean, I've this is people being prisoner of the moment, but I've got, friends who are diehard Mavs fans.
Sure.
Who are swearing off the team. They're not going to watch. They're not going to support the team anymore. And I'm sure some people don't actually mean that. But again, I keep bringing up the DeAndre Hopkins thing. There are Texans fans who are just now getting back into the team because that move happened. That was years ago. It's a face of the franchise, star player, You got nothing for him, and people were just done with the Texans. The Texans had a wait list for season tickets every year since they became an expansion team in the early 2000s, and they didn't have enough to fill up a stadium every week because of that type of move. So does that happen in Dallas? Do people just like go away from the team?
Oh, they'll be there for the first game. They'll be there just to boo it. They'll boo the whole organization. Now they're coming just to boo for this weekend.
And you kind of feel for Anthony Davis because that guy's an awesome player.
Yeah.
Are Mavs fans going to boo him when he gets introduced? I don't know if he's going to. Like, that guy's a stud. That guy, if you are going to be anything in the next few years, it's because AD is AD.
Good luck with his health.
So I know, but like you can't boo the guy who's your best chance, can you?
No. You have to cheer him on right now. It's what they surround him with now. So he just doesn't stay healthy enough.
I know, and he has been healthier.
Yes, he has. He was having a good year,
but he's still hurt right now. And he's got a laundry list of injuries that he's dealt with over his career. So, yeah, you complain you don't think Luka's in good enough shape to stay healthy.
Right.
And you trade for a guy who's 7 years older who has been less healthy than Luka in his career. It's like, how do you justify that part of it?
Then you're going to get an attitude from Kyrie that's going to be because he hadn't said very much yet, but he will. He will. His actions will speak louder than his words when it's all said and done here shortly.
I saw a video of someone in Dallas driving like this yesterday. They're so upset of the Luka deal that they're driving around with the hood of their car up, blocking the windshield. You ever seen something like this? This is a guy on a major highway in Dallas just driving around with the hood up.
Dude, you need to go ahead and fix that before there's a problem.
I don't know. I think he might be okay. There's no hazards on. He doesn't look like he's about to exit anytime soon. He's just, you know what? Let me go. Mavs traded Luka. I got no reason to live anymore. We'll take our chances. The big man upstairs. Jesus, take the wheel.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what's going on in Dallas right now. It's that bad. I also in a Mavs group text I'm in, someone has found the address of Nico Harrison. So if I have access to it, other people have access to it.
Oh my
that guy might need to move. I don't know if laying low for a while is going to be enough. He might have to just move houses.
He's got to show up at the games. He'll be at the games.
He usually is. I don't know if he will next weekend. I don't know if he realized what type of reaction was coming when he made this trade.
And all of a sudden, these commissioners, Roger Goodell is looking like the smartest commissioner in the world.
Oh, Roger Goodell's the best commissioner by far. By far. And, like, he's done a lot of things that I don't love, but the business of the NFL is better than it's ever been.
Oh, yeah.
The popularity of the NFL is higher than it's ever been. Like, the job description of being a commissioner, no one's doing a better job of that than Roger Goodell. There's no close second. Like, everyone else is competing for fourth, it feels like.
Yeah, you're right. You're about right. Everybody else is competing for about fourth.
And the NBA's fallen off. MLB, everyone hates Gap-Tooth Manfred. He's done a horrible job. Gary Bettman in the NHL has been around way too long. That guy has done so much I disagree with, and it's not like the NHL is all that popular right now. So, yeah, no, Roger Goodell, far and away the best commissioner in American professional sports at the moment.
Man.
Yeah. And, Adam Silver just got a gift. You talk about a lifeline. The Lakers got one by the Mavs doing this, but Adam Silver also got one with the Mavs doing this as well.
Oh no, that's that big TV market out west. Nice.
PGA. Oh, what about the PGA guy? Monahan. Good point, Steve. Live Golf. We don't need to worry about Live Golf. They're nothing. You sure about that?
Yeah, really.
Are you sure about it's just everybody else is trying to get out of their own way. And Goodell is just like, I'm good. NFL's, we're doing all right. Everyone's making money.
We're having Tuesday golfs on simulators now.
Yeah, and that guy, some of the best moves in the recent business of the NFL, like moving the draft around every year. People crapped on good. Oh, how could you take it out of Radio City Music Hall? That place is like that move has been amazing.
Yes, it's
Oh,
gold.
17 games. People are going to hate. Who hates more football? Wild card round of the NFL, adding another playoff team. Who hates that?
Nobody.
Nobody. That guy knows
They will
what he's
be.
doing.
They will be having that draft in Pittsburgh. They'll find out how hateful it could be.
Oh man. Well, haven't they had it in Philly already?
I think so. I think they were one of the first couple that had it in Philly that had the huge crowd in Philly.
Yeah.
But
I mean, he gets booed everywhere. Like it's at Lambeau this year. Right? He'll get booed in Green Bay.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the home of football, so that thing will be a mob. I mean, everybody in the NFL will want to go to Green Bay who's never been to Green Bay for a game will show up for that deal. It's the one in Pittsburgh that's going to be like, really? Who the hell wants to go to Pittsburgh?
Oh,
My goodness.
Detroit last
don't
year.
even want to go to Pittsburgh. Might as well have it in Gobnobbler.
Detroit last year, Green Bay this year. It'll be in Pittsburgh soon. I mean, they hit a lot of the good cities. They've done Nashville, they've done Dallas, they've done Kansas City, they've done LA, I think. So I mean, they'll go to everywhere. Everywhere will get to host it.
You'll have a better crowd at Gobnobbler than you will in Pittsburgh.
They did it. They did it in Vegas a few years ago.
Oh yeah,
that was awesome. That was a ton of fun. Got to go to that, which was special. But yeah, like I encourage anybody to go to the NFL draft if you get the chance. It's coming to your city.
That's a heck of a week, man.
Yeah, it'll be in Houston at some point. It hasn't been in H-Town yet, but they'll host it. Like, go. It's fun.
Yeah, I mean, I've been to 2 Super Bowls in H-Town. That place is that week is incredible. There's all kinds of stuff to do.
Yeah.
And the accessibility is pretty good in Houston. They've always done a good job downtown.
Yeah. Final Fours. And they obviously hosted the College National Championship last year.
Yeah.
It's a great host site. They've got it kind of down to a science. So it's just a matter of when the draft will be there, I think. All right, we'll take your thoughts. By the way, the Sacramento Kings in the De'Aaron Fox trade, they got 3 firsts, 3 seconds, Zach LaVine, and another player.
3 firsts, 3 seconds.
Arguably more than the Mavs got for Luka Doncic.
Boy, they wanted his round shoulders out of there, didn't they?
I'm telling you, man. They gave him the Lizzo treatment. They canceled him the way the rest of the world has canceled Lizzo.
Wow. I mean, that is just that they just said goodbye.
They didn't talk to any other team. They didn't try to drive up a bidding war or nothing. And they called the Lakers. They initiated this. It wasn't the Lakers like, oh, let me see if I can convince the Mavs to do something stupid here. No, they didn't think it was a possibility. Like nobody did. Otherwise, every team would have called.
Yeah,
Dallas.
that's one of those that you're heavy. We've been talking about you being overweight, and you're just telling us, no, we're not going to do anything. And they decided, okay, we're going to do something now.
Yeah, it's the biggest gamble in NBA history. Like,
man,
you were betting against Luka Doncic, who's 5-time All-NBA, who's been to the finals, who's been to the Western Conference Finals twice, who scored 73 in a game once. Like you're betting on that guy never being good enough to win.
Yeah, now that guy's going to Jane Fonda and Luka video workout tape together is going to be ridiculous. When that guy's down to 205.
He's going to be he's never getting to 205, I can tell you that. Maybe like
225.
Yeah, maybe 235. 205.
What did you say? He's they think he weighs like 270. Okay, well, if they can get him down to 245, yeah, that's a different dude at 245.
Not enough Richard Simmons and Olivia Newton-John tapes in the world for that one, huh?
No, that's getting down 205, 225, 2 and a quarter is max for that dude. And he's not getting down there.
No, I think his strength is what helps him, I think. He just kind of bulldoze people.
He get that elbow out, that fade away. He can get a little elbow on you.
Yeah, that's a strength. So the Mavs defense wins championships is what the Mavs are trying to do, I guess. Who knows? All right. Go to text line 512-222-9328. Buck, we'll let you hear from piece of shit Phil, who did his Groundhog Day announcement yesterday. We also have some interesting NFL coaching news to get into. Chip Kelly is leaving Ohio State. That obviously impacts the Texas Longhorns, who open up the season in Columbus next year. And we've got some other headlines from the world of sports to get into. But before that, how about some more love to some more sponsors?
Folks, our good friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway. Big Super Bowl coming up this week. If you're having a big Super Bowl party, head on over there for your individual Super Bowl parties. Pick up all those spirits that you need for neighborhood. But if you're having a big office party and you're having a huge gathering, they are a wholesale liquor distributor, so you can pick up everything that you need. They will deliver it to you. Just come on over there, give them a call, talk with AJ and Scotty, and those guys will get that stuff delivered right to you. They are delivering in Travis County, and they're doing a fantastic job. It's located, once again, at 4601 Southwest Parkway, and you'll find your Allstat beer there, I guarantee you, because they've got all the brands of Allstat right there at 34 Wine and Spirits.
Yeah, I had a few Altstats over the weekend.
Did you have a few?
I was drinking some at dinner on Saturday nights. They had
Did
the
you start
Hefeweizen.
slamming them after you saw the news on Luka?
Oh my God, dude! It was going to be it was going to be a casual night. You know, going out.
Oh, yeah.
Went to dinner, celebrating a buddy's birthday. Went to Keenan right there on the lake. Good spot.
Very nice.
They had the Allstat Hefeweizen there. Had a couple of those, and it was just, I'm going to be sipping on a few beers. That's it. Nothing major. Then all of a sudden, Luka gets traded. All right, to the bar we go.
There you go. Give me the blondie. Give me all of them.
To the bar we stay. Oh no, look, Allstat's my go-to drink, but that night needed liquor. And
there you go.
Allstat doesn't make the liquor. They make
Jack
the best
Daniels
beer
at that bar.
Yeah, they got the best beer that you could find anywhere in the state. And if you're drinking your sorrows away, then Allstat's the beer you should go with. But no, Saturday night required liquor. But most of my nights require Allstat beer. It's the best beer in the state, available wherever you shop for beer, including 34 Wine and Spirits. Like the Buck said, they've got brews, a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. And make sure you check out the Allstat Brewery as the weather warms up. The perfect day trip for the beer drinker in your life, right there in Fredericksburg, the heart of the beautiful Central Texas Hill Country. So much to do there. You get plenty of samples. You get great food. You get live music. You get an outdoor beer garden. You get like everything you like when you're drinking, you get at the Allstat Brewery.
Yes, indeed.
More importantly, you're going to enjoy what you're drinking with Allstat beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Very nice.
Quick bit of audio here. I apologize. Usually when we have player and coach sound, I clean it up. I'll put some bleeps over F-bombs. Did not have time, a.k.a. I forgot to do that with this one.
Kids are in school.
Kids are in school. But if the kids aren't in school, maybe earmuffs for the children for a moment.
There you go.
Luka Doncic. This is never before heard audio.
Oh, no.
He hasn't met with the media. He flew to L.A. There's been some videos out there of him getting off a plane and shaking hands and taking some pictures with Rob Pelinka. So the deal is official. He's out in L.A., but hasn't been a press conference or anything like that. But we on TSU have the exclusive sound.
Very nice.
The first words of the newest Los Angeles Luka Doncic.
I look lazy as shit. You already know my mouth smells like fucking ketchup. People like to criticize me for always being out of shape, but I disagree. I'm always in perfect shape, and that shape is a fucking tuna melt. I'm excited to be in LA and working with Rich Paul. He works magic with famous fat white people. His track record speaks for itself. I'll be an MVP and have a Las Vegas residency by next season. Anthony Davis said the Lakers were one big man away from being contenders, so I agree. And that's why they traded his ass. Dallas thought I was always injured and missed too many games. So they traded me for a guy that's always injured and misses too many games. LA will be a great place for me to expand my relationships with my sponsors. Jordan Brand, Carl's Jr.'s, and Polo Sport Cologne. Hopefully LeBron can put me in another one of his really shitty movies too. The city of Dallas ain't nothing but Bibles and fake tits. I just wanted to go somewhere where it was just fake tits. I think Mark Cuban's taking this DEI shit way too far. He said he knows it's a dumb trade, but he only cares about their diversity score.
Wow. So Luka Doncic, boy, there's a lot to unpack there. He says he is in shape, but the shape is a tuna melt.
That is great.
How about Adele taking a shot there? because Rich Paul is married to Adele, and he's like, he can make magic happen with fat white people.
Man.
That was a shot at the world famous singer-songwriter Adele. And then Cuban only did the deal for the DEI element. The Mavs traded me because they wanted a player who could play, and they got Anthony Davis, so he's taking a shot at the return on the deal.
He's good at that one because it's like I'm always hurt. Like, okay, so does that guy. He's always hurt too.
What did he say? Dallas is nothing but what and fake tits? I just wanted to go to a place with fake tits.
That's all he wants.
Oh, my God. His breath smells like ketchup. That's Luka Doncic, man. Like, that is wild. That's one of the most polarizing press conferences I think I've ever heard. But what an opening statement for the newest member of the LA Lakers of Anaheim, Luka Doncic. Oh, yes, Bibles and fake tits. Thank you, Jake. Of course, the Jewish guy forgets that. My apologies to everybody there. But, yeah, that is the news right there with Luka Doncic.
Yeah, that is really, it's going to get me to watch them when they play.
Yeah, the Mavs and Lakers have 2 games against each other the rest of the way. One late February in LA. Luka's return to Dallas is in April, like very end of the regular season. So yeah, we'll get to see it. I think the NBA TV games have already been decided, but they're going to find a way to put
changes.
Yeah, someone's getting the boot here. Sorry, Warriors, you guys aren't good enough. We're putting Mavs Lakers on instead.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, like they're going to make a move to make sure those games are in prime time on national television. And talk about Adam Silver salivating. Those will be probably the 2 most watched regular season games in the NBA this year.
No doubt.
Right? To see Luka and LeBron go up against, Anthony Davis and Kyrie and Max Christie and whatever else the Mavs have left. Yeah, that's going to be big time for them. But there you go. There's your Luka Doncic sound for you. Buck, yesterday was Groundhog Day.
Yes, it was.
What was it? What was the temperature in your neck of the woods?
It had to be 78, 77, 78 degrees, almost 80 degrees here yesterday.
Sure feels like winter is just about over, doesn't it?
Oh, it's over. It's over. It's not. I'm saying we're still going to get a couple of cold days in February, which we do, but we're not getting that week of, it's going to be 37. That's done with.
Well, the Groundhog disagrees with you.
Well, the Groundhog can't read the Farmer's Almanac. He's still having trouble reading.
I don't know. By the way, piece of shit Phil, as I like to call him, he's now a parent.
What?
The prediction he made yesterday was his first ever prediction as a parent. Apparently, Phil with the PH has been, I won't use the word, but PH-ucking, you could say, Buck.
So Phil, he's not Phyllis though, right? He's still really Phil.
Well, his partner is Phyllis.
Okay.
So it's Phil and Phyllis. They apparently welcomed 2 baby groundhogs last March. So
nice.
Phil was chomping at the bit to get out of home.
Yes.
He's like, dude, wife and kids nagging me all the time. I got to get the hell out of here. When is Groundhog Day coming up?
Yeah, I want to get out of this burrow here.
So here's I didn't cut the whole thing because it's 2 minutes of just the corniest lines you'll ever hear. But here is the end of the piece of shit Phil announcement from Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania.
To hear the truth are those gray skies. Only I know you can't trust AI. It's Groundhog Day, and maybe life is on a loop. But I miss my burrow. I miss my coop. So I'm headed back down. There's a shadow up here. Get ready for 6 more weeks of winter this year. Woo!
You bum. Come on, Phil, you bum.
6 more weeks of winter. It was 80 degrees here yesterday.
Yeah, no, he's wrong.
Has he lost his fastball? The people are talking.
Yeah, I think so.
I think
he's been burrowed into a lot of those kids and Phyllis. Now No, Phil, it's here for us.
Hey, that guy stays in the hole, doesn't he?
Yeah, he doesn't. I mean, he comes out. They come out. They get up. They stick their little heads up. They're like gophers. They're like big fat gophers, and they'll go out and they'll tear up some fields and eat some crops, and they'll run back into that massive hole that they have. You know what I mean? You've seen it with Caddyshack. They come out.
That guy was in more than one hole this past year, it sounds like.
Yeah, he was.
He was in a couple of different holes this past year.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the groundhogs. I don't miss seeing groundhogs at near golf courses in Pennsylvania growing up. They were everywhere. They were in the fields, and they're just big nuisance.
That place yesterday, Punxsutawney, I mean, it's packed every year. It's packed.
Oh yeah, of course it is.
There's thousands of people just watching.
It's international, man.
I mean, there's thousands of people just watching these guys hold up a groundhog. The groundhog doesn't talk.
Yeah, I mean, if I showed up once a year, I mean, you can always grab a crowd. If I just showed up holding my hog once a year, people would come. People would be there.
You can do that on OnlyFans right now if you would like. and test that theory, right? You could post a picture on there and see if people want to see your hog. But I don't know if you I don't know if you went to Punxsutawney, PA and you showed everyone your hog that you'd be able to get the type of crowd that they had
Friends
there
and family
yesterday.
from Pennsylvania wouldn't show up.
I mean, oh my God.
Wearing those silly outfits and that hat.
That's what they're wearing. The guy you just heard from is the guy with the earpiece showing the decree that I guess Punxsutawney Phil wrote, or at least that's the bit that they're going with here.
Yeah, that guy's wearing gloves because that animal smells like hell.
Yeah, I mean, there are thousands of people who came to watch that.
Every year.
Every single year. The little groundhog who, that guy, I don't know, man. That guy looks pissed, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, why does he want to come out anyway? He needs to go back into that hole. He needs to get back down there with those kids for another 6 weeks.
I mean, look at that. That does not look like a guy who's very happy.
Yeah, that looks like Luka.
Oh, no. You're giving Luka the Punxsutawney Phil treatment? You're saying he's that chunky?
Yeah, look at Chunky. Come on, Luka. Get back down in the hole.
Oh, my God. Yeah, get back down to Carl's Jr., Luka. You know what I heard? I heard Punxsutawney Phil once got busy in a Burger King bathroom.
Oh my God! So did you say Luka's getting married? Now he's got to get married.
Yeah, got a fiance, has a kid with said fiance.
Time to go to LA. Big ceremony out in LA.
I guess. I don't know. I don't know if there was already a planned wedding date, planned wedding venue. I have no idea what the deal was with that, but
things change. Guys,
yeah, they're not
$126 million because of that deal.
They're not supposed to change when you're Luka Doncic.
No.
Like, this is I don't know if there's ever been a sports franchise, and Bucky, you've been around longer, you've seen more sports, and you know how more franchises work than I do. But I look at the Mavs history. This is a franchise that has a long track record of trading or letting really good players go in the primes of their careers. Like the Mavs head coach, Jason Kidd, was traded away from Dallas in what was a very head-scratching move. Jason Kidd goes on to be a 5-time All-NBA player. Now he went back to Dallas, helped the Mavs win a championship, but the Mavs traded Jason Kidd too early, and they could have won more if they kept him. Steve Nash.
Yes.
Steve Nash was with Dirk. The Mavs traded him because they didn't think he was good enough. He goes to Phoenix, wins 2 MVPs, and ultimately the Mavs won a title, but they traded Steve Nash before they should have. More recently, Jalen Brunson, they lowballed him a contract. They let him walk for nothing to New York. He goes, and now he's a perennial all-star player. And then now Luka, who's 25, already been a 5-time All-NBA player. He's doing things that haven't been done since LeBron and Jordan. And in the prime of his career, you trade him away. Like, I don't know if there's ever been a franchise that has underappreciated its talent more than the Dallas Mavericks have.
Yeah, well, and it's generally the player, though. I mean, it's the ownership just doesn't do this. I mean, this is what's weird about this. And an individual who's the GM to be able to talk ownership into this was just kind of strange to me. You know, that generally it's the players. The players generally run the NBA, but this was a move that's just said, nope, this is what we're going to do. This is what we're looking for in our players. And so I just don't know how they pull it off. But they pulled it off. But not pull it off. They can pull it off with a lot of teams. But with this particular team, how does that group always get the player? How do they do that?
Again, it's you can trade Luka, I guess. I mean, that just the thought of that is asinine to me and asinine to most Mavs fans. But you could, I guess, come up with an excuse for why you would trade Luka, but you can't do it the way that you did it. You can't get what you got in return. You can't not talk to other teams to see what you could have gotten.
Oh my goodness, yes.
Like that's the most inexplicable and inexcusable part of this whole deal is that you literally you're friends with the GM. That's the only GM you wanted to work with, so you did the deal.
Because it was easy, because it was an easy deal.
And some owners, and I don't know what to expect from the Mavs owners because it's not Mark Cuban anymore. If Mark Cuban was involved, I think he would have stepped in and been like, no, are you shitting me? We're not doing that. But some owners just are like, hey, you're the GM. That's your job. You tell me, I will approve what you say. So maybe that was the case here for the Mavs, or maybe it was a case of
ownership can't be that dumb to just give the championship to LA.
Right.
I mean, they're just giving it to. I mean, you can't be that dumb.
I know, right? I don't know. I mean, Nico Harrison at the press conference yesterday, he has taken all of the responsibility for this. All of it. He is not, like he said, ownership approved the deal, but he has not said, like, ownership talked to me about it.
I talked to them.
Right. Like he had conversations with Pelinka for weeks before he even talked about.
He said he did. He'd been the guy doing all the talking.
Yeah. So it's crazy, man. And it
certainly is.
It's something that's going to tip the balance of power in the NBA for a long time, and it's being talked about as the worst trade in NBA. The Mavs got a Hall of Famer back. And this is still being talked about as the worst trade in the history.
You're right. And the guy who's playing, has been over the last couple of years, has been playing the best ball he's played in a while.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what? Right. He still gets hurt.
Still gets hurt. He's hurt right now. So, yeah. God bless it, dude. God bless it. I don't even know how we got there. Oh, do you want to see a picture of Kanye West's wife?
Let me see.
So the Grammys were last night. You watch any of that?
I just watched some of the red carpet stuff. I don't watch it once it starts. I turn it off then. Or turn
watching it. I watched it last night. Solid. I mean, it was way too long. It didn't end till like 10:45 last night. But some good live shows. Kendrick Lamar, a big winner. Beyonce finally won Album of the Year for her country album that she dropped, Cowboy Carter. A lot of big names winning, and they made a lot to do about the wildfires in LA, and they raised a bunch of money for that, which was really cool to see. But Kanye West showed up to the red carpet with his wife, Bianca Censori is her name. And what Kanye was wearing was relatively normal, but what his wife was wearing, not so much. You know, we are Texas Sports Unfiltered, so let me see if I can find a less filtered version of this. But that is what Kanye West's wife showed up to the Grammys wearing. Buck.
Is that one of those condoms like the condom lady?
I don't know what, like, she is wearing something. There is something.
Like the condom outfit that. Except for the condom outfit, you can see nipples and hair and all that stuff.
Right. All right. We're Texas Sports Unfiltered. What are we doing here? That's on me. Let's show you what the actual world saw. She was wearing. So you're welcome, by the way. Also, apologies if you're at work and now your boss is walking by your computer screen seeing this. But Kanye West, all black T-shirt, black pants. That's a normal Kanye look. His wife, wearing just a very thin, short piece of fabric that is skin color that is literally covering nothing.
These
What do you think?
people are out of their mind.
You're not a fan of this fit? I'm a huge fan of this fit. I feel like more women should be wearing stuff like this.
No, I could do without it.
I mean, there's got to be some rules and regulations and parameters if we're just opening this outfit up to the public. I understand that, and I won't elaborate on that, so quit asking. But I don't know. Come on, man. This is trend-setting stuff right here, is it not?
No, it's there's places you can go and hide and watch all that kind of stuff, but that's not good.
You don't want this?
No.
Oh, what, you're like walking the streets of LA last night, just going out and getting a meal, and then see that?
No, because I don't want my kids seeing that if I have kids.
Okay, well, your kids are grown. They can handle that
like
now.
I said, but I have grandkids. I don't want to be walking to Carl's Jr. with my grandson to see that.
Yeah,
No,
you shouldn't be.
I think I'll pass on that.
Well, what if you're not with your grandson? Grandpa?
I am Grandpa.
I know, but what if you're just by yourself, You're not going to look?
No,
Oh, that's gross. You're shielding your eyes?
No, I mean, I've seen naked people before, naked all the time.
You're an R Donuts guy. I can't believe you're against this.
R Donuts.
You don't want this lady serving you some donuts?
No, that's that dude's wife. I wouldn't be wanting to share that with somebody. I wouldn't want my wife sharing that.
Well, you say that dude as if Kanye thinks the same as other dudes on Earth.
Yeah, well.
That guy loves this. This was his idea.
Yeah, well, I would think more of my wife than for that, for sure.
Yeah, I think 99.9% of the world agrees with you. But I'm glad Kanye is allowing his wife to set a new trend, to start something new. This is special. This is art.
That guy is an idiot. And you know what that makes her? You know what that makes her? An idiot also.
Like, what if Kim K was still the wife? Would you be in favor of her rocking this look?
No, man. No.
No?
No.
I guess we've already seen all of Kim K. Everyone has already seen.
More.
Yeah. We know what she's capable of. And wow, is she a capable woman? Goodness gracious. But, yeah.
And Kanye's got to just sit there with that straight face.
Is that what you call that face?
Yeah, yeah.
Again, I think this was his decision. Most guys would be like, you're really going to wear this out? I think he's like, you're wearing this out. Bianca.
Sorry about that, B. This is how you're doing.
You were speechless for like the first 10 seconds after we pulled that picture up. I don't think I've ever got you like that.
Yeah, I mean, going somewhere like that with my wife to any event naked, no. I wouldn't think that wouldn't do anything for me.
Yeah, not your wife, but I'm like
anybody else's. I would be disturbed. That's disturbing.
Look, I realize I might be putting my life in danger as a Jew doing this, but if I'm at the Grammys last night, I'm switching name cards to be at Kanye's table so I can look at that all night.
Are you switching seats with the next guy?
Oh, 100%. Oh my gosh.
Somebody's got to be on the other side.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. No, you thought you were here. No, look, your place card's over there. It's the stuff you do at weddings, right? Like, I don't like who I'm sitting with at the wedding. I'm going to go ahead and move a couple of names around here, and the couple's not going to notice. They're worried about other things.
No, they know if they're not going to be at that table.
Yeah, they got kicked out, I believe.
Oh, I would think so.
I don't know if that's confirmed, but there were rumors last night that Kanye and Bianca were asked to leave.
Yes. I would think so.
Some nudity every once in a while. It doesn't hurt anybody.
Not there. You got to go to the cabin or something. Bite your friends out to the place. Act like
everyone's got to see what Kanye is doing, man.
No, that guy.
It's good stuff. All
yeah,
right.
I tell you, and that guy is unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm glad we did that at the end of the show because I'm going to need a little break here in a few minutes after looking at that picture.
Gotta decompress, do you?
Yeah, all of a sudden your hands have not been on screen in about 3 minutes. So not entirely sure what's going on off camera with you right now.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, quick shout out, although I don't know if they're thrilled to sponsor that, but shout out to Olipop, number one. Someone commented earlier, I need some spiked Olipop to handle the Luka news. It's not a bad idea right there.
There you go.
Using Olipop as a mixer. Love the Olipop. I've got root beer in the fridge today. I'll be drinking that one after the show. 19 different flavors. Olipop is great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Speaking of the Grammys, they had like 5 Olipop commercials on during the Grammys last night. This thing is taking off all over the world because it's the game changer of all game changers. A new kind of soda. Tastes like soda, but it's actually good for you, unlike the sodas you have been drinking in the past. Shout out to them. And also AV Consultations. Hopefully you called and got on the schedule already. Look, if you call this week, you can't get your TV setup done by the Super Bowl, but you can get it done by March Madness. You can get it done by the NBA playoffs. Hey, when Luka and LeBron play the Mavs for the first time at the end of the month, you can have your TV setup done for that.
Absolutely.
Shout out to Dallas Stars, the one team actually caring about their fans in Dallas right now. You want to watch hockey, you can do that. AV Consultations will hook you up. Just give them a call, 512-255-8678.
Watch some golf from Pebble Beach. Boy, is that place beautiful.
Oh, my God,
on that big 100-inch deal that I have there, it is absolutely gorgeous. One of these days, and it is a public course, I will make my way there, hopefully, before my time has come, because that is – I'd like to go ahead and knock one in the ocean there. I won't do it on purpose, but I know one's going in there. I'm going to snap hook something in there.
And you're diving in after it.
No, hell no. I don't even get them when they crawl into the woods, much less going over those cliffs.
You got to fight.
You know, I saw this weekend playing Jordan Spieth. That dude is back on the course.
Yeah.
It's like I hadn't seen him all year. I finally saw him in the Pebble Beach Pro-Am.
Spieth is back. Scheffler made his debut.
Yeah.
Finished 9th. Rory McIlroy got the win, for those curious. 27th win of his career. Gorgeous scenes. Yeah, make this summer. Get out there, Pebble Beach. Make that your birthday trip, your 70th birthday trip. I like that idea.
Could be an idea. You're right.
Yeah. All right, let's bring on the boys. We've got Wags and we've got Smash.
Hey, rode a bike through Pebble Beach about 10 years ago. Yeah, it was part of a 500-mile race. Well, it wasn't really a race, but just a 500-mile trek that we did for Ride the Recovery for wounded, ill, and injured Marines in service.
That's awesome, Wags. I didn't know that. I never knew
the
that.
breeze at Pebble Beach is so strong. I'm on the bike, and I felt like the headwind there was just absolutely beating the hell out of me.
Wow.
It's crazy. Yeah, wait till you go there. It's a sight. I mean, you take it in, and of course, I wasn't really riding as hard as I could. You're sitting there taking in the sights of the, immortal Pebble Beach, man. So
yeah, that would be me. I'd drive right off the road, off the cliff, and into the beach.
Yeah. I mean, but yeah, it's beautiful scenery. Absolutely, 100% beautiful scenery. What's up, boys? How we doing?
Doing good, man.
Smash is a much stronger man than I wearing a Mavericks jersey today. I'm too upset to even think about pulling any Mavs stuff out of the closet right now. I had to go Dallas Stars.
Oh, man. Hey, I almost pulled out the Mike Madonna poster and put it back on the wall today, man, because it's been a very rough weekend, to say the least. I mean, shout out to Kanye for kind of lighting things up a little bit, because he does choose the way his wife dresses in public. So I appreciate that.
You guys missed it, though. There was a kid, probably 11, 12, coming to age moment, right? Basically got to see that entire thing up close and personal. But there's a picture of the kid backstage doing a little peep around going,
of course he is.
Thank you, Kanye.
That's awesome. That's big. A big moment for a young boy. They need to mature and become men. That is an important moment in that kid's development.
He will never forget that moment. And
nothing like him seeing some space people.
Bro, he
right here on Earth.
Stopped playing with toys that day and started playing with something else.
It is the future.
Hey, I'll tell you what. I was around that age. I was a little younger than the description you just gave when Justin Timberlake ripped Janet Jackson's outfit off at the Super Bowl, and that's
you'll never forget
that's when I knew I was into women, boys.
Just that
moment right there was like Wag said, toys were.
You were actually correct. they were not invited to the Grammys. I don't know if he was using that as his entrance ticket, but it did not. It didn't convince anybody, and they were escorted out of the Grammys.
It's like that episode of American Dad, or that movie about like the guy that wants to be like a writer with the band, right? Almost Famous.
Yes, Almost Famous.
Yeah, because she gets him backstage by always like flashing the security guards and stuff.
Who the hell is that? That's supposed to be Cameron. I can't think of the guy's name.
Yeah, but you know exactly what I'm talking about.
He wrote years for Rolling Stone. I can't think of the guy's name.
Cam Newton.
Yeah. Cam Newton.
If you ask Cam Newton, he would be saying yes. I wrote
Cameron Crowe. Thank you very much, CB. Cameron Crowe.
Okay. All right, Buck. Let me ask you this: Who dresses worse, Kanye's wife or Cam Newton?
Cam Newton.
Yeah, exactly.
Because of the hats.
Dude,
I mean, everything he wears, he looks like an idiot.
No, I don't like any of his gear. He's not worn an outfit that I'd say that I'd like to go out and get, even if I could buy it for a quarter of the price that it's worth. He's not ever put on an outfit that I'd say I look good. I would look good in that. There's nothing he wears that I mean, it would all be Halloween for me.
Basically,
it would all be trick or treat. Look at this. Look where I went with the big horn today.
Yeah,
I'm out there.
That's Sue Patrick, huh?
Hat.
I'm going back deep right here.
Yeah, that's a great hat. What Cam Newton wears is ridiculous. You'd have to pay me good money to go out of my place.
I've never seen him with a ball cap on. I've never seen him. I mean, I've seen him with some ridiculous. Everything is always way up high. I need to see him with what are those little things that you tilt to the side? A beret or something. I everything see like that in a beret or something.
That's what they're called, right? A beret?
Yeah, whatever those things are. Yeah. Put him in with a little beret.
French thing?
Yeah, put him in a raspberry beret, huh, Prince?
Yeah, hell yeah. Get out of that thing. All these things are up real high, like the Cat in the Hat, you know?
Oh, wait. Hang on,
6'5",
guys.
Supposed to make him like about 6'9", just about.
Yeah.
Very Undertaker.
Outfit Bianca wore, they did wear that about a week ago, by the way.
That is true.
They tested that. I saw it on social media.
They gave it a test run.
By the way, that was not the weirdest thing someone wore to the Grammys last night. Take a look at this.
What the hell is going on? Who is that?
This is Will Smith's son. That's Jaden Smith, who wore that the whole night.
Head of the house? Like, what's he trying? I'm trying to.
Head of the house. That's a good one, man.
That's punishment from the dad. He did something. The old man said, "This is what you got to wear."
Nah, he would have.
I understand. Like, I get it. Like, you're an artist, I guess. You're trying to make a statement, but I honestly, I don't get it. I don't think I'm not in Hollywood or LA or whatever.
Yeah, that's boy trapped with his mom and dad in the house. That's what that is. In
the middle of the entanglement.
Didn't his daughter come on with some outrageous outfit on too?
Probably.
Will Smith's daughter came dressed in a pair of like panties and some platform heels.
Jeez,
I thought that was outrageous. BK.
Yeah, I didn't see what Willow Smith was wearing. I don't know, man. It's
her gear.
I'm Googling it here. Yeah, she was basically wearing a bra, but she had a blazer.
Yeah.
There you go. Formal, Buck. Formal.
A little side by side here. It was almost a Seinfeld bit. Yeah, she's got a bra on and a blazer on.
Buck, it looks like Janet Jackson back in their prime.
No, it does not.
That's something she would wear like on
That does not look like Janet Jackson back in her prime.
That's something she would wear on Real.
She might have wore that, but that doesn't look like Janet Jackson.
That's what he means.
Fair enough. That's what I'm talking about, though, the dress. Right. And Bucky's like, no. I'm like, you gotta take it back, though. Let's make the comparison.
No, actually, Janet didn't wear a bra. Like Janet wore
that was the look. Her, Selena. It was all about that bustier with like the jacket over it. It's about
a lot of stuff like that. That's when the dad slaps both the kids.
Oh, yeah, the dad. And Will Smith, by the way, they gave him like a 10-minute monologue. How did they let that guy talk at award shows?
To make up for the slapping.
Right.
Remember?
That's what I was gonna say. He's talking, he ain't gonna slap, right?
But like, how does
that was the hey, we're sorry that happened to you. Here's our Hollywood makeup to you about that.
Oh, we're sorry that you slapped Chris Rock.
I go as far as the red carpet boys, and then I turn it off. I don't
watch any of the pro. I can't believe that BK actually watched that much of it.
Well, he likes the music. I mean, if the music is good, the music is good. I mean, if they have their, they collaborate together. I always love those kind of things if they're good. But I can't stand the people accepting and on behalf of the British Airways or whatever. I can't.
Here comes my next political speech.
Yeah, I can do it all.
Make me president next year.
Taylor Swift gave a shout out to Delta Airlines yesterday.
What?
And Roger Goodell, I heard.
Yeah. No, it didn't happen.
Delta? No, get out of here.
She thinks she flies commercial.
Hey,
come on.
Bucky, I got to ask y'all, is it rigged? Is the NFL just rigged? Because like I think they finally agreed that they're going to measure the ball differently next season. Like they're actually going to use like the chip and try to get this more accurate. But
I don't know if it's exactly rigged, but I think there is a lot of influence.
I mean, come on, the two best teams. Patrick Mahomes getting all the calls. I mean, it's just been
as long as you can get it right, they're going to try this deal. But I got to have the change. We're taking jobs away from guys. Somebody's got to hold the change, Wags.
I'm with Bucky here, Justin. Keep it manually done. It's just the same with like the strike zone. Don't make it feels no different than
WWE. It's kind of like when the referee gets a cramp. The referee gets a cramp right before they're going to count three.
Smash. It's for
and
the
it's all like, oh, okay.
Or the supposed to. All right, listen, boys. Have a great Monday.
Slam it. Bianca. Sensory. Or sorry, sensory. I used to think it was sensory because she would be censored everywhere, right?
Yes.
What's up, my dude? How are you, sir? Are you okay? Are you okay?
No, dude. Like I literally was just trying to chill on the couch that night. It's like one of those moments like you don't ever forget. It's like, you ask people where they were when Kennedy got shot. You got people that, can't remember what happened with 9/11.
That's the first thing you compared it to was Kennedy getting shot.
Well, it's one of these things that like I'll never forget where I was sitting. And I was like, I wasn't around for Kennedy. I know where I was for 9/11. And I'm going to remember what I was doing when this whole Luka news broke. Because I was just looking at my cell phone, just kind of going through X, seeing what happened. Trying to catch up with the night. Because there was a good fight on that night. And it was the Royal Rumble, right? So caught both. And
yeah, we had a lot going down this past weekend.
Yeah. Plus some Texas basketball. Both men and women's, they really been turning the corner here as of late. But the little ESPN logo kind of pops across my screen, and it's just all like Luka Doncic has been traded. I'm like, there's no way.
I thought an intern messed up or got in trouble at ESPN and was just like, you know what? I'm burning all the bridges down. I'm out of here. I'm going to put some fake news out there. My son said the same thing. He was just like, did you see this bullshit? And
dude. I thought it was like NBA Centel off of X, like the parody account that people always get confused with like real information with.
And it was almost like the craziest dump, or not even a dump, the craziest transaction that happened in all of my, it's one of the craziest things I've ever witnessed in the NBA, right? And they did it at what? I think it was like 9:30, 9:45 in Texas. So I mean,
it was like at midnight.
They were pushing that midnight oil.
It happened like right at midnight. It happened late at night.
Here, yeah.
It was a midnight dump information type deal. It was like, okay, we don't have to take it as far back as Kennedy, but I'm pretty sure you know where you would be when the Baltimore Colts were moved out of Baltimore to Indianapolis.
I wasn't. I
mean, you weren't, but I'm sure somebody would know. To these sports equivalents.
I was born. I just wasn't cognizant of what's going on or coherent of Baltimore leaving.
I was going to say,
the blue team was no longer around, but they were on TV, and that blue team ended up being the Giants instead of the Colts, and that's how I became the Giants.
Like I was trying, I was putting my 2 cents in on the social media world this whole weekend. I was like, for once it actually proved useful because it was a really good outlet. Because I've never seen, I'm not the only one feeling like this. There's a lot of Maverick fans out there that are like totally disgusted with this whole organization. And it's like, oh man, if Cuban owned the team, this would have never happened, which is true. I really feel this way. But now I'm starting to get into the conspiracies, Have you seen the conspiracy theories out there? A lot of
This is it's going to be a heavy basketball day on Chaos Theory. Welcome everybody that's watching Chaos Theory. If you're just now getting in, it's myself and Smash Simmons today, in for Rodney Rodriguez, who's on his way back from Kansas City, being detained in Kansas City. So we'll have Rodney tomorrow. But yeah,
always
Smash
after the weekends.
Kind enough to sit in here and actually just dump his heart out.
Rob is correct. It was a post-Royal Rumble news dump.
I felt like it was late. Like I felt like
Yes.
I was almost nodding off, on the damn couch here with the dogs.
And shout out CB over there. He broke the news for us. Myles Garrett requesting a trade from the Cleveland Browns. Totally understandable, But once they figure out their quarterback situation. But man, I was in such disbelief. There's no way you could spin it. Nico looked awful in the press conference yesterday. People carried out a coffin to the Dirk statue because they know this franchise is done. Like, we just set ourselves back 15 years. I'm sorry. Is this what a Wizards fan feels like?
No, I understand, because we were kind of talking about Luka on Friday, and regardless of how much of the whining, how much of him being not a little out of shape, how much of him being out of shape, it's still a generational talent.
I'm like the best player in the league.
It doesn't matter how much shape he's in. Like, he still performs in and off the damn floor. He's going to get you 30 points a game. He's going to crash he's going to get you around 8 to 10 boards a game. He's in the assister. Like, I don't know. I'm sitting here trying to make excuses for Luka when I don't have to. Everybody knows that he's a generational talent.
Dude, for the lack of the better word, the one thing that you need in the association is that he's a killer.
He
will get you that point when you need it most. Not every guy can create their own shot against the best 1% of the players in the entire world. And he can do that whenever he wants. And he's only 25.
You say that he's only 25, but did Harrison make this move because Nico Harrison make this move because maybe there's too many wheels on that 25-year-old body already?
Well, let's jump in.
But what's well, you did get a haul back. You did get a first round back from
you got 30.
Still, like,
you got
Anthony
30.
Davis, man. And granted, he's been playing a lot better past couple of seasons. I understand that, but he's still prone to injury.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just kind of like, well, if your issue was somebody being out of shape and not being available, then of course, we're going to replace him with somebody that's somewhat unavailable already this season. That just makes logical sense, right? No, it does not. And okay, look, I've been a huge Dallas Mavericks fan ever since they sucked, because I was born after the success, after they got to the Western Conference Finals in the late 80s. So I grew up on like early 90s Mavericks basketball. Could have chose to be a Spurs fan or a Houston Rockets fan. Would have totally made more sense.
Is that Harper?
Yeah, Derek Harper. And then I got lucky. I got the 3 J's was my team. So Jim Jackson, Jamal Mashburn. This is what this one is. And then Jason Kidd, right? So it's like,
yeah, I mean, Jason Kidd was traded away.
Dude, that was my guy growing up. It's like, I want to be a point guard. I want to be like Jason Kidd.
Do, though, right?
Oh, Tony Braxton. Remember?
Ooh.
That's what broke up this team, was Tony Braxton.
Oh, Tony Braxton.
Yeah, remember?
Baby.
Yes, that in that video, she looked hot in that.
Tony.
I remember the mid-90s, bro. That spicy.
You're making me high.
Ooh, yeah, bring it back. See, you know exactly where I'm getting at. And yes, Roy Tarpley, but I caught him after the drugs.
Tarpley. Yeah,
he would have been good. Popeye Jones
said that this was worse for the city of Dallas.
Yes,
it is. Then I think he was referencing the assassination of John F. Kennedy that went down in Dallas. But yeah,
see, it goes back to John F. Kennedy regardless. That's how big this was, man. Wags, this is how big it was. And okay, there is no logical sense for this trade, it seems.
That's what I've been trying to put. Now look,
so you just got to jump into the paranormals here. What are the non-conventional conversations that people not going to understand about this unless you really love this team? Number one, if they're worried about Luka being unavailable, why did they fire the head of their trainer for the past 20 years? He was the head of that medical staff. He made sure that those guys were available to at least be playable in the playoffs.
Now, were there you say that like Luka being unavailable, but were there any rumblings with his contract? Was he not going to look for an extension and come back to Dallas? Like,
no, he was available. He was going to be.
He seemed happy. Like everything seemed happy with Dallas. Like everything. No. The plan seemed like it was working.
Yeah, the way that the rules are set up in the NBA, no other team is going to be able to offer him that supermax contract, like at least that amount of money. He's still going to get paid whatever the max amount's going to be, but it's not going to be what he would have earned if he signed the supermax deal. Right. But the whole conversation really comes down to the new owners and them wanting to either move the team out of Dallas into Arlington so they can build like this casino resort style deal, because they're hoping that the Texas legislator, and I hate to get politics into our sports, but that's how it goes. They're tied together.
Politics does come into sports when you're talking about building a new stadium. So
yeah, right. And it's like they're hoping that the Texas Ledge will eventually allow gambling to take place in the state of Texas, right? Because that's how they've made their money already in states where it's legal, and they want to capitalize here, and the Dallas Mavericks be the centerpiece to all of that, kind of like how out in Frisco they have the Star with the Dallas Cowboys. You know, they want to make it a travel destination. I get that. Or the other thing that's being floated around, and after a trade like that, it really kind of seems like that could
you say floated around. Is this you guys with like tinfoil hats and stuff, or is this?
Oh yeah. These are all conspiracy theories, but I mean, like, if you look at what they have been looking to do, they have been looking to do that. That is been out there in the news, well documented. Like, yes, they are hoping that gambling does come to Texas, and they want to capitalize on it and be ready, you know, with a big old casino park where, you know, kind of like adult Disney World, where you show up and all the rides are there, but the casino is there as well, and the hotel, you know, it's all one inclusive stay. They're trying to make this a resort. So the other thing they want to do is they want to have a team in Vegas. The NBA's wanting a team in Vegas. We say that teams can't be moved. That is BS. We already know that. We've seen this in baseball. The Athletics moved. No big deal. Doesn't matter how good the fan base is. Seattle, another team that has, I already thought they would have already had another NBA team by now. Still waiting on that. So and definitely seeing like Major League, like the movie Complications. Well, complicated for me.
You think Dallas is selling out?
Oh yeah. I was all like, I mean,
so I'm gonna be honest. You say that it's out there, but this is the first time that I've seen this. Now, granted, I'm not entrenched in Dallas Mavericks basketball as much as you are, but
yeah, and I'm with Grant over here, where it's like, of course, the owner didn't want to have to pay that supermax deal either, which is, you know, there were times where Cuban was paying above the luxury tax to try to give us a competitive team. Although for the times that he didn't do it, would have been the times that he should have done it, signing Steve Nash and re-signing Tyson Chandler. But those are other stories we can have later on if we decide. But dude, no, this is one of these moves where it's like, I've talked to my brother, like legitimately questioning my fandom. Like, do I even want to continue being a Dallas Mavericks fan? Because this is what, like, I would imagine. Well, I'm already a Dallas Cowboys fan. This is exactly what that feels like already, where you know that your ownership doesn't really care about you, the fan. This is just another money-making thing, and as long as they're decently competitive, because, I mean, you could already hear what they're trying to sell us. It's like, hey, you got an all-star returner. You know, you got a top 75 NBA player of all time returning.
I mean, you can maybe argue, but what good is the first rounder even going to be? Like what
2029?
LA gave return with the first rounder, but what good's that even going to be though? That's
nothing. It's nothing. It's absolutely trash.
Unless it's a lottery, it ain't going to be shit. So
even then,
like what's your pick of the litter coming through with the lottery? I mean, there's not much talent coming out. I wouldn't say in the draft class.
Watch it be a draft class like NBA 2000 draft class where there was like one all-star and that guy was like a late round, first round pick. You know, it's just like those things happen. And
so let's talk about let's talk about the fall off, or maybe the aftermath, or maybe even the return. That clearly you would think the Lakers won in this deal. I mean, I know they gave up a first round pick. Yeah. I know they gave up Anthony Davis. They get Luka. They get Maxi Kleber. Who's the other dude in the trade? I got to pull it up.
Clark.
What's that?
I want to say his last name is Clark. We got 2 guys in the trade as well, plus the first round pick. That's the other thing too. It's not like we just got
but I mean,
Davis.
but I think what you guys have to give. I know Maxi Kleber is gone, no longer there, but I don't know who else is going away from Dallas. Or Max Christie is what. Jake
yes,
says
thank
here.
you, Jake. So we got Max Christie in turn. No, it's just him and Luka. I mean, Maxi was already on an expiring contract as it is, so that made sense as well. And he was injury prone. People have already been saying, like, Mavs fans have been wanting to move on from him and Powell. And that's because those guys have been there for a long time. They weren't as effective as they used to be. And in some cases, in Powell, they'll argue that he was never. Oh, I forgot Morris. That's right, Markieff Morris.
Markieff Morris. That's the guy. I knew it was a twin. I just couldn't think of.
It's just like, he was just the veteran locker room guy. So just that veteran leadership. So he never really played. So thank you, Patrick. I appreciate that. I completely forgot. It's like because obviously this all centers on Luka.
I'm trying to think the Dallas side of this. I'm trying to think of the rationale for the Dallas side of this, and I'm trying to think for the rationale for.
I couldn't even tell you what Utah got. It was a 3-team trade. Sorry.
Utah. Correct.
Yeah, Utah helped facilitate this.
The 3-team trade connection there. But yeah, what's the motivation here? I mean, now, of course, both sides are saying, Pelinka and Harrison are saying, that no one knew about this. This was kind of just like a conversation that kind of spitballed into the trade, right? It's just like, hypothetical. Do you think you could do this? And then, I don't know, maybe, well, let's flirt with it here. Let's see where it could go. And then it just steamrolled into, Luka and Anthony Davis being the blockbuster, concrete that brought everybody else with the pieces around it, man. Just it doesn't make sense. And then even like Harrison even said that Jason Kidd didn't know about this thing. I don't know how close to the vested this was. You'd think that LeBron has a hand in pretty much everything that Pelinka's doing over there with LA, but it's hard for me to believe that everybody was just this naive that it wasn't going down. And Luka too, like people say Luka was happy, right? But maybe I think Harrison even said there was culture. He even quoted culture in the damn trade too. Like it was a culture move too. You're telling me Luka wasn't good for your culture?
Luka was the culture. That's what they like.
Right. That's the thing.
That is what's been so upsetting about this. It hasn't necessarily been because, hey, we just lost a generational talent, but it's like he's one of those guys that not only happened to just be the superstar, but he also connected with the community, and the people of Dallas really love that guy. And it's like, like what Jake's saying, it's all damage control right now. They're trying to come up with something.
Damage control for what?
For what? They don't have any idea what they legitimately did. This is how you kill a fan base.
No, that's what I thought you guys were referencing. It's damage control for Luka. Like, what did Luka do to where you have damage control for Luka? Like, was there something?
Nothing. He sent out a really heartfelt message yesterday, and I was just like, man, and like you can hear when Mark Followell, the broadcaster on TV for the Mavs came out, like he was feeling it. Like we all know what this meant. And it's just like, no, it was like people had legit love for this guy. I was like, I wish I could find a person that because it's not, he's like as talented as Ovechkin, but more loved than that. If that's possible, I'm not sure what it's like for Washington fans, if you've had a player like this, but it's just like, dude, superstar and loved by the community all in one. And was just like, that it's just going to get better over time. He was just getting into his prime. And it's like he wanted to be there. And that's the big thing. And I think that's what a lot of people are not understanding. It's just like Dallas in basketball is not the Dallas Cowboys of football, where everybody grows up saying they want to be a Dallas Cowboy. Nobody ever wants to be a Dallas Maverick. We always would chase the big free agents. I say we, like I'm part of the team, right? But
you're emotionally invested.
Oh, yeah. I spent money to go to the finals. So it's like, yeah, dude, I've spent money on this team. It's like, I love them this much because I loved them when they sucked and I sat through all the mediocre years. Yeah. Like this is the first, other fans understand how bad this is. It's like, wow, they're feeling bad for us. San Antonio Spurs fans have been feeling bad for us. That should never happen.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I mean, we'll get to San Antonio in a moment because they had made a splash in
Yeah, man.
trade
Fox.
market too. So it was a wild. The landscape has shifted in the association. We'll get to it, but
let me finish up real quick because this is the most important thing, though, man. It's just that big time free agents would never come to Dallas. We couldn't get Shaq. We couldn't get DeAndre Jordan. They locked him in the house. When we should have been able to get DeAndre. Yeah, man. Nobody ever wants to come to Dallas, and finally, we have a generational talent, just like a LeBron James, who's like, no. I don't want to leave. I want to be in Dallas for my entire career and win a championship for you. Like, if you got a superstar that's telling you that, I mean, like, yeah, instantaneous, like, trust right there. And then that's just it. It's kind of like cheating on your wife. Like, the bond has been broken. Like, nobody expected this. This came out of nowhere. Nobody that had inside information on this. None of the big players, none of the other GMs, nobody else in the league. I mean, if the coach, like, none of this was discussed. This was just like, I imagine that either Nico, if we put back the tinfoil hat, ex-Nike executive is like, hey, Lakers we need the next face of the NBA to replace LeBron. The guy already has a shoe deal with Nike. Let's just move him to the biggest possible market and let him flourish.
You're not thinking brand product over your team product. As general manager, that's kind of sacrilegious of why you're even brought in. He makes
his money win or lose. He's going to get paid.
Then Nico Harrison I would say that he's unbecoming of a GM of the Dallas Mavericks. Then
his words were, he's trying to win now because him and Jason might be buried already in like the next 10 years. They don't got 10 years to wait for Luka to be the guy.
Well, and you kind of just led where I was going to. If you're Jason Kidd, you got to be appalled with this move. You had one of the best backcourts, and then also you trade to get Klay Thompson because you were missing basically your assassin 3-point shooter when the defense was basically responding to both Kyrie and Luka. You needed one dude to be able to knock down a shot, one extra guy to be able to knock down a shot. You got him. It just sucked that you had a whole bunch of injuries this year. You were riddled with injuries. Lively, one of your best young talents in the front court, goes out. So you need to make a move to get that in. Maybe that entices you to bring Anthony Davis in. But still, like, how much more are you willing to, I guess, rely on a broken and battered, injury-prone Anthony Davis, who has been playing decent recently? We have mentioned that he's been playing decent in the recent years, but he still gets broken.
I will say this:
Mr. Glass, but he still gets broken almost at least twice a year, man.
If there's no Wemby,
prolonged injuries, okay?
Yeah, if there's no Wemby right now, Anthony Davis is probably like talk for defensive player of the league. If there's no Wemby, because I mean, Wembayama has just been amazing. But Joel Embiid's out.
That's just it. Like, I don't think anybody's looked past Wemby to even know who would.
No, you can't. But I'm just saying, if you did, if take him out of the equation, then we would be talking about Anthony Davis and how good he's been this defensive year, and he's kind of having a renaissance. Like, I look as a basketball fan, and man, this is one of those moments where it's like I feel like I just want to stop watching basketball. Like I was like with BK, I was like, oh, I'm going to just start watching hockey. At least those Dallas Stars are at least trying, and at least they're winning. But man, it's like I'm trying to talk myself into this as a basketball guy, and it's just like, okay,
yeah,
they're built to beat the Celtics now, because now they got the length on the inside, they got defenders on the outside. I'm thinking this: if they're serious about this, if this is not for the money, if this is not for the gambling thing, this is not an attempt to try to tank the team and the fan base to move to Vegas. This is a way to get out of the fourth largest TV market in the United States, which is crazy to think about. If we take all the tinfoil stuff away and we're just looking at basketball moves, I'm hoping that this is not the only move. If they're really going to try to make a play, hopefully they're making a play for Jimmy Butler, because we might as well just pull back all the 2016 All-Stars and give them one last run together, kind of like give them their Wild Hogs moment and see if the band can get it back together and actually get it done.
Didn't he just tell the Warriors that he was not interested too? So I don't know. That's pretty, you mentioned it's funny because Harrison mentions culture, right? And if he cites culture in the reason for the trade. But if that is the case and you're bringing in Jimmy Butler and Anthony Davis and you're I wouldn't say throwing away, but you're trading away Luka Doncic, who just seems like nothing but culture. I shouldn't say anything about Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis seems okay, but Jimmy Butler,
for him.
I love you, man, but optics are bad. And your last couple of stops, it hasn't exactly gone, sunshines and rainbows, and been in the honeymoon era for.
Misery loves company, man. Just go ahead and bring it.
It's been a rough departure for you, Jimmy.
Yeah, but I mean, at this juncture, it's like, oh, if they're really trying to win now, let's just do what the Nets did and mortgage the franchise now and bring in the all-stars of the past and see if they can give it one last run. But everybody's making great sense here on the text line. Rob is right. Morale didn't look good. Jake is correct. Kyrie is definitely going to opt out this summer, but he's
not coming back. He's done.
He was already approaching 33. I mean, I get it.
Yeah, but you could still make it happen with Luka and Clay. That's
exactly. But now you can understand where it's like, oh man, the whole point of this whole team was centered around Luka Doncic, regardless of culture. So it's just like, and from all accounts, he was a pretty beloved locker room guy. And yes, it's unfair to AD that he has to walk into this situation because he didn't have a say in this either. He didn't know he was getting traded. That was unexpected.
And Jake brings up another great point too for Anthony Davis. It's unfair for him, right? Like he's going to come here. He will not be embraced because he will be. I don't know if he'll be villainized. That's probably the wrong, description to give here. But again, like when you're traded for, the beloved Luka Doncic and a generational player like that, you've got to think that you'll never be able to fill the shoes, or that is the expectations of, all right, hey, do what Luka did. One, different positional player. I mean, and obviously just different skill sets, right? Like front court to back court, it's just absolutely different.
He's going to play the power forward in this offense.
And I'd like to see, one, do you think he and Gafford will be able to be on the floor at the same time?
Yeah, I think so. And they're going to have to change the offense to do it.
Right. That was kind of rhetorical, but that brings you decent size, right? Now, next year, if this is building for the future, you get Lively back, you got some decent size. I mean, excellent size. But like Jake said and kind of alluded to, Kyrie's opting out. He's not coming back. You're going to have to get, younger in the backcourt era. There are some decent guards coming out, but still, I don't know if they're pro talent or not even generational talent like Luka Doncic.
This is how unfair it's going to be to AD. The Dallas Mavericks could win the next 3 NBA titles. And fans of the Dallas Mavericks would still not be happy because they would have taken 1 NBA title over a 15-year span with Luka being the guy. Because we've already done that with Dirk. And we always thought we were the franchise that rewards your commitment. If like, hey, if you're willing to commit to the Dallas Mavericks, we're willing to commit to you. Because nobody ever wants to be a Dallas Maverick. And then this ownership that just took over completely nix that bond. I mean, if you're a big-time free agent and they're willing to do this to the guy that should be the face of the league, the guy who should have been MVP last season, the scoring champ from last season,
you're right. Like I tried to make a make a
all
point
NBA,
for SBA.
all NBA first team, 5-time already. This guy hotter than LeBron James when he entered the league. It seems, and like he could possibly be better. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, dude, you're preaching to the choir. I can't believe it. Let's take a quick 30-second to a minute break here to talk about some of our partners, and then we'll come back to this conversation because we've still got a lot of basketball to talk about. The landscape has shifted, and we need to talk about that. But first and foremost, hopefully you called audiovisual consultations because the big game is right around the corner, and you got to get set up, whether it's 2 TVs, 3 TVs, or 4 TVs, it's all deadly. Just give them a call. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. Been setting the standard in audiovisual automation for the past 35 years, since 1988. They've been doing it great. Just give them a call. 512-255-8678. Now, look, the gallery of projects that they have over the past 35 years is guaranteed to give you an idea, whether you want like the 2 TV setup that I already said, or maybe you're looking for some audio, right? We talked about the visual, but now you got to get the audio, right? Maybe you're out and about or, hosting a Super Bowl party that's going to be coming around the corner here, and you don't have time to actually sit in front of the TV because you got the hors d'oeuvres, the pizza poppers, the shrimp shooters, and all that other stuff. You got to get it out there. but you can hear it with your Sonos surround sound system that Audiovisual Consultations provides for you. Just give them a call, 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. And we'd also be remiss if we didn't tell you about our friends at Covert Bee Cave. We mentioned the Kingdom of Chariots out there off of 71 with Covert Bee Cave. You will get car envy if you take your own car out there, so please take an Uber or something else, because we guarantee you that you'll be driving a car off the lot at Covert Bee Cave. Here is another quick word from our friends out of Covert.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yes, they are right outside of Austin, just off 71, like we just mentioned. But also, you have to accessorize your car or your truck. And how do you do that? You do it with our friends from Real Truck. You make a purchase of over $100 and you're going to throw in a hat. Here's our friends from Real Truck.
Building a home for the people who are worth it. Stepping out, throwing in a line, and dropping the tailgate for a picnic. And finding far-off campsites with the people you're closest to. Upgrade your truck, Jeep, or Bronco with over 1 million parts and accessories. And bring your truck to life. Real Truck.
Again, make a purchase of over $100 and get a hat thrown in from our friends at Real Truck after you accessorize your vehicle from Covert. All right, Smash, back to the conversation at hand. Perfection is perfection, so please don't understand. Oh, she's from a young G's perspective. Damn, man. I'm all right. I'm sorry. I'm feeling myself. Out of my bag, back to the show.
It's
all right.
The Grammys.
I actually did not watch the Grammys.
What?
No, I don't watch any of that shit.
You didn't catch it like on X?
No, I mean I'll see like highlights. Clearly the highlight was Bianca Censori, but they didn't even go to the show. I saw that, I saw Kendrick was part of the show or part of the, the festivities. So right on, cool. I think is he going to be at the Super Bowl as well?
Yes, he's going to be the Super Bowl halftime performer as well.
Big
year for Kendrick Lamar.
What's that?
Not only, I said, been a very big year for Kendrick Lamar already. Not only did he win the feud against Drake, but he also is going to be performing halftime in front of the largest audience possible, sporting event wise, besides Champions League or the World Cup. So yeah, pretty good win.
We introduced our a new segment. I guess it's not really a new segment. Like top fives are done everywhere, but for Chaos Theory, we will be doing top fives on Friday. And on Monday, it's our, first year, or it's the gestational period for this this little bit. But on Mondays, I want to start throwing out like the candidates for top five. And I the first thing that kind of popped off my mind was, we did top five soups last week. I wanted to do top five Super Bowls, but also like top five Super Bowl performances.
Yeah, dude, burger soup, really?
Sir, have you not had the Texas barbecue sirloin?
Nah, man.
Cheesy jalapeno? Are you serious?
Yeah, no, seriously. I've never been really a big
soup
guy,
Jason,
understandably.
Devo Lance Jason does make a good point. He hit me up on Twitter. I just forgot to respond to this. It is kind of like a stew. It's more like a stew instead of a soup. But still, soup,
I guess you can say
gumbo,
that.
It's still the same thing, right?
It's
the same genre.
Yeah, it's all some sort of porridge with like meats and like
porridge.
vegetables.
I don't even know if I've ever classified anything I've eaten as porridge. Hold on, is oatmeal porridge?
I think that's what that really is. But like, I don't know. I guess I would have to look up like.
And why is it called porridge? Because you were so poor that you had the.
I'm sure that there's a reason for that too, but I'm really not even sure. I would literally have to look that one up for real. But that one does. It just seems like some sort of gruel. I guess. I thought that's what gruel would be. Is that what gruel is?
Gruel.
Yeah, like it's just like it has texture, but it's not like it's tasty. Just like some sort of.
So I mean, we got some candidates out there for top five, and again, top five will be this Friday, and we will be doing the picks for top five on Thursday. So Mondays where we kind of gather our information and gather our candidates here. I got top 5 Super Bowls because Super Bowls are coming up, but also top 5 Super Bowl performances. I feel like we always do top 5 Super Bowls around this time, so it'd be nice to kind of get like an alternative with top five Super Bowl performances instead of, or halftime performances instead of like the actual games that went down. I don't know,
I was hoping that it was going to be like, the top 5 alternate halftime shows of Super Bowl. Your top 5 of alternate.
I mean, yeah, we can get crazy with. I mean, one, if I'm off the top of my head, clearly BK referenced Justin Timberlake and Janet Jackson.
Okay, that's like a moment.
That's got to be one hell of a halftime performance.
It was a good performance up until then too. So I mean, like
also I always remember Prince.
Oh yeah, that one's classic. Everybody remembers that because he's playing like in the rain and stuff.
Yeah,
that
dude.
was one of his last ones before
That's
he dies.
That's iconic, man. Like
that's a great performance. I mean, if you throw it back, I mean, Michael Jackson was the first really big pop star to play an NFL Super Bowl halftime show. And that's where he comes out, pops up from the stage, and he's standing there for like 3 minutes and people are going crazy.
Going nuts.
He was at the
that's
zenith
when
of his career.
the Super Bowl ticket is worth the price, right? Because you're clearly going to see like a concert too. Now it could be a very expedited concert, but still, you're getting a little bit of some pop star there. Yeah. Well, that's the Snoop Dogg, the ensemble there with Snoop Dogg, 50 Cent, Dr. Dre.
Are you also
Eminem.
rewarding like, hey, you got to see like Hall of Famers where it was like, I think the Stones did one right with like Paul McCartney. I think that was like a pretty big lineup at some point in time, but I don't think it was like they just start getting towards.
I don't know. I'll have to go back down this tree and check it out. But yeah, so
I think didn't like Lady Gaga perform at like the Super Bowl halftime show, and like she had like this really like out of this world like very. I think you're right. That was actually pretty good.
That was a different thing that she came out. She had like a meat dress or something like that.
Oh no, that was like an award. That was like an
probably
MTV
a Grammys
Video Award or something like that. Yeah, back when that was like a big deal,
No, but so here's what we'll do. We'll take the candidates, right? If you guys want to throw your top 5s out there, tweet at the show at Texas Sports Unfiltered, not the show, but at Texas Sports Unfiltered, and just say like, hey, here's ideas for top 5, or we want to go with this Super Bowl or Super Bowl halftime performances. Some other stuff that we can throw out there, Soul Screams threw out their top 5 video games for me this past weekend. I had a fun time breaking that down. Too many video games out there that I enjoyed to absolutely just make a solidified top 5. It's constantly going to change just with new titles coming out. But people ask me all the time, like, what are games that you like to grind on if you're just doing some mindless, video game play? And when I do that, it's usually like going back to the retro classics, like Mario, or trying to do a speed run on Mario or stuff like that. People mention, Destiny and other games like that. And for modern age, you can't really grind out on that. There's literally like thought that you have to do with some of the campaigns and stuff. So there's a lot to do with video games. These early, I guess in the modern day of age, to where you just can't exactly just grind out and have mindless playing. But
I guess it really just depends on what you're playing, though, because I finally invested in the PS5.
I see that.
Yeah.
Now here's what we do. Now we gotta have you bring the PlayStation over, and I put my profile on there. That way you can get that. You can play every one of my games too.
See, yeah, because I
don't even have to be logged into your PlayStation. I just have to put my profile on there, and then you can download all my games.
Dude, that'd be awesome. Because it's all like, the one thing I found is that, like, hey, I've already played a lot of the games I want to play on PS4. The PS5 hasn't really offered me too much different beyond just a couple of titles I haven't had a chance to play just yet.
You haven't played? Have you played college football?
No, I haven't played that yet.
All right, I'm going to change that for you. I'm going to make this happen. I'll
looking forward to it, though. Definitely looking forward to playing.
I'm just saying, you will have college football before the weekend. I promise.
Okay. I appreciate that. But
that's my gift to you, sir.
I appreciate
for
that.
helping me out in a bind. Thank you so much for coming on to the show. Has anyone played Call of Duty Black Ops 6? Is it worth it? Rob asks. Rob, It absolutely is worth it. I don't know if you were into zombies from Black Ops 2. I would say that Call of Duty Black Ops 2 Zombies was peak for me in terms of zombies, because you got to do Transit and you got the story in Campaign of Misty and Stuhlinger, Richtofen, and Maxis. I thought it was fantastic. They're kind of bringing a little bit of that back to Call of Duty Black Ops 6 zombies. I heard they're bringing Transit back too, so you might want to look into that if you were into zombies for Black Ops 2. I absolutely think it's worth the investment. So yeah.
Well, I was going to say people were hating on EA FC 25, and I'm like, oh, you know what? Once you get used to the controls, yeah, I saw that what Jake put out too. I was like, this is so true.
But is GTA 6 even gonna drop though? Like that's the thing.
Is it going to drop on my current console?
Out, but is it going to come out?
Like, am I going to have to get a different PlayStation to play it? You know, that's what I'm thinking that might happen. Like, they're going to just skip the 5 and wait for the 6, and then like line up the numbers. Well, it's going to come out on 666.
Well, hold on. What's the average shelf life? I feel like it's 10 years or no, maybe I think it's actually reduced now. Maybe it's 5 years to 6 years.
Production cycles? Yeah, console cycles.
I mean, I think they basically go into cycles. I used to think that they go into cycles of like graphics cards and gaming cards, but graphics cards are being manufactured at such a high cyclical rate now, to where I think we're on the 5000 series for graphics cards. Now, for those of you guys that don't know, graphics cards are written in like 4080 or 3080 Ti and stuff like that. We're now on the 5000 series of graphics cards, which is absolutely insane.
But like now it's like, okay, well, I have a PS5, but it's already outdated because I can have a PS5
It's not
Pro.
Outdated. You're wrong. It's not outdated.
But I can have a PS5 Pro.
And what's
the Switch? What's the Switch 2 going to be?
That's all.
Is the Switch 2 going to get like
all the
graphical bump
referencing is
too?
storage. Now look, you can take an M2 drive. Very easy. I know I'm kind of speaking Swahili or something crazy to you guys here, a different language, but you can take an M2 drive and open up the back of your PlayStation 5 and insert the PlayStation 5. Insert it to the PlayStation 5. It takes like 5 seconds. I can do it for you, and you have 2 terabytes full of RAM. That's basically your PlayStation Slim.
Yeah, and I'm like, all you need is a 256 gigabyte flash drive, because that's enough to save games on it. And
sure,
you can just
but that's what the M2 drive does. Instead of having an external, you just put it internal.
Oh yeah, I know what you're saying, but just in case people want to take games, save them, copy them, if they don't have online play, that you have to have a 256. That's the minimum size to save like a PS4 or PS5.
Well, once you get college football, you're going to need bigger than that, I would think, because you're going to be putting you're going to be putting a lot more seasons on there and a lot more storage. But yeah, man, we'll get you squared away. We'll get you cooking.
I did play Astrobot because it was like game of the year.
Astrobot's legit,
dude.
It's fantastic.
It has been years. It has been years since I was playing a video game.
You got to be a completist too. You got to go and get all the trophies there so that you can unlock all the special PlayStation nostalgia.
Yeah. I'm at the very last one. Man? Dude, yes. I was just trying to say, like, this is the first time in years that I've played a game and I like legitimately smiled at times where I was just like, oh wow, I was not expecting that. The controller vibrates
too, and you got to blow you got to blow in the controller.
Dude, I'm just like, man.
Especially if you have the setup from audiovisual consultations where you're
I could imagine. Dude, I could only imagine with that setup, dude, how much badass that game, because it looks great too.
Well, you got to come over and test out the actual studio, man.
The closest thing to a Mario game that I've ever played.
We'll bring your PlayStation over here. You'll download my profile. You'll get a chance of the sweet life here with Tom McKay and audiovisual consultations, and then we'll be on our way. But hey, let's get back to the NBA real quick. We talked a lot about what happened with the Luka trade. The fallout here, I guess you can call it the fallout with Dallas, because it's basically been, Dallas has kind of been hiatus, or disarray, I guess is a better term. But yeah, Nico Harrison just absolutely. I thought this was a dog shit deal. I clearly I don't think there's much faith with Jason Kidd either. I don't think that he was a fan of the deal either. They appeared
nobody's fan.
They both say that they agree on the aesthetics of the team. That's what Harrison said in his press conference. I don't even think Jason Kidd was buying that bullshit when he was saying that. So again, I don't understand the deal. I don't think many national pundits do. Many NBA heads don't understand the deal either. It's just absolutely crazy. Now, what's this do for LA though? right?
Oh man,
LA gets one hell of a guard. They get generational talent. But you want to break down what was happening with LA? They didn't need guard play. Their guard play was all right.
It's okay.
They needed a big, and they got rid of a big.
Yeah, but now you're going to be making the call for a big, and now that big who probably has no trade clause or maybe want more money is going to be like, I get to play with Luka and LeBron and Bronny? Yeah.
Okay. All right. You had me with Luka and LeBron, but Bronny, come on, bro.
He's going to be the next face. He has to. That's
what
he's going to be. That's what he's
being.
He's clearly right on the cusp of being like, he's good in the G League. Like he can dominate scoring in the G League. So it's like, okay, he's like right on the cusp.
Talent, the jump in talent.
Definitely.
The association.
No, definitely there's a jump. I'm saying like, okay, so he's like at 1.5 best players in the world right now.
He can play in the G League.
Yeah, but he didn't even get a full year of college. And he had like the heart thing. So we'll see if
I agree with you. I think he has a lot of potential. And if he grows into any type of the body that his dad has, yeah, you're gonna hit something here. But Mike, to call him the next face is a little bit of a stretch, my guy.
Hey man, nepotism runs in all
nepotism's deep everywhere. Yes, you were correct. That's
and it's just like for my fans out there, it's like Vern Gagne taking on Greg Gagne and trying to say like you're the number one guy. This is Dusty Rhodes trying to push Dustin Rhodes on you.
All right, let's head down south, down 35 real quick. We've been talking about the news up north. Let's head down south to San Antonio here. Darren Fox coming to San Antonio, and now a really good 1-2 combination with a pick and roll piece with Wemby and De'Aaron Fox here. Also, you still have Chris Paul too. So
man, I was like, it's a pretty nice setup for the future. You know, I was like, that's the team that looks like they're getting ready to build to contend for like the next
you think
6,
that they would be
7
out of the
years.
running for maybe 1, 2, 3 years after the 20-year dynasty run, or I guess it was a dynasty of 20 years. I mean, going to the playoffs, for 2 decades, that's pretty much a damn near dynastic run. Not to mention you bring some hardware with that. You have some Hall of Fame talent, and now it looks like you're rebuilding. You would think maybe you'd go at least 3 years into a little bit of a sabbatical or a hiatus, but nope, they're back. I can't say that they're back.
No, they're not back yet.
They look like they're building back.
They're almost. They're getting there. I mean, there's been some lean years for those San Antonio fans, that I have been privy to watch. But it's just like they haven't had the superstars. Wemby's been the guy. You have to remember he was just here just last year, but before that, it's like, oh man, big questions. So they're one of those teams that have done very well in the NBA draft, where they've gotten transitional, generational talent, and they, give them credit again. They struck while the iron was hot. I can't think of another guy that's going to be coming out. Maybe Cooper Flagg, here that soon that could be close to something like this. But other than that, no. Wemby is going to be one of those guys that's going to be the face of the league for the next 10 years.
No, I agree with you. And not to mention, he's not just the face of the league, he's the unicorn of the league, right? Like the dude's 7-footer, he's throwing up basic hook shots behind his head, behind his back from the 3-point land, and it goes in. He makes assists with his eyes closed. He's tremendous. The dude's fantastic. Dribbles behind his back from the arc, does a spin move, and then takes off from the free throw lane, and then does the Jordan dunk. What can't this guy do already?
He could still grow. That's just it. He could still grow. He's obviously going to get stronger and more coordinated as he continues to grow into his frame. So I'm just like, man, he's going to be better than Jokic. People have to remember that Jokic does stuff that we've never seen before. 3-time MVP.
Jokic is pretty damn good.
Yeah, dude, he's the best player in the league.
You're pretty damn.
And I'm a Luka Doncic fan. He's the best player in the league. Best player. In the league.
You mentioned that attraction to a big man. Just spitballing here. Any flirtation that could get Joker out of Denver and into LA? That'd be one hell of a purse to afford if you could do that. You want to talk about a big three? Holy shit.
I mean, that would be ideal. They've always said they're friends, Doncic and the Joker.
They're good friends. They're tight.
So they speak the same language. So
and LeBron has exceptional gratitude for Joker's game too. So
Yeah, of course. And I was like, they have always wanted to play with each other. If they can contractually make it happen, I'm sure if any team that's going to spend money, because clearly it's not going to be Dallas that's ever going to spend money anymore, it will be the Lakers.
That is the next. I mean, LA still like they got a generational guard for sure, generational talented guard, but they still need a front court piece, and that's kind of like the head scratcher of this entire thing. Was all right. You got better. LA got better for the future. I absolutely agree.
Yeah, the guy that's going to get a statue.
Go ahead.
He's going to get a statue out front by the time he's done playing there.
Oh,
he's going to be put there with Shaq and Kareem and Magic. Kobe.
He'll get a statue next weekend, dude. I'm telling you.
Dude, he's already 5-time NBA. You mean it's
LA Luka, baby. LA Luka. Here we go. Hey, good show today, man. Any other unsaved rounds that we got to get to here?
No, man. No. Just Nike and the NBA saying we need a superstar. Let's move him to LA.
That's where you're going. That's where you're going with your tinfoil hat today, huh?
Oh, dude, it's that, and like, hey, they wanted to try to build the gambling place. That's not tinfoil hat. That's truth, and yeah, that might not happen. If it doesn't pass, that Dallas Mavericks team might be on the chopping block to go to Vegas.
I don't know if I can get behind that one. I don't know if I can get behind Nico.
You don't have to hear it from me.
No,
you can hear it from other Mavs fans too.
The gambling thing I can get on, but I don't know if I can get behind Nico Harrison, being an ex-exec for Nike, having the love for Nike over the current position of his general manager, of his position as general manager at the Dallas Mavericks. I can't sit here and think, you know what, I'm going to put Nike ahead of the Dallas Mavericks here. So I'm going to move Luka because I want him to have a tremendous deal with Nike and have it, basically thrown up there on the Hollywood billboard sign, and go down what is it, Sunset Boulevard,
Rodeo Drive,
have nothing but Luka. I don't know if I can get on board with that because it's selling point for Nike.
We've seen people do more for less when it comes to backroom politicking, man.
I think you need to send me the stuff that you're smoking. That's what I think.
I mean, I could.
just bring it up here, man. Just roll it up here. What you got plans for Super Bowl? I don't think I'm going to see you from now until then. You got plans for the Super Bowl?
Unfortunately, I do have been invited to a couple of parties already.
Oh, so you can't come over to my house. I got you. No, that's cool.
I could try to make a twofer.
Well, I mean, don't put that much stress on you. But yeah, go ahead and stop on by. Also, we got some Super Bowl squares. I think Ike is already filled up there.
What?
But if you're looking for some Super Bowl squares, Ike had some squares to get in on, but he might have a full plate or a full chart. You taking any squares in?
I might be interested.
You gonna indulge in some props? Well, maybe we'll get you on here for some prop bets too, my guy.
Oh, dude, come on, man! It's the Gatorade prop. It's like one of the things I look forward to every year.
Gatorade prop and
what
the over/under for the national anthem, right?
I mean, if the NFL has its way, I mean, we're talking Kansas City Chiefs, first time, 3-time winners.
I'm pretty sure that it's going to happen too. Saquon Barkley might have something to deal about that or say about that, but I'm pretty sure that Patrick Mahomes is going to put the three-peat on it. All right, see the guys in the background. Let's bring them on here. It's Mr. Jordan Scruggs and it's Mr. Nick Harris. What's up, gentlemen? How are we today?
How's it going, y'all?
Good. How you doing?
Doing fantastic, man. Sweating up
Still
a little
sick.
bit. Jordan with a nice little smirk. Dallas, how's Dallas thriving up there today, buddy? You all right?
Yeah, it's all right. I'm not a Mavs fan or a Cowboys fan. So
all right, well,
luckily I just get to sit and watch the chaos unfold without.
Is there a fireball outside? It looks like it's some orange. There's some orange like glaze in your background. Is there a fireball outside of your window?
No. I think it just comes from some warm lighting I have in my apartment and the fact that the screen is burnt orange.
Okay,
so,
my guy, right on. All right, I got to get out of here. I got to put out some fires. Apparently, the Dallas media is coming down here. I'm kidding. There's no fires, but anyways, we got to get rolling though. Smash, thank you so much for the conversation today, dude. I'm glad you got to vent. Glad you got it off your chest. You got it off your heart. It's therapeutic.
Come on, man.
It's therapeutic. But for all you Mavs fans out there, I swear it's not doomsday. It's not the end of the world. You're gonna have a chance to heal, but you could be a Wizards fan, and we're in purgatory. So later. Y'all be good.
Thanks, but your team is going to be there. Ours might be in Vegas.
Yep. Looking at your new co-host for the show. So we don't have our official schedule quite yet. That will be next week, but starting next Monday, Nick and I will be going 10 to 11 every Monday and Friday. And then Tuesday through Thursday will be filled in by Will Turboff, newly hired at Horns 24/7. And again, we'll be going 10 to 11. But lots of news. Pretty good day to start. Is a Cowboys writer and a Texas writer myself. Obviously, a lot of stuff over the weekend with Tashard Choice, the Texas running backs coach, who is also a former Dallas Cowboys, not only player, but staffer as well. He interviewed for the job, and obviously a lot going on there, a few other names, but we'll just get into it right away. I guess the latest for the Dallas Cowboys running backs coach search.
Yeah, so they've interviewed 3 candidates for this job to fill out on Brian Schottenheimer's staff, and there's an emphasis being put into finding some college guys from somewhere in the Cowboys building. I think I know, but I don't know. But there's an emphasis on bringing in college assistants to kind of throw some youth, throw some influx into this Cowboys offense. They want to pair some young assistants with guys like CeeDee Lamb, Dak Prescott, et cetera. But it's kind of becoming a situation where they bring them in and they love them, which Tashard Choice heard great things about his interview. He's like, man, he's awesome. He's phenomenal. He's detail oriented. He's on top of his stuff. We feel good about his development plan. And then they start talking money, and the two sides realize that they are nowhere close to each other. Tashard Choice is making $725K at Texas this year. I don't think the Cowboys can get even close to that. In my opinion, this is just me theorizing. I think the Cowboys, the closest they could get is $600K. So it's going to come down to a situation where money just would not make sense for him. And then the same thing with Rashad Samples, Oregon running backs coach who interviewed yesterday. Money could very well be a factor there as well, because he's making right around what Choice is making. So it kind of becomes the same exact problem. Now they've interviewed New Orleans Saints running backs coach Derek Foster. He was on the previous staff, not expected to be retained if Kellen Moore ends up taking the job in New Orleans. So that's probably the leader in the clubhouse as of right now, but we should know today. This is something that should be coming down today. But for all the Texas fans out there, if you're worried about Tashard Choice, I think you're all right. I think you're good.
Yeah. Hey, that's pretty good news, considering he is the position coach that coached the first running back selected in the NFL draft for the last 2 years in a row. So that streak will not continue with Ashton Genty, Dylan Sampson, other guys like that in the draft this year.
Hey, Jaden Blue could have an awesome combine. Hold on.
Yeah, hey, we love us some Jaden Blue on this show, but
Velton Gardner,
he's not going number 1, and Velton Gardner is not even getting drafted. And like Coach 420 said yesterday, Tashard Choice over on his Twitter, if you want to check that out, I believe is at Coach Choice, posted a photo of his baby daughter throwing up to hook him. So kind of confirms what you said of most likely staying in Austin, but nonetheless, an amazing update, I guess, for Texas fans. But
I'll say this: nothing is in stone. Nothing has been communicated to either side. But I think Texas fans will be all right. I think the money is going to be too much of a problem here.
Yeah, one thing I was thinking of, obviously the jobs are so different. You have to recruit in college 365 days a week compared to the NFL, where you do have, more of a structured offseason, more structured downtime, but, the money's less. An interesting dynamic for sure, especially with, like we said, Choice being a former staffer and player for the Cowboys. But any other, I guess, guys or names that you heard besides Samples, Choice, and it was Foster, you said, from the Saints?
Yeah. I'll add one note just about the money thing, because I have so many people in my Twitter comments being like, what do you mean Jerry's not forking up money to bring in a really good assistant coach? It's like, we're the most valuable pro sports franchise in the world. It does not matter. You have 55 Jerry Jones that you're going up against with these donor programs at Texas and at Oregon, whether it be oil money at Texas or Nike money at Oregon. Jerry Jones is one guy. And when you put that money up against the money that these donor programs have, your measly, most valuable pro sports franchise in the world cannot compare whatsoever. Granted, Jerry has been notorious for not paying his assistants as much as around the league. So could he be a little bit better in this category? Absolutely. But I don't think this should be a surprise that college coaches are making more than pro sports coaches, just because so much more goes into the job. You're a salesman, essentially 24/7, 365. And you're also, you have a bigger money pool that you're able to pull from. And it works out great for college coaches. That's why a lot of these college coaches stick around. It's just I think some people are confused by the college and pro level when the money is really that. So that's my 2 cents. But as far as other coaches on the that the Cowboys could be looking at, I've heard a couple of names for receivers coaches, a couple of guys from the college ranks actually. I'm going to keep those names quiet until they actually interview, just because it would not make sense for me or for them for that to be reported if they do not interview. But a couple of college coaches, again, that the Cowboys could be looking at. And again, I think it's a situation where they're going to run into the same exact problem with money. But what we'll see is that as that pans out. And then on the defensive side, they've already put together most of that staff on the defensive side of the ball. They hired their cornerbacks coach over the week, and David Overstreet II. He's a Dallas Samuel grad, so he'll be able to come back to the 2-1-4. He's originally from East Texas, so that's close to my heart. His dad was a legend at Big Sandy High School back in the 80s. I remember my pops telling me stories about his pops back in the day. He went and played for Barry Switzer at Oklahoma and was a first-round pick for the Dolphins in the 80s as well. But the defensive staff mostly filled out. It's an exciting defensive staff. I think it should be something that we'll see a lot. We'll see different scheme. We'll see different personnel on the defensive side of the ball. So it should be fun to look at how this staff completely comes together on the offensive side now.
Yeah, who are the remaining positions open? It's just receivers coach and running backs coach, or are there other roles? I know obviously McCall got extended, but any front office positions either that might be coming open?
Well, there's really only one front office position, and it's Will McClay's. That's the only one that's ever up for review. The rest of them are in place until someone kicks the bucket. But I think on the offensive side of the ball, they've only hired a tight ends coach and an offensive coordinator. So they'll have to fill out running backs coach, receivers coach, quarterbacks coach, and offensive line coach, although the offensive coordinator that they hired, who was the Cardinals offensive line coach a year ago, could end up doing double duty. That's kind of a fluid situation. We'll see as that goes on. I think they end up hiring an offensive line coach, but that's one thing to keep in mind. Then on the defensive side, they've hired a defensive line coach. They've hired a linebackers coach. They've hired a corners coach. And they have a couple more spots to play with, whether they want to do a safeties coach, a nickelbacks coach, a defensive ends coach. Like they have some freedom there. And then they also hired a defensive pass game coordinator, Andre Curtis. So they still have a couple of guys that they can play with on the defensive side too.
Yeah, with I don't know. Let's just have fun here. Let's say you're Stephen Jones or a member of the Jones family.
That's not fun.
Outside of the names you've already mentioned, are there any guys just off the top of your head who's like, yeah, I know, we probably couldn't afford him or couldn't do this, or, it might not be realistic, but I want to interview him. I want to give this guy a shot. I want to invest him into potentially hiring him. Like, what would those names be for you that actually might be realistic and actually, check the boxes?
So are you asking like other college coaches that I would take a look at?
Not even just college, but potentially NFL as well, for that running backs job. And I guess, while we're having fun, I'll ask you the same thing for receivers.
Man, that's an interesting one. I think receivers, I would, if I'm Stephen Jones, I'm calling Brian Hartline. I'm like, hey man, come be co-DC and have fun, coaching in the NFL if you want to. But I would have to understand that my paycheck book or my checkbook would be a little bit fatter than it actually is. I would call Brian Hartline. Running backs, I think Tashard Choice is the best one in America in NFL or college, and I think they're already on top of that. But if you were looking at some other potential guys, I think Frank Wilson at LSU is certainly an interesting one. Just looking around the league, it's kind of tough because all these guys are under contract, and that's what makes it a lot more difficult than, in the college ranks where guys can bounce back and forth with ease. The NFL, like if you're under contract, the teams can block the interviews and you can't do anything about that. So that's where that gets a little hazy. But there's going to be some turnover here in the next week or so, especially once the Saints hire a coach and all those Saints assistants know that they are no longer employed by the Saints. Then that's going to kind of open up some possibilities for the Cowboys. But we'll see. Maybe offensive line coach Mike McCarthy. How about that?
Yeah. Hey, is that actually a shot of happening? Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm obviously not tapped into the daily Cowboys beats. I was like, wait, whoa, I didn't see that. But
Yeah, I should have kept the bit going. I should have. Yeah, dude. Yeah, they just interviewed him yesterday.
yeah. Hey, you could have got my ass. But man, with Choice, one thing I've been thinking too, that like, is there a team in the NFL with the worst running back setup right now than the Cowboys?
The Raiders. The Raiders are a lot worse right now, but that's probably it. It's probably just the Raiders.
Yeah. Then on the contrary, or I guess on the flip side of that, how many teams in college football have a better running back setup than what Texas has right now?
Oh man. Are we factoring in the 24 season or the 25 season?
Heading into next season. And I know Texas's guy is going to be, it's Baxter, a guy who's coming off a season-ending injury he suffered early in fall camp, but I mean, still.
I'm trying to think off the top of my head what other running back rooms look like right now.
Not a ton. A&M maybe might be in there. They get Le'Veon Moss back, who was awesome last year. They'll have Ruben Owens heading into year 3.
Alabama, I mean, they're getting their 2 guys back in Jam Miller and Justice Haynes.
Georgia gets Frazier back and what's his name? His brother's in the league. Etienne, I believe, also returns.
Yeah, Travis Etienne. Yeah, that's a fascinating conversation. That's fascinating.
Yeah, but there could even be an argument to be made that the Texas running back room is healthier and has more talent potentially than, the Cowboys room. And I'm sure that might have also factored into his decision. And
yeah, but they could also have Ashton Genty in 2 months.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. But I don't know. And also just, a lot of people keep bringing it up, like Coach Top. Man, when you have a kid, it's the totally different thought process with a lot of things. And, the stability in Austin, I don't want to say Steve Sarkisian has made himself untouchable, but from what he's done so far, he will really have to derail this train to make himself someone who would get fired.
Well,
on the other side with Schottenheimer, not nearly as much stability, at least on the surface level, it appears.
Yeah, but also when you factor in the kids, 2 young kids that Choice has, do you want to be home more? And the NFL has an actual offseason. Coaching college football does not. You're always on. You might be lucky to get 1 or 2 weeks in July. But in the NFL side of things, like once the season is over, you're chilling until draft. And then when the draft comes around, you start getting ready for rookie minicamp, and then you're off again for a month and a half, and then you go to training camp and it's balls to the wall for 6 months. So you're really only on for a total of about 7 months. Whereas in NCAA, that's 5 extra months on your job. And, do you want to be home more with kids? I think that's something that some people factor in. I think, there is one name in the wide receiver coach tree that I think might be able to work out as a college guy. Because he's at a point in his life to where he's got a couple of kids and a grandkid even that, he'd probably want to be home a little bit more. So, money might not be a big factor there. So like there's a lot that goes into the family side of, making the jump to the NFL. And, it's a reason why Samples did it for that 1 year with the Rams in 2022. But we'll see. We'll see as time goes on. We'll know something today on this running backs coach search ordeal for sure.
Yeah. 2 more things on the running backs before we get into something else. Any potential stuff with DeMarco Murray? I know you were the first one I ever saw mention Tashard Choice as a guy weeks ago. And in the same, I guess, report or video hit you did, you also mentioned DeMarco Murray could also be a guy to watch, similar guy to Choice, who obviously played in Dallas and is coaching at the Power 4 level in the SEC at Oklahoma. But anything there potentially, or do you think that ship has pretty much sailed or not happening now?
Yeah, I think that ship has sailed. I think it's going to come down to one of these 3 guys. And if they can't get either of these college guys to take a pay cut, then they'll go get Derek Foster.
Yeah, the DeMarco Murray was a great, Dallas Cowboy, was even pretty good with the Titans. I remember I drafted him like 8th round in fantasy that year, and he just ate for me. So I'll always remember him with the Titans. But him and DeMarco Murray don't have too many or Tashard Choice and DeMarco Murray don't have too many similarities besides that they both played running back with the Cowboys. I mean, there's a different caliber coach there, and their resumes show it. But the other question I had, and I know, you're more tapped into the Cowboy side of things than the Texas side of things, but, let's say you're Brandon Harris for a sec or Steve Sarkisian, and you're in charge of who this next hire is because Tashard Choice hypothetically left for that Cowboys job. who are going to be your first few calls, and who would you actually want the guy to be that's realistic for you as Sark, Brandon Harris, whoever you are?
Yeah, we see Jake Bayless right here with the question on did Stan Drake never get a job anywhere? He did not, and that would be my first call. Be like, hey, man, you want to spin the block and come back to where you were, where you recruited Bijan, where you developed gosh, I'm blanking on the guys he had when he was here.
Didn't recruit Roshan because Roshan was a QB, but he helped him with that position transition. Was, with Bijan, he does get a lot of credit for that. He's the reason they won that recruitment. Bijan's gone on record saying that. But like Stevie Wonder could identify Bijan Robinson as a game-changing talent, with the level of private school competition he played at Arizona. Jonathan Brooks was a much harder evaluation, and he overall, identified him before anyone else did.
Yeah.
And, didn't get to see things all the way through with Brooks at Texas, but that's arguably more impressive than the Bijan Robinson thing was that he went and, found Jonathan Brooks at, I'm blanking on his high school. Hallettsville. And, said, hey, this is a guy, this is a dude. I don't care where his first Power 4 offer. I need to be all over him. And they eventually got him. Yeah. And you were the one pushing the Jonathan Brooks train. You deserve to pat yourself on the back for that. But, yes, Jake Bayless, he is still a coaching free agent after him and Temple didn't work out.
So, yeah, I would take a look at Stan Drayton. That'd be my first call. If he says no, then right back to Frank Wilson at LSU. I think that would be an interesting one. Man, looking at some other guys, trying to get a feel off the top of my head. I know Keenan Hall is a name just for funsies here in the Texas area that he's the running backs coach at Baylor. And he did really well with what he had last year in that running back room with Dawson Pendergrass and Bryson Washington, turned both of those guys into really productive runners for the Bears. So I think that's one you could potentially keep an eye on. But overall, I think that would be a pretty extensive search if Stan Drayton said no.
Yeah. Other names I think that they'd at least reach out to. Carlos Lachlan at Ohio State.
Yep.
Was his first year at Ohio State. Before that, he was at Oregon for 2 or 3 years. He's
he the running backs coach at at Ohio State now?
Yeah, he is.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it was his first year there. They so Ohio State hired him because I believe when Sharon Moore got the keys to Michigan, he let go of some people from the Harbaugh staff. And one of those guys was the Michigan running backs coach, and Michigan ended up hiring Ohio State's running backs coach. So that position was vacated, and Ohio State went and got Lachlan from Oregon, who was at Oregon for a few years prior to that. He was at Western Kentucky and Florida. He didn't even actually get onto a college staff till like the 2018 season. And he was strength and conditioning coach / recruiting coordinator. So he's climbed the ladder really quick, has, done great things at Oregon, great things at Ohio State. And he's a Montgomery, Alabama native. So I do think if, obviously we think Choice is going to end up staying at Texas, but if he ends up moving on, they're going to prioritize someone who comes from the SEC footprint, and I think outside of Texas, because like Keenan Hall or Rashad Samples, yes, they can really help in Dallas, but does Texas need help in Dallas right now? Jeff Banks is a big name up there, and they've had a ton of success recruiting Dallas without those guys. And also, I like Samples a lot as a hire. I think he's been climbing the ladder for however long now, and is a really good coach, but you only get 2 years of them, and that when you take him, just because he keeps moving up the ladder and getting new jobs. So I don't know who that hire would be if they ever crossed that bridge or came to it, but definitely interesting. I also think guys like Jamal Fenner and Chris Gilbert might get interviews. Fenner is basically Choice's running back assistant coach. When we're there in practice, if he's not helping him with the running backs, it's because he's usually helping with a visitor or, a big time alumni like Vince Young. He just, keeps him company during the practice. And then Chris Gilbert was originally an on-field coach, tight ends coach, associate head coach. That's the job he left Texas for when he went to UNT. Some things happened, ended up moving to Austin for, a few different reasons, moving back to Austin. And we do know he has interest in, or he did have interest at one point in being an on-field coach rather than personnel staffer. So we'll see what happens. Again, we do think Choice stays, but Texas is going to have a lot of different options, and there are sure as hell will be a lot of people interested in that job. So something to think about. But wanted to ask you, probably the biggest thing that happened this weekend, or not probably, it is the biggest thing, at least in the sports world, this Luka Doncic trade.
Man.
What were your thoughts on that? I saw you slept through it the night it happened and woke up to it like a lot of other people did. But I mean, like.
Probably the earliest I've ever fallen asleep on a Saturday night. I was just like, you know what? I'm going to get some good rest in. I've been needing to catch up on sleep. And I was just being old man Harris, clocking in a little bit early. And so I wake up at 7:45 and I see the notification, Luka to the Lakers. And I was like, why do I have like Reddit conspiracy post notifications on my phone right now? Like, that's what I thought it was. I thought it was one of those, like, what if this happened? NBA trade deadline 6 days away. And then I get on Twitter and I don't even realize for about 2 or 3 minutes that until it's real. And I was like, oh my God, and I was just screaming. I was like, what? I'm not a Mavs fan, but as a Dallas resident, like, this hurts. This is one that hurts. I mean, he's a 5-time first team All-NBA. Rookie of the year, led the league in scoring. He scored 70 in a game last year. He led the Mavs to the NBA Finals last year, and they dealt him for a bag of chips. And it's insane. And I was talking about this with somebody last night too. It was like, let's say it works out for the Mavericks, right? Let's say somehow Anthony Davis, he gets to Dallas and they win a ring, and like maybe not this year, but next year whenever they're healthy. It's still a bad trade because you only got one pick, Max Christie and Anthony Davis, out of the ordeal. You couldn't even get like 3 first-round picks out of it. I mean, it's bad. And it's a first-round pick in 2029 for the Lakers. That pick's going to be like 28. Like, it's not going to mean anything. It may as well be a second-round pick. You may as well ship that to Slovenia, like with Luka. Like, it makes no sense. And man, Nico Harrison went from one of the most beloved GMs in the NBA to easily the most hated in this, literally overnight. And man, the Lakers, they posted that video of Luka getting off the plane last night and throwing up to LA, and it looks so weird. It's so strange. I can't get behind it. I think it's easily, in our lifetime, the worst trade in sports.
Yeah. So for me, I used to be pretty involved, or at least into the NBA. LeBron James is my childhood. I was a bandwagon elementary schooler, middle schooler. I followed him when he went from Cleveland to Miami, then Miami to Cleveland, then Cleveland to LA. After about the first year in LA, backed off basketball a little bit, was in high school and got really into football. And I mean, the rest was history. And I work in football. But for the longest time, I had notifications for Woj on Twitter. I wanted to see everything that broke in the NBA as soon as it happened. Come to my
I still
phone.
do, by the way. I can't get rid of him, even though he only tweets about St. Bonaventure now. I can't get rid of his notifications.
Yeah, at some point in the last, I think it was about a year or two before he left ESPN to be the GM at Bonaventure, I turned off notifications or whatever. So the only pro sports guy, or I should say journalist, I had notifications on was Schefter, right? Because I'm still in touch with the NFL. So when I'm watching Narcos with my girlfriend late on Saturday night, and I see a notification from the ESPN app,
Netflix and chill, what's going on?
That says Luka Doncic is traded to the Lakers. I was like, wait, hold up, what? I thought it was a hack. I thought ESPN's app got hacked, and it said per sham. So I'm like, there's no way this is true. And so I go to Twitter, type up shams, and all the tweets are there. And I was like, holy shit, this is real.
Yeah.
Because it did not seem like it, like you said, it seemed like some Reddit conspiracy theory or something. And I think that was the reaction most people had. As far as worst trade of our lifetime, I don't know about that quite yet. I wasn't alive for the Herschel Walker trade. I know you weren't. But there's been some bad ones. Bill O'Brien did trade the best receiver in the NFL at the time, DeAndre Hopkins, to the Cardinals for a broken down David Johnson and, like a used condom. That's pretty much what he got back. And then with Deshaun Watson to the Browns, that was 3 firsts for Deshaun Weinstein, as Jake Bayless likes to call him.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's up there, though. And obviously, we have to see how things play out. But, I mean, you make a great point. Like, even if they get a ring out of this, they still, lost the trade. And it wasn't close. And, like, for me personally, I love the conspiracy theories. I can do this all day. But the ones that they're, like, colluding with the NBA and all this are hilarious to me. And all the memes of David Stern where it's like, my commissioner would never.
Yeah. Yeah, it is wild. It is wild. And again, we won't really know the ramifications of this trade until probably a couple years from now. Like, who's to say, Nico Harrison was right all along, and Luka never really plays the same again because he's overweight and he's fat and a slob, and he becomes Fupa Doncic instead of Luka Doncic. Who's to say? But as of right now, it's insane. And you look at the fan reaction from the Mavs right now, and there's a lot of people in Dallas and a lot of people that really support the Mavericks that think this is the first step towards them moving to Vegas. And I can't hate that line of thinking, because this looks like an attempt to sabotage the fan base on the surface. And again, we won't know for a couple of years how this plays out, but it's insane to trade one of the best players in the NBA right at the beginning of his prime.
Yeah, dude, he's actively top 3, at least top 5, right?
Easily. 5-time first-team All-NBA, and in his first 6 seasons. I mean, that's unreal.
Yeah. I saw it. I love the Moneyball tweet format where it's Jonah Hill and explaining. And the one of Luka from this weekend where it's Billy, this is Luka Doncic. He's a top 5 player in the NBA and can be an all-time great. His defect is that he gets a little chunky sometimes. This guy should cost us our entire roster and 10 first, but we can get him for just Anthony Davis. So it's just like, man, it's horrible. And I saw, blanking on his name, I know we were just saying it, but I saw the GM's address getting leaked on Twitter.
Yeah,
all throughout yesterday.
Yeah, he got doxxed. That's tough. That's some Philly sports energy right there. That's crazy.
No, man, Philly might have had him on a cross by now. I mean, god damn, like they're crazy up there too. And they're in even a worse state with the Sixers. I mean, the meme of Embiid hasn't made it to conference finals and it's Drewski running. I see that like once a week.
It is funny though, because there was a screenshot of injury updates from like Underdog NBA or whatever on Twitter this morning. Yeah. It was like Joel Embiid prepared to play, Markieff Morton, like all these guys who are like habitual resters that are all playing this week. I was like, everybody's getting their ass back in check now. Everyone's on call.
Yeah, because isn't the deadline's Thursday?
The 6th. Yeah, so is that Thursday? That would be Thursday, yeah. So yes. I'm just trying to see where my guy Jimmy Butler is going, man. I think Phoenix is going to happen. I think it happens today, but we'll see.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, you're a Heat fan and are super
I'm a Jimmy Butler fan.
Sorry. You're a Jimmy Butler fan. You're actually you do get a lot of credit. Nick saw Jimmy Butler play at TJC when Nick was living in Tyler at the time. So been with Jimmy Buckets for a minute, but what the hell is going on there? Like, explain this whole thing with the Heat from, I guess, square one, just because, like, I don't pay any attention in the NBA at all. The Luka thing was just such a big deal. It caught my attention. We obviously have to talk about it. But like, what the hell actually is happening with Jimmy Butler and the Heat, him getting suspended, all this other stuff?
For one, I think Jimmy gets a bad rap. I'm going to explain why.
He's misunderstood.
He's misunderstood. He's misunderstood.
Jeez.
Jimmy Butler is a ultra competitor, like psychopathic competitor. And when he feels like he's not getting the same exact buy-in from the people around him, whether that be coaches, players, front office, he doesn't give that psychopathic competitive behavior anymore because he doesn't feel like he's getting it back. And especially at 34 years old right now. But let's start chronologically. We can start in Chicago. He ran into some issues with Tom Thibodeau because he didn't feel like Tom Thibodeau was trying to compete with some of the bench pieces that they had in Chicago at the time. I think at the time they had Kobe White. He was barely playing him. They had a couple of big-time guys on the bench that he was barely playing. And Jimmy was like, why are you playing us 46 minutes a game when we can split this up a little bit, make deeper runs in the playoffs because our bodies are not destroyed? So that was the first run-in he had. The second run-in he had is whenever he is in Minnesota and he doesn't feel like he's getting the buy-in from players around him, most namely Karl Anthony Towns. So the whole practice situation happens where he calls out the 4 dudes at the end of the bench and he said, hey, let's run 5-on-5. I'm going to beat all you 5 starters. And he does that because he's an ultra competitor.
Hey, and then he has the interview set up with Rachel Nichols just like 10 minutes
we'll get to that. We'll talk about ultra competitor, my guy. Which is actually kind of crazy. Quick side note, because Rachel Nichols reported last week that like all the Heat players in the locker room are like over Jimmy Butler, and they're done with his shit and they're ready for him to get shipped out. I was like, damn, Rachel Nichols is tweeting that. They must have had a run in. They must have had some complications after their little, COVID fling. But anyway, then he gets to so he's in Minnesota. That happens. It's an issue, whatever. So he gets to Philadelphia. And finally, he's in a place to where like he feels like he's getting buy-in from his coaches, buy-in from players, and buy-in from the front office. And they choose Tobias Harris over him. They choose to sign Tobias Harris over him. And so what does that do? That just only increases his competitive nature. So where does he go? He goes to the Miami Heat, who are known for their competitive nature. They have a Heat culture that kind of assembles with it. And Jimmy Butler has been pleading since he got there to add another superstar. It's like, hey, we need one more guy and we can get over the hump. He's led them to 3 conference finals appearances, 2 NBA finals appearances, and they just can't get over the hump of actually winning a championship because they always run into a team that just has a little bit more. And they go after Bradley Beal. Didn't want to pay it. They go after Damian Lillard. Didn't want to pay it. They go after Giannis and didn't want to pay it. Donovan Mitchell and didn't want to pay it. So eventually, Jimmy, he looks up after the Damian Lillard situation. He's like, okay, this front office is not competitive. And he goes and he has a meeting with Pat Riley around this time last year. He's like, hey, man, like my player option is coming up here in about a year and a half. If we don't have another superstar, I'm out of here. Like I'm on the wrong side of 30. I'm trying to get a ring before I get out of here. I almost said before I die. Before I get out of here, I need to compete. And if you're not giving me that same buy-in back, then I'm out of here. And now the rubber has met the road, and we are seeing that Pat Riley did nothing to help this team other than get Terry Rozier, who goes 3 for 17 every game and is now apparently wrapped up in an NBA betting scandal. I mean, that's a hell of an addition right there. So it's been bad. And so Jimmy, he goes to the front office. He's like, I'm done. I want to trade. Get me out of here. And they are just refusing to work with him in that sense. And has Jimmy been an angel through all this? Absolutely not. I think he could have been handling this a little bit better. He has been flying out on his own private jet to games since he started in Miami. This is actually something that predates Miami. It goes all the way back to his Minnesota times, where actually he takes a private jet to games, to road games, and he travels on his own. He gets his own training and therapy and whatever on the road, and it's worked for him. And teams haven't had an issue with it. All of a sudden now it's an issue with Miami, even though he's been doing it for the last 6 seasons, and it's becoming like a big talking point. So whenever he didn't show up to a road trip for the charter plane after his first suspension, they suspended him again for 2 games. It was like, well, you missed a flight. Sorry, you can't come. He's like, dude, I'm already in New York. Like, what are you talking about? He was already in New York. He beat the team there. And so I think it's a shitty situation. And then when Eric Spoelstra told him that he wasn't going to start whenever he came back from his second suspension, I mean, it makes sense because he had been out by that point for like 10 games and they had built a rhythm, and they've done a really nice job building a rhythm outside of Jimmy throughout all this chaos. And then he just walked out on the team. And could he have done better in that situation? Yeah, probably. And if I was a player, I'd be like, all right, yeah, fuck that dude. Like I'm good where I'm at. Yeah. So I think he just needs to get dealt to a team that will compete alongside him. And if he doesn't feel like he gets that same competitive nature back, then he's probably going to be in the same exact situation, whether that be in Phoenix or Memphis or Sacramento or wherever the hell he might end up. But that's my 2 cents on Jimmy Buckets.
I appreciate the breakdown, by the way, just because I keep seeing people talk about it on Twitter and I have no idea what they're talking about. So the context is appreciated. But you said Phoenix, Memphis, Sacramento, are those like the 3 likely destinations being reported right now? Or
he told Memphis that he didn't want to get traded there, and then he told the Warriors a couple days.
He's like, I don't want nothing to do with Ja.
Exactly.
Get me away from him,
please. I'm trying to live. He might. We'll talk about dying again. Warriors. He told the Warriors a couple days ago that he would not sign an extension with them if they traded for him. So it just completely like.
His contract's up after this year?
So he has a player option going into next season. And the thought is that he's going to opt out of his player option to sign a extension, whether that be a 3 or 4 year deal. And the Heat had the opportunity to do that last offseason, and they chose not to. And then Pat Riley gave some very choice comments about Jimmy's deal after the season last year, and it really pissed off Jimmy. So that's part of the rift as well. But Warriors probably not going to happen, but one to keep an eye on. Suns, I think, are the most likely. Lakers and Mavericks are still getting tossed around. Rockets are getting tossed around, but I think this is a Suns situation. I'm just praying that it's not a Nets situation because I do not want to be a Brooklyn Nets fan. But
yeah, hey, Doza's on my line of thinking. I
would love it.
I was like, I don't know if Pop or the Spurs would ever do this. Yes, it'd be 3 superstars with 3 guys or 2 of them they didn't draft themselves, you know. But I mean, holy shit! Like if you had De'Aaron Fox and Jimmy,
yeah. And
as your 2 guards and Wemby, the alien, at 5, it is over. It doesn't even matter who the 3 and the 4. You'd have Scalabrine out there. They're playing 3-on-3.
Well, Jimmy would be the 3 in that situation. Put Stephon Castle at 2, and that's the rookie of the year right there. And that's a really good.
This shows you how much NBA I watch. So
that's a good foundation to build for the next 3-4 years with those guys.
Yeah. Now, hey, I might become a Spurs fan, especially if they keep playing in Austin. And if the Mavs were to go to Vegas, could the Spurs move to Austin? Maybe could that accelerate a move potentially?
You're about to piss off some San Antonio fans.
Yeah, no, I know that won't happen. They have all those plans and all that to build. Have you seen that? They're gonna put the new Spurs arena downtown, right next to the Alamo Dome. They're gonna build out like a whole new bougie entertainment district. Like that road, I forget what highway that is, that runs right next to the Alamo Dome.
35.
They're going to build kind of not a bridge, but like a cover thing over it. That's kind of like an entertainment district, I guess. So
that's needed. That's really going to help down there because it's kind of boring down there. It feels very like early 2000s.
Yeah, well, I mean that's also the entire city of San Antonio, but they have a weird setup. I've been to the Spurs arena. I don't think it's AT&T Arena or
AT&T Center,
whatever it's called.
Still is, but yeah.
Oh, it might not. But I went there to see Cleveland and LeBron play there. That was my 8th grade year, I think, or 7th grade year. Yeah, so that would have been.
It was like 2 years ago.
Shut up. That was LeBron's last year with the Cavs, and I remember I was pissed because Kyrie
Irving Center. That's right.
That was Kyrie's last year with the Cavs because they hadn't traded him away yet. But Kyrie sat out because of load management that night, and I was pissed. And Kawhi Leonard was still actually on the Spurs then too. So
yeah,
blast from the past. See, Frost Bank Arena, those is coming up clutch. But man, what's with Pat Riley? Has he lost his fastball? Because like I'm a LeBron fan. I was a bandwagon. I guess I still am. I followed him around, and I felt like Pat Riley did a pretty good job of managing that nucleus of talent for as long as he did. But has he lost his fastball? Like some of what you're talking about with him, you know, saying we're not going to extend Jimmy or give him the bag or whatever, that pissed him off. Seems a little Cowboys-esque, if you ask me, just with the mismanagement of it.
Pat Riley has done it to multiple guys, and one of Jimmy Butler's most vocal supporters throughout this entire thing has been Shaquille O'Neal, because Pat Riley did the same exact thing to Shaq back in the 2000s. Like right after they had won the NBA Finals, he was trying to get an extension. Pat was messing around with him and, you know, talking bad about him in the media, and it became a Cold War of some sorts, whereas, you know, this Jimmy war is very much not a Cold War. Like I think they fight behind closed doors. Pat Riley's been like this. He gets to a situation where, like, once a player hits a certain age, he's not willing to give them the extension that they think they deserve. And Shaq is not the first. Jimmy's not the first. And I doubt it'll be the last because they got a couple more guys coming down the line. You know, Bam Adebayo, Tyler Hero, these are going to be some guys that he's going to have to make decisions on in the future.
Man, can you imagine if the Heat kept Shaq up until they added LeBron?
Yeah, that would be wild.
And Shaq never played with LeBron on the Cavs because people forget he was back then. I mean, that's like when people show the photos of Karl Malone playing for the Raptors or the Lakers or whatever, where it's him late in his career and he's washed, but still, I mean, fun little nugget. And according to Bub, there's also going to be a minor league baseball park near that, I guess, entertainment district.
Is it still the San Antonio Missions? Does the chat know? Is it still the San Antonio Missions, the team that's down there?
I don't know. We'll have to ask the chat and depend on them for that. And Rob Letendre, hope I pronounced that right. Man, I was trying to make this point earlier, but I remember when I went to that game in the Spurs arena in middle school, I mean, it was horrible. Like the setup getting in for parking was horrible. Getting out, And also, like, that arena, the way it's designed inside is weird. I feel like there's way more like sections and stuff that's like marked off than most NBA arenas. I don't know if that even makes sense, but yeah. Or Highway 37. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm bad
But
with you.
I don't know. We're gonna get back to the sport, or actually, real quick before we do that, I love the reports that Luka's 270. Like that's like if he weighs so much apparently that he forced me to go look up what he weighed in at the combine, which I think was 223 or was in the 220s. So, you're doing the James Harden plan. I fully expect him to do the James Harden plan where he might be 270 now, but he's a shapeshifter and looks like 220 come warm-ups when he's ready to play for the Lakers.
I'll say this.
James Harden was the king of that.
Yeah, the difference with James Harden, though, is he was intentionally trying to sabotage his time in Houston. Whereas, like, I don't think Luka ever thought that they'd have the balls to do what they did.
Mm-hmm.
But in essence, I hope this is a wake-up call for Luka, and I hope he does kind of become a little bit more intentional with how he approaches the game off the court. Because if he puts 100% into this, he could get LeBron 2 more rings.
Yeah. Hey, and I mean, you're like, he's going to tighten up. He just got traded for being fat. Or he could look at this and be like, yo, I just got traded for being fat to the biggest market in the entire NBA.
And the best player of all time.
Yeah. Like, I'm fascinated to see how this is going to work with Luka and LeBron. Because, I mean, man, as a LeBron fan, how many times has it actually worked out with another ball-dominant player longer than a handful of years? Kyrie Irving. I know, by the time he played with a lot of the other guys, they were older, so it didn't really happen. But, like, if him and Melo were ever actually on the same team in the first 10 years of their career, that's not working. So
Mario Chalmers was ball-dominant.
Shut up.
That shithead would not pass the ball.
Man, you're giving me throwbacks. We last week we did a run of naming random NBA players and showed the video of Keon Coleman coming back and being like, he ain't random, he was all-star, and all the other stuff. But no, with LeBron, I mean, how is this going to work with Luka? I mean, I think they both are definitely, they want to be the alpha leader of the team. But I mean, if you're Luka, like it is LeBron at the end of the day. It should be his team, his franchise, his league, and his call. So interested to see what happens. But as far as him tightening up, maturing, and figuring out how an NBA offseason should be handled, we'll have a lot of good guidance. LeBron spends several $1 million a year on his body. I'm sure he'll try to talk Luka into doing similar treatment and, offseason stuff. But Coach Tom makes a great point. Like, it didn't matter if he weighed more than Cam Williams or was James Harden or whatever. At the end of the day, I don't want to throw the term generational out there because I think that term is way overused. But at the end of the day, he was a top 3, top 5 talent in the league, no question. And has the potential to be a Hall of Famer, no question. And he's the face of your franchise with, I mean, I don't know. I won't say he's the face of Dallas over Dak or whatever you want to call that, but he
has a case.
Yeah, but like you haven't had a, I don't know what the word is. You haven't had a guy like that since Dirk. And before that, I don't know who it was. It is very hard to draft those guys and hit on those guys and actually have someone that you can say, yeah, he's the face of our franchise, face of our team. Yeah. You don't have that anymore. Like all the videos that have been posted of parents telling their sons, their kids, their daughters, hey, Luka got traded, and they're like crying or like, what? For real?
That's all they know.
Yeah, but you haven't had a player like that in Dallas since Dirk. You haven't had a player in Dallas that is the star that makes being a Mavs fan cool until Luka, and now you traded him away. Anthony Davis is not that. Kyrie Irving is not that. Name whoever else you want to name on the Mavs. They are not that.
Yeah.
And with the way college basketball has gone, international basketball with, international prospects now littering the draft more than they ever have, it is so much harder to find the next star player, the next face of the league. And you had that with Luka, and now he's gone. So I totally get Mavs fans going north of the border, becoming Thunder fans. They have a pretty damn good positive outlook. All the draft picks coming up, the young nucleus of talent. But, I mean, man, as a Mavs fan, like, you have to be devastated.
Let me ask you, if you were a Mavs fan, would you, and you're like, all right, I'm done with Dallas, would you rather go be a Thunder fan or a Spurs fan?
Me personally, I'd rather be a Spurs fan. I'm from Austin. That's, geographically the closest. I think that's a better excuse than the Thunder, because then that's complete bandwagon,
Yeah.
But yeah, probably the Spurs. Also, just like you can all like, I can't even name who the Thunder's coach is right now. I know he's supposed to be top of the league, but with Spurs, you got Pop, and he'll never let me down. I like Pop, so yeah, I would choose the Spurs. I don't know about you. You grew up, in North Texas, not Central Texas, so.
Yeah, I would just stay rooting for Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, I got you. Is there any chance he ends up with the Rockets and goes home back to Houston?
It's one of the teams that's in the mix. That would be fun, obviously. Obviously, they got a fun team. I don't think they're winning a ring, though. So.
Yeah. See, I'm not going to read this comment out loud, but Jake Bayless, props to you for being so loyal. A lot of Mavs fans are in similar boats, but Jake said, I would rather endure blank and blank torture than root for either one of those teams. Feel you on that. So, not sure about that. But Mavs made a grave mistake, and they will surely pay for it heading forward. But, back to the sport we get paid to talk about, get paid to cover. I wanted to ask you, you were in Mobile for the Senior Bowl. Saw a lot of your Twitter content. Wasn't able to read a ton of the stories you wrote, but while a few Longhorns did opt out, the only one that ended up participating was Barron Sorrell. What were your thoughts on Sorrell as someone who covered him in high school also, but any other names that stood out, major stock up guys, potentially stock down guys, how was that week in Mobile?
I actually did not cover him in high school. I'll give a quick, brief story on that. It was signing day in whatever class he was in. I think that was 2021. And I was working with Mike Roach at the time, and Mike got a DM from a source in Louisiana. It's like, hey, Barron Sorrell is about to sign with Texas. And Mike calls me, and he's like, do you know who Barrett Saran is? And I was like, who? I was like, apparently he's about to sign with Texas. And surely, just enough of right about that time, he ended up signing. And, we had no idea. He was completely off our radar. And that very rarely happens in this business, as you know, in recruiting. And that was one that completely caught us off guard. We had no idea that one was coming down the line. And then he ended up being a really good player for him. But as far as how he did at the Senior Bowl, on the first day, we get kind of an evaluation of how they look physically. And he's a tweener, and that's a fact. Is he going to play off ball? Is he going to play off the edge? Is he going to put his hand in the dirt? How is that going to work for him at the next level? Don't really know the answer to that. And I think whatever team drafts him probably will not know the answer to that until they get him going in mini camp and training camp and things like that. But how he did at the Senior Bowl, man, I think he went from a fringe draft pick to a firm day 3 selection, whether that be late 4th round, early 5th round. I would probably give him a 5th right now just because of the size concerns, but he was awesome in Mobile. I mean, he was getting to the quarterback. He was getting around the edge. He was dominating one-on-ones. Granted, I didn't love the tackle class that they had there in Mobile, but I thought he did well with what was in front of him for sure.
Yeah, I didn't even know this till now, but, you made me curious about Barron Sorrell's recruitment, so I went and looked it up. You want to guess which Big Ten school he was committed to for a handful of months between June of
I should know this.
The summer heading into his senior year, and I think it was October of his senior year.
I should know this. You said Big Ten school. Is it a current Big Ten school or a form?
Current Big Ten.
Current Big Ten. Was it a Big Ten school then too?
Yes.
Okay. That feels like a Michigan State.
Northwestern.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It doesn't surprise me. He came from a private school. He was a high academic kid. So
yeah, he's at Holy Cross.
Yep.
And he was a 2021 class. He did sign early, so that was Tom Herman who signed him, 3 weeks before he was fired or let go, whatever you want to call that whole ordeal. But yeah, definitely interesting with Sorrell. Also, first ever offer by way of Tulane and Willie Fritz.
Yep.
So that makes sense with how he's panned out. But, any other stock up guys? It sounds like Barron, improved his draft positioning. I know he'll still have to test well at Pro Day, potentially Combine. But any other guys, might be Cowboys targets, potentially might just be other guys you're fans of that they really caught your eye and you feel good about their upward trajectory headed forward.
Yeah, I think if you're looking from a Cowboys perspective, specifically in the first round, you could look at Marshall edge rusher, Mike Green. That's a guy who had a really good week. He had some L's, don't get me wrong, but he also had some big splash W's. He had one against Josh Connerly, the tackle at Oregon, where he just put him in the dirt. And this was right after Josh Connerly. I gave him MVP of the day on practice day 1. He was awesome as well. I think he's cemented himself as a top 20, top 25 selection. UCLA edge, Oluwafemi Oladejo. That is one guy that I think should be getting a lot of eyes right now if you're a draft guy. He played mostly off ball at UCLA, and now he's getting an opportunity to really show what he can do off the edge, and he is a freak. I think that's a guy who could really find himself in some interesting conversations when it gets close to draft day. Maxwell Hairston, the corner at Kentucky, I gave him MVP for my day 2. He was unreal throughout the week, and really liked what he put together from a coverage perspective. I mean, he stays in the hip pocket of guys. His fluid mobility, fluid hips. I mean, he's a guy that is really strong. I think he's probably going to be a safe first or second round selection. I mean, I could go down the list here. There was a lot of guys that really impressed. Walter Nolan, I think, stamped his placement as a first-round pick. Smile Munden Jr., I'm very curious to see where he ends up on draft day. He's kind of gotten some mocks on day 3, which I think is just ridiculous. I think he's a safe day 2 guy. Didn't love what I saw from Emory Jones Jr., the LSU tackle. I would probably stay away from him. Deion Walker is a guy that's been drawing a lot of attention, the Kentucky defensive tackle, just because of his size. He's 6'7", 351 pounds, but he plays so high. I mean, he plays all the way up here, and there was a 5'11" center from North Carolina who just bulldozed him a couple of times just because his pad level is like damn near at the sky. So like if he can get low and start driving some guys up, he's going to be dominant at the next level. That's a guy I would take a risk on and trust my coaches to develop him.
He also, if I remember correctly, I know it was 34+ inch arms he measured in with, but I think it might have been something nutty like 35.5 or 36.5, something like that.
Yeah.
Which is offensive tackle length from an interior D-line prospect who, like you said, is 6'7". Like that's truly jumbo-sized D-lineman in a jumbo-sized league.
Yeah, it's unreal.
So he was interesting. Like I remember Eric Henry from a Horns 24/7 site. Every Texas game or every week of every Texas game, he does kind of a write-up with a writer from the opponent's site. So, right from the Kentucky side, and he asks like 10 questions for, relevant to that game or players on the team Texas about a play. And for Walker, he asked like, what happened? Because after his first 2 years at Kentucky, it's like, this is a top 10 pick. This is a top 15 pick.
Yeah.
And as the season went on, this past fall, that the shine worsened. He didn't have the stock. It was going down the wrong way. And I remember the answer he gave was, he gets too high, like you said.
Yep.
And also the motor was more consistent his first 2 years at Kentucky than it was in year 3. Part of, the reason he mentioned he thinks that is not because he just suddenly got lazy, but because he's playing at a higher snap count than he's ever played. And, as anyone who watches football and has knowledge of the game knows, the longer and more snaps an interior D lineman is on the field, the lower their motor is going to be.
Yeah.
So, I seemed like he had a really good Senior Bowl week. I know you gave him a lot of love on Twitter, but he is someone I'm fascinated to see what ends up happening with him. Because, I think could be very boom or bust depending on what his mental eval actually is.
He could be anywhere from a top 20 pick to a third-round pick. And you're right. I think a lot of what has a lot of what's in front of him has to do with what he does at combine, what he does in interviews, what he does on the field, pro day, things like that. But yeah, the high pad level and the motor, that is certainly one to keep an eye on as far as, why he has dropped so far in the last year. But the high pad level, that's been the one thing that I've heard multiple times just because of how big he is. Can he even get that low? So,
yeah. I wanted to ask you, one of the guys that seemed to have a very up and down week in Mobile was Jalen Milroe. Cat, you covered out of high school. Big. Both of us are big fans of him, the player, the person. What do you really see happening with him? He also seems very, very, very boom or bust for the NFL.
Yeah, 100%. I actually caught up with Jalen one night in one of the hotels and got to, chop it up with him for 10, 15 minutes. It was good to catch up with him. He's such a good dude, man. And he's someone that remembers everyone he comes in contact with. Obviously he was committed to Texas for a long time, so I covered him for a long time. And Yeah, he came up to me, and I was trying to go up to him. So he's a good dude. He's a really good dude at who he is, and he'd be a high character guy for whoever drafts him. He's going to be a guy that's going to, first one in, last one out, high competitive nature. But as far as what he brings on the field, man, I really wish he went back to Alabama for another year. And I wonder if he ends up regretting that. But he's in it now. He had a really rough day one in Mobile. I mean, he was skipping slants, and it wasn't looking great. And then day two, he looked great, and he was airing the ball out, and he was putting great touch on deep field shots, and he was getting balls in over tight one-on-one coverage. I mean, when he's on, he's one of the best passers in this draft. When he's off, he's undraftable, and it's the variance, I think, means that he's going to have to go into an NFL team that is okay with him sitting down for a year or two, learning the system, getting comfortable with timing, getting comfortable with rhythm, and then figuring out how to fix his mechanics so that he doesn't have those short to intermediate range issues. Because if that happens in the NFL, not only are you getting picked, you're getting picked sixth, and that's not going to be something that requires a long NFL career. I'll tell you that. Yeah,
the ideal scenario is he goes somewhere that has a top half the league level starter to where he can just sit and bake, marinate, for a few years. Man, imagine it seems like the Ravens, every few years draft someone to basically be like a McDonald's version of Lamar. So when he goes down, they can run the same offense. Like, can you imagine if the Ravens got him?
It'd be perfect. It would be awesome.
Yeah. Is there and again, I know because of the type of prospect he is and what you mentioned with, the day-to-day play of him being so different, especially in Mobile, but is there a clear read maybe on what round or two rounds he could go in, or do you think it's just going to be beauty in the eye of the beholder?
Yeah, I think it's probably that. I think if you were asking me right now, probably second round, third round is probably where he lands, but maybe more so towards the third.
Yeah, he's interesting. You mentioned him coming back to Coach 420. We're talking about Jalen Milroe. You mentioned him coming back to Alabama for one more year, would be something you'd like to see. I think that would have been interesting.
Yeah.
You probably talk to more people in Senior Bowl and have a better sense of the situation than I did. But, from my outside POV, it seemed very similar to the Quinn Ewers situation at Texas, where everyone knew, yes, he has one more year left, but if he goes back to college, it's because he's going to another school. He's not – if he comes back to Texas, he's not the starter. It's going to be Arch. At Alabama, they don't have an Arch Manning waiting in the wings, but they have a Keelan Russell coming in. They have Austin Mack, who that staff took with them from Washington to Alabama. He's probably he can end up as a starter. I'm not joking.
Yeah.
It's going to be him or Ty Simpson.
I wouldn't have been taking him over another year from Milroe.
Yeah, I know, but that staff did not bring Milroe in. And also,
that.
How pissed off the Bama fan base was with him towards the end.
But they recruited him to stay because when Saban retired, Milroe was gone. He was hitting the portal. It was a conclusion. It was done. It was final. And that staff recruited him to stay. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I would be curious to find out what really happened there if we could. But, no, it's going to be interesting. So, I know it's not decided yet, and there's a long way to go, especially with the combine taking place at the end of this month. But with Cowboys, if you had to name, I guess, even just one position if you could, but I guess a handful of positions that you think will be the first round selection, second round, third round, the money rounds.
Running back for sure. There's a fascinating conversation being kicked up about the Ashton Jeanty problem. Like if you draft Ashton Jeanty at 12, then you're giving up value at other positions. Whereas the running back position has so much value in this draft, so you could pass on a Jeanty in the first round, get a position of need, and still get a really good running back on day 2 or day 3. So running back, definitely one. I mean, you can make a case for damn near every position. You can make a case for offensive tackle, offensive guard. You can make a case for edge rusher, corner, receiver. I mean, tight end. I've seen mocks with Tyler Warren at Penn State. I've seen mocks with Matthew Golden and Emeka Egbuka. I've seen mocks with Jeanty, obviously. I've seen mocks with Mike Green out of Marshall. Just saw one this morning with Walter Nolan. So, I mean, they need everything, and they will be taking best player available most likely there at 12.
I don't know who put this out, but I saw someone on Twitter had Jackson Dart going to Dallas like late day 3. Is there a chance they take a QB late in the draft just to have another body, a backup?
Yeah, they could. Both of their backups are free agents going into the cycle, Cooper Rush and Trey Lance. I don't think Trey Lance is back, so they would need to, if they want to continue to develop a young guy behind Dak and or Cooper, then they would make sense to go ahead and draft one on day 3. But they need so many other positions, so like you would have to be okay with giving up a pick there, basically.
Yeah. Jackson Dart could be interesting. Damn good college career, but obviously the pro ceiling there isn't what it is for the other quarterbacks in the class. But I mean, man, and like you said, a lot of good running back options. It would be real cool if they drafted Taj Brooks. Him and Deuce Vaughn back together on the same team after playing a little 7-on-7 together in the past.
Split the juice backfield.
Yes, sir. There you go. Hey, and Deuce's dad is there. He can make it happen. But no, I see Keenan waiting in the waiting room. I'll bring him on. I don't know what the deal is with Eric today. But Nick, don't know what your schedule is. If you got to run, you can get out of here.
Got to get out. About to drive to New Orleans, get ready for Super Bowl week. But y'all have a good one, fellas.
That's all right. Appreciate you a ton, Nick, for hopping on today. And again, our regular schedule will be starting next Monday, 10 to 11, Mondays and Fridays. Nick will not be on this week on Friday. So again, next Monday is when the regular schedule starts. So yeah.
All right. See you, fellas. Y'all have a good one.
Appreciate it.
Peace, Nick.
See you.
Oh, Keenan, you look like I don't know what you look like. I was going to say something mean, but
I don't feel very good, if that's what you're implying.
At least you still feel something. That's what matters.
I feel something. It ain't good.
Yeah. So you're a Dallas. Well, actually, no, you live in Austin, don't you?
Yeah, I've been in Austin for 13 years.
But
I'm
a Dallas
Sports
native
fan, though. Yeah,
a Dallas native. Attended Dallas Jesuits, grew up in the 214, the Triple D, Dirty D, whatever you want to call it. Just vent to us. How do you feel? No, but before we get into that, sorry. When you saw, I don't know if you have notifications on for Shams or just ESPN, but when you saw it for the first time, what actually went through your head?
I thought it was hacked, man. I didn't think it was real. Just because it makes so little basketball sense in so many different ways. The years don't make sense. The financials don't make sense. What you're getting in return doesn't make sense. The reasoning didn't make sense. Like, none of it made sense at all. So I figured it was just a mistake. And then everybody started reporting it. And then I don't know if you saw Nico Harrison's press conference, but it was one of the most humiliating things I've ever seen. He's basically like, yeah, I'm not going to have a job in a few years. So anyway, so it doesn't matter. Ha. Like, he was like joking about how he's not gonna have a job in a few years. It's like, dude, do you not care at all about this franchise? Like, what the hell, man? And we should bring Eric in because we're gonna talk plenty about this today.
Yeah, no doubt. Don't want to take away one of the. Sorry, Eric. I don't know if you're ready. If you need some more time. Yeah. Okay. I guess you ain't ready. All good. But no, it is a fascinating move, and like you said, I thought he was hacked when I first saw it because I don't have notifications on for Shams, so I got it from ESPN first. I was like, wait, what? But I mean, man, like, and the funniest part was like the immediate first example of a Mavs team without Luka. They gave up 50 points in the first quarter, and they lost by like 43.
They lost. They were down 91-46 at the half. And, like, I mean, they killed the franchise. They killed the franchise with one move. They literally killed all hope for a long time.
You know who gets another ring, though? My GOAT.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. He is going to get another ring.
My GOAT. Actually, I don't know if he will.
All right, Keenan, save some of that shit for our show.
Oh, I will.
Hopefully, you haven't
I could go for 2 hours on this topic alone. I'm saving.
Yeah, no, he hasn't. I've been trying to save for y'all, but I'm fascinated. Him with LeBron, I mean, 2 ball-dominant players. Very rarely has it actually, I think, worked for LeBron playing with another ball-dominant superstar. So I'm curious what'll happen. But Luka Doncic in a Lakers jersey. What do they call it? They call it forum blue and gold.
Yeah.
Man, I know you're sick. I know you're sick.
I'm sick.
But, okay, I'm just a casual fan. This will be the last thing. And I'll leave Keenan and Eric the floor to vent or rant, whatever you want to call this experience with the Doncic trade. But who even are the contenders in the West? Because there's someone who's now going to be more invested in the Lakers and my GOATs, LeBron James. Who are they going to be competing with for that Western?
OKC is the best team in the West right now. OKC is really good. Denver's getting better. Houston's really good. And the West is weird. There's like a few teams at the top. Let me pull up the standings just to make sure that I'm not forgetting anybody. But I know the top teams are the Rockets, Thunder, Grizzlies, and Nuggets are kind of the top teams. Lakers are in 5th right now, so they'll, continue to climb, while the Mavericks continue to fall out of favor with everybody, including their own fan base. And it's perfect. It's great. Really happy about the NBA these days.
Yeah, hey, they just need Jokic. Maybe they can continue
Maybe
getting
that's the plan, yeah.
These sloppy white boys from Europe. Hey, maybe the Nuggets will give Jokic to the Lakers for Austin Reeves. You never know. Right. I mean, the Mavs gave him Luka for AD, so it could happen. But
might as well try.
Yeah, but anyways, I'll leave y'all to it. Keenan, I'm sorry. I know you're hurting. Anyone who watched today, anyone that's ever watched, we appreciate you a ton. Super excited for the future with Nick Turbo, and that show starting next week. I'll be on here tomorrow with either Rod or Wags. I'll be wearing a Lakers hoodie. We're pushing for that 1 seed now. So
we're pushing. This is hilarious, man.
I'll
Jordan,
see
what the hell's the name of your? Oh, this guy just took off. I don't know what the hell's the name of his show. Did he say?
I don't think it has a name yet. It should be something with Turbo though, for sure.
It's got to be something with Turbo. Now that Will Turbo has said that he can be called Turbo, we got to get something.
That's a very cool nickname.
But with that. That was Jordan Scruggs, and I think it was with Nick Harris today, right? Jordan Scruggs and Nick Harris. I believe the announcement was there, and Nick Harris is going to be part of the Texas Sports Unfiltered team.
Yeah, I think so.
Shout out to Nick Harris, another Horns 24/7, I guess in this case, alum.
Yeah.
Joining the Texas Sports Unfiltered fan base. BK, somehow our boss might need to get in contact with BK and see if they can work out a financial arrangement. No, I kid, BK. I'm just kidding. We are False Start. I am Eric Henry. He is Keenan Womack. I don't even know what to say, dog. I don't even know what to say. I mean,
what is there to say?
I don't know what to say. The biggest blockbuster trade, I would argue to say, and it's going to be one of the topics we have today, biggest blockbuster trades in sports history. So if you have a blockbuster trade that resonates with you, stands out to you, drop them in the chat. But we're going to go through a few. Keenan, this right there for me is top 3, top 4 in not just NBA history, but in sports history. Luka Doncic going to the Los Angeles Lakers. Keenan, we are what? 2 days-ish removed. I mean, what was it? Saturday night that went down?
Saturday at 11:08 or whatever.
I was still awake. I'm trying to think what the hell was I awake for? Because I had gotten back. I'd gotten back from no. Saturday night, I was still in
Baton Rouge.
Baton Rouge. Yeah. Okay. So that's actually where I'll start the show. I had gotten back from Baton Rouge. I was still in Baton Rouge. I left my phone in a lift. And I will talk about that after I give you the opportunity to talk about your emotions when you saw the trade. But I remember the first thing when I saw it was I texted you. I was like, I got to text Keenan this. And Keenan was like, I don't think it's real. I haven't seen any coverage of it. And I was like you. I'm like looking at it and I'm thinking, if Luka Doncic was just traded, that's a cut into SportsCenter moment. That's a cut into coverage moment. And I guess they did the deal where it's like, hey, we got to get a camera on Shams first before they, cut into coverage. Because it was like 10 minutes. And I was like, all right, I even, full disclosure, I tweeted out 2 tweets and deleted them. I was like, all right, come on, man. Like NBA TV hasn't cut into coverage. SportsCenter hasn't cut into coverage. Keenan, there wasn't even like the breaking news ticker. None of that, right? So I'm like, man, whatever. Hacks, right? Quinn Ewers said he was hacked. We all know that is, kind of is what it is. This is a real hack, right? Like there's no way. And then it gets confirmed. And we see multiple sources confirming. With Keenan, a trade that is just it's unbelievable. It's leaves you flabbergasted. When Shams has to come out and say, guys, I was not hacked. Okay. That should tell you all you need to know. Keenan, your emotions when you first saw it first, and then when you knew it was real.
I mean, I thought it was like you said, man. I thought it was a hack. It's just so unbelievable that there's just no way it could have happened, and I'm devastated. I don't know what else to say. They destroyed the franchise in one move. Essentially tanked for several reasons too. It's not just that they built this team around Doncic. It's not just that they brought all these guys in who wanted to play with Doncic. It's not just that they owed Doncic $100 million in the Supermax and traded him right before he was eligible for it, meaning no big names are ever going to sign here again as long as this ownership's around. It's not just all that. It's the fact that Nico Harrison admitted that, Rob Pelinka thought he was trolling when he called him with this offer. Thought he was kidding. That's how bad of an offer it was. 2, the Mavs owner, Dumont, laughed when he brought the trade up, when Nico brought the trade up. C, that Luka didn't want out and did not indicate he was not going to re-sign. And 4, he said he doesn't care about 10 years from now because he won't be around. He said all 4 of those things in the press conference that I watched. And it's like, this man should not be in a position of power, and he never will be again because of this. Like, he will lose his job with this franchise, and he'll either get a cushy job with the Lakers or a cushy job with the NBA because, he'll never be a GM again. It's the most dysfunctional thing I've ever seen in a franchise ever. I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen a guy who gives less of a shit about the team he's managing. And I've never seen a worse trade. And I'm devastated and I'm sick and I don't know what to do with my NBA fandom anymore. I don't know if I can even really be a fan of the league because, not to keep going, but there are conspiracy theories out there that have some legs that are the Adelsons bought this team as a play into Texas politics to get gambling legalized in the state of Texas. That failed. And now they're trying to tank this team's value and either sell it or move the team to Vegas. And the first move in doing that was killing the value by trading their best player and generational talent. And I'm willing to believe those things are true because this is so insane. I don't know what else to say.
Keenan, no need to, apologize for going long because we're going to spend at least 30 minutes talking about this trade. Listen, you're a Mavs fan. Like, you are a Mavs fan. You are from Dallas-Fort Worth. So, we're going to talk about this. Can you run through? I believe you said there were 4 things that came to mind. Can you run through them again? Because I just want.
Yeah. So the 4 things that Nico Harrison admitted in the press conference.
Yeah.
Rob Pelinka thought he was trolling. The Mavs owner Patrick Dumont, who runs the team for the Adelsons, laughed when Nico pushed this idea.
All right, so let's stop there. So I'm going to okay. Rob Pelinka thought that Nico Harrison was trolling.
Yes.
He brought this trade idea to him.
He said that in Nico Harrison.
Just to be clear, again, I didn't watch the presser. I'm not a Mavs fan. I caught the clip of Jason Kidd looking like he'd rather be anywhere in the freaking world but there. Which, side note, the fact that Jason Kidd ain't even put on a shirt with a collar to come to this thing, that dude said, nah, man, I'm coming as I am.
Well, they didn't even tell him it was happening until the press conference. They didn't
even tell him it was happening.
He found out when the media found out.
So let's take those 2, right? Rob Pelinka is the general manager of the Los Angeles Lakers, a team that is desperately trying to do anything to appease LeBron James and to, in essence, make them contenders again, right? And if you know anything about the Los Angeles Lakers, I've mentioned this book on the show, but I think in the offseason, when I was talking with Keenan, a book by Jeff Pearlman about the early 2000s Lakers and that run. You will learn a lot about that organization. If you don't know, that was the organization, or I shouldn't say was, still is the organization that, sorry, I got some ridiculous text that it looked like was urgent, but it's not. No. That's an organization that's still run by the Buss family. Keenan, you're an NBA guy. Just want to take a second here. Can you just let fans who may not know, or audience members who may not know, the Buss family are not Steve Ballmer. They are not some mega rich people. Like they kind of run this thing like a business to make a profit.
Yeah.
Fair?
Yeah. But I mean, they have resources to do that, and the fact that they're the Lakers,
They have resources, but they're not
they're not $21 billion in their
they're
back
not
pocket.
Okay. So the fact that Rob Pelinka, with all that background, was like, wait, no, you're serious? That should be the first thing in my mind. Now, let's talk about the fact that the person who runs the team for the Adelsons also thought, like, you're freaking insane. Do you believe the idea that Nico Harrison, because we're just going to just talk about this here, like just went rogue and just like, I'm doing this? I mean, what do you make of the idea that seemingly the only person who was like, yo, we're doing this is Nico Harrison?
Yeah, I mean, it does give the feeling that he did go a little bit rogue. I mean, the players didn't know, Luka didn't know, Jason Kidd didn't know, nobody knew except for him. And he called one person, knows the Lakers, and he didn't dangle the guy for picks. He took the first offer that was offered back, just took the first one, did it without telling anybody. It's like it's going to lead to widespread changes in how NBA franchises operate to prevent this from happening. And it is going to kill this franchise, because not only do you lose Doncic, who's going to be a superstar and will win multiple titles with the Lakers, I have no doubt. I thought he was going to win multiple in Dallas, and I never saw him leaving Dallas. I thought he would have like a Dirk-like career. But to get traded for a guy who's injured more than he is, who's older, who doesn't have the same ability to distribute. I'm not even crapping on Anthony Davis, but Luka's so good. It's like they might as well have just traded him for nothing at all. That's how good Luka is. It's like AD has how many good years left, do you think? He's not a top 10 player in the league. Again, he's a really good player, but I mean, this is how you destroy a franchise speed run. It's going to result in a complete disaster of attendance and merch sales and ownership and people caring about the team. And ironically enough, that might be exactly what they wanted, so they can move this team to Vegas, because I think that's what the Adelsons want to do.
All right, so that's why, like I said, I'm going to come to those conspiracy theories in a second as well.
Yeah.
But what were the other two?
Yeah.
Things that you took away from? And also, just really quick, the Dallas Cowboys have hired Derek Foster as their new running backs coach, per Nick Harris of the Fort Worth Star Telegram. So Tashard Choice in the clear, although that was pretty much confirmed yesterday when he tweeted out the picture of, I believe, a daughter, giving a little hook 'em sign. But take me through the last two observations of Nico Harrison's presser.
Yeah, so Luka didn't want out and didn't indicate he wouldn't re-sign. So this was not Luka pushing his way out. That's one thing. If that happens, I understand what you do. You still get a better haul for that. But this was done completely rogue. Like there's no precedent for it at all. There's no reason to trade this guy at all. You've built an entire team around him that went to the finals last summer. They're 3 wins short of winning an NBA title last summer. And then he doesn't care about 10 years from now because he won't be around. He said that in the presser.
All right. So in relation to the conspiracy theory, and I'm going to let you opine on that a little more in terms of, and I guess I'm calling it conspiracy theory just, because there's no way to really prove that. But when you make a trade like this, you're flabbergasted, right? I don't think, and maybe this is just me as a reporter, right? I'm not ready to buy into the conspiracy theory that, okay, we want to tank the value of this team to move it to Vegas. However, everything that I've known about trades, about especially NBA trades, Keenan, dog, how long did it take Carmelo Anthony and Kevin Durant and insert NBA superstar who's ever wanted to get traded, right? How long did it take those guys to get moved because it was like, hey, I think I can get a better offer. As an Orlando Magic fan, I remember the Dwight mirror is what it was called in Central Florida, right? When it was very clear that situation gotten toxic. There was the horrendous presser where Stan Van Gundy basically was doing a presser in front of the media and said, yeah, this guy's trying to get me fired. And then Dwight Howard pops up from behind you remember Keenan pops up from behind the background and is like, hey, Stan. And then Stan and Dwight, because if you know anything about Stan Van Gundy, he'll just say what's on his mind.
Oh,
right?
Yeah, he doesn't care.
And then they're with this awkward presser, right? Like they waited forever to get moved when we all knew there was one destination, which was LA. The fact that seemingly it was like, no, this is the trade I'm making. That leads me to believe that Nico Harrison, as I said, went rogue. And then for whomever he had to sign off with this, I'm assuming there's some liaison between the ownership that he had to sign off with on this, that they were like, all right, we're not going to push back. And that, Keenan, plays into the conspiracy theory, right? I don't know if I can buy the fact that the agencies were like, move this guy. But I can buy into the fact that it was like, all right, we're not going to be mad if you move him because we got a broader plan for this thing. So there's that. And then the last thing, Keenan, do you remember last week when I came on the show and told the story of John Weisbrod?
Yeah, it's the same shit.
So for those who weren't listening, I told the story. I said, you can just Google John Weisbrod, Orlando Magic. Just a quick background. I'll do a Cliff Notes version. The Orlando Magic are owned by the DeVos family. They owned a minor league hockey team in, I believe, Grand Rapids is where they own the team, the IHL. And they would just take executives because they're freaking cheap. Instead of going out and getting a big name general manager, they just would take people from inside what they call RDV Sports, any entity in that realm, and just move them over to the Magic when they felt like they had an opening, right? So John Weisbrod was a hockey GM for a minor league team, former hockey player, who made the decision to trade Tracy McGrady for Steve Francis, right? And wanted to run his team like a hockey organization, right? Which is you can piece things together because you don't really need a star, which is the complete opposite of the NBA, in which you need a star. No one ever wins championships without a star outside the Detroit Pistons, right? And even then, you could say they had a collection of, like, maybe not stars, Keenan, but really, really good guys. Like, maybe not, superstars, but stars in that sense. And resigned from the job something like 18 months later when he said, yeah, I knew in my heart, and this was the quote that broke me, and this is why I can relate to Keenan. The quote that broke me was, I would trade one NBA title I would trade 4 NBA titles for 1 Stanley Cup. And this is the guy who shipped my favorite player of all time, the superstar, out of someone who's from Central Florida, out of Central Florida, right? So I can relate there. So Keenan, was there a point when you watched the presser that you had kind of gotten through all the wave of emotions, and then that last statement, oh yeah, I won't be here in 10 years, but Keenan still would be as a Mavs fan, and I'm sure there's thousands of Mavs fans who would still be there 10 years from now, in which the rage just kind of bubbled back up inside of you when you heard that last part?
Yeah, it's just clearly a guy with no connection to anything that involves Dallas at all. Like, he's clearly just a guy, he's an LA guy who doesn't give a shit about this franchise, doesn't give a shit about its fans, doesn't give a shit about how it's constructed. It's disheartening. And for him to open the press conference by cracking up at something, it was like, it's like, dude, you just murdered somebody. You just cold-blooded murdered somebody to be laughing in this situation, to just clearly show you don't give a damn. And that, it's so weird that everybody was like, hey, don't do this. Hey, you shouldn't do this. Hey, man, this is a bad idea. But he just persevered and went right through every single roadblock to make this horrible deal for his team. I don't understand it. I'll never understand it. And I'm surprised. I'd be surprised if there wasn't some kind of investigation into this by somebody, because this is just like gross mismanagement. And and somebody yesterday was asking me why I was so upset. It's just one guy. Well, it's like, it's not just one guy, because nobody's ever going to sign with this franchise knowing that they can't get a supermax. They will never get another star to sign here because of the way that they just screwed a guy out of $100 million out of his supermax. And they just screwed him straight up. Didn't ask him, just got rid of him to bring in a guy who might play 3 or 4 more years in the NBA at a high level versus a guy who could play 10 more years at the NBA at a high level. at a different position that's more important and do more things than Anthony Davis. I love Anthony Davis. He's one of my favorite players of all time, but I've never been less happy to have a superstar traded to my team than in this situation. It's baffling and gross. And the other thing too is like, they don't realize that players make connections with cities. Like, this is our guy, dude.
Right.
Luka was our guy for years. We watched him fight through everything, get to the Western Conference Finals, lose to the Suns, lose to the Warriors, go through that terrible year, and then they bring in Kyrie and he gets him to the finals and he's about to get over the hump, gets a little injured, but he's coming back, and you kill that story for what? For what? For what, man? I'm devastated.
There are two more topics, two more aspects of this I'm going to tackle. But first, I want to go to show some love to the chat. CB, appreciate you rocking with us as always. Coach 420, appreciate you rocking with us as well. Jake, no, it does not have to be as one-sided this trade. Just whatever trade you got in mind. I'm going to run through a few here in a minute. But Coach 420 mentions the Herschel Walker trade was wild. CB says he thought Shams was hacked. No doubt. James Cox says, as a lifelong Lakers fan, he's loving it. Bye-bye street clothes. Nevin Roberts says Barkley to Phoenix was a big trade. R. Travis Johnson says, based on reports, I think people are trying to confirm it first, but no one believed it, so they're afraid to run it. That also is what I would believe, because I was checking all the guys, Chris Haynes, all and I didn't see anyone else there. Naaman, so obviously I was, like one when the Barkley trade went down, 1 or 2. But I've gone back and looked at that trade, and I realized Philly didn't get anything in return. So that might be a good analogy, because I'm always curious about that trade. Like, I kind of wish I had needed some more context around that, because I look back at the names and I'm like, was it a situation where like Barkley just wasn't going to re-sign, but they had to get rid of him? I don't know what. But Anthony Frederick says trying to get to Vegas. CB, I will give you a chance to answer this now, Keenan. Between the Mavs and the Cowboys, who do you have left to root for?
Rangers and Longhorns. That's all I got. I'm not cheering for the Mavericks. There's no reason to. They don't care about their franchise. Why should I?
There you go. I'll run through a couple more. CB says, Jake Bayless says he might as well already be on the Lakers payroll. Yeah, there's that. R. Travis Johnson says, never rooting for the Lakers, but he will always root for Luka to get a ring, but it'd be done with the NBA for a while. Coach 420, this is a good one. Roger Clemens going from Toronto to New York, coming off of 2 straight Cy Youngs. Again, I was a kid when that happened, but my dad, massive Yankee fan, where that being a big trade, although I think there may have been some mitigating circumstances there as well, because if my memory serves me correct, when Clemens left Boston, the feeling was he was done. He goes to Toronto. Didn't necessarily want to be in Canada. If I believe read some stuff about that, I don't want to say that for certain. UT Parking says, Keenan, what the fuck, bro? As a diehard Mavs fan, I'm done. Been a fan since 8 years old. He is done.
Understandable, man. Completely understandable.
Jake Bayless, I'll run through a couple more. Jake Bayless says, Tim McMahon said the franchise was concerned with Luka's conditioning and health, so we traded for Iron Man Anthony Davis, who always stays healthy. There you go. Couldn't agree with that more. Okay, so 2 aspects of this I want to tackle here, right? One, and I guess I'll start with this one first. I'll start with this one first. So I tweeted this out. Keenan, as an Orlando Magic fan, what upsets me most about this trade is, or I guess annoys me, because I'm not upset about it, right? But annoys me. I wouldn't consider Dallas is not a small market, right? It's not. But in terms of NBA history, it's not usually, Mark Cuban got some free agents to sign there, but it's not LA. It's not New York. It's not the 3 or 4 teams that's always talked about each cycle in terms of NBA free agents. Would that be a fair assessment, Keenan?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. And when it comes to Texas, Houston is typically the one who gets mentioned for all of the things that, come with Houston. Right. So there's that. As an Orlando Magic fan, I basically live in existence. Paolo Banchero is probably one of the top 10, 15 players in the league right now. And I live in existence where eventually I just wait till the day that guy says, I want to go to LA, right? Or I want to go to New York or wherever. And the fact that this guy just said, screw it. We got him in his prime. I'm sending him to LA. And I'm not saying that you'd feel any better if you went to Milwaukee, right, or went to insert small market, but that's the team that, like, when you draft and have a homegrown guy like Keenan said, and you build that love for him and that connection, it's like that's the team you don't want him to go to, right? Because they're just a big market team who, outside of Kobe and I guess Magic Johnson, right? Like, they don't draft guys and develop them. They always just go sign a free agent or make a trade and get who they want. And the fact that's what would make me just incensed as a fan, Keenan, if you wait your damn near entire lifetime to draft a guy and develop him who becomes that, and to just send him there, just send him for what, for who? So there's that. And I'll quickly just tie in the other aspect of this for me, and I'll let you respond to both. You talked about it. Anthony Davis is still a top 20, 25 player in the league, right? Maybe not top 10, but top 20, top 25. Great player, great defensive presence. This dude is not going to get a fair shake in Dallas, and it has nothing to do with him. Nothing to do with him at all. I would be curious to see if the Mavs fans, whoever the Mavs fans are that show up when AD plays his first home game, what the reaction is, right? Like, I just think about, and again, maybe this is me as a reporter, Keenan, but the narrative, that dude will never get a fair shake, right? Because he's going to be measured against Luka. The first time AD can't play back-to-back games, it's going to be hell on him, right? And it's nothing to do with him. It's the fact that you traded a generational talent in his prime. So, Keenan, I'll let you opine on both of those, and then we'll transition.
Yeah, I'm defeated. I'm just, that guy brought me so much joy and just enjoyed watching him so much while he was in Dallas, and he just got traded for no reason due to oversight and greed and a guy going rogue. And I can't believe that he would think that would be a good idea after making all these trades to build around Luka, to suddenly just go, actually, we're going to send him to the Lakers for nothing because we're ready to win now. It's like, that guy is your win now piece. He's your win now piece. He's your win in the future piece. And you just gave him away. And this franchise will never recover. They will never recover from this. It might be 20 years before they're in a position to win again, because until the Adelsons sell off this team, nobody will sign with them. And nobody will sign with a team where Nico Harrison is running things, because nobody's going to trust him.
I think that last point, Keenan, is an excellent point. I mean, I don't know. I cannot think of a trade that could have alienated a fan base more than this one, right? I mean, I honestly can't. I tried. I wasn't, none of us were alive for Gretzky to LA, right? And maybe that would be analogous. I don't know. But I can't think of a trade that truly just would alienate a fan base like this one. Keenan, I'm going to pause for a second. If you can, muster up the energy to tell the fine folks how they can improve their sleep. Because Keenan is always getting great sleep because he goes to this gentleman. But I don't know if he's been getting good sleep over the last 36 hours. I don't know if he has, and I think he probably will be in need of a visit to this gentleman who cannot fix his sports fandom, but maybe can give him some tips on how to work through when your sports team betrays you and good sleep. Keenan, why don't you let the folks know where they need to go?
Sleep Cycle Center is the only medical sleep office in Central Texas that provides the most technologically advanced care and screening, at-home testing, evaluation of airways, and treatment options related to sleep and breathing issues, such as sleep apnea. Their focus is to educate on what is going on in the patient's body and provide him or her with all treatment options related to that specific issue. Screening, testing, and treatment can be completed virtually or in person. They can eliminate snoring to sleep apnea. You no longer have to sleep in a separate bedroom from your significant other. Individuals and families are welcome. 2 convenient locations, one in the Arboretum, the other in Lakeway. They see patients of all ages from age 6 to 106. They are family-owned and operated. CPAP alternatives can be provided in most cases. They offer treatments that include CPAPs, oral devices, epigenetic devices, weight loss, lasers, and radio frequency. They are a network with most medical insurances. So give our friend, the good doctor, Dr. Denman, a call at 254-284-6812 or visit sleepcyclecenters.com and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered and False Start sent you.
Great job by Keenan, but listen to that man's voice. Listen to that man's voice. That is a defeated man. That is a defeated man. Jake Bayless, coming in my wheelhouse here, says, Eric, imagine, excuse me, if the Rays traded Evan Longoria in 2009 for the Red Sox for Josh Beckett. That's what this was, betrayal. I mean, that's a fair analogy. I wouldn't. I mean, it's also, listen, you're coming in my wheelhouse, Jake. I appreciate that. But let's call a spade a spade. And this could have more to do with my feelings on Evan Longoria, who I thought was an overrated third baseman. He was our guy who we drafted and became our homegrown Ray, right? But with that being said, Evan Longoria was not as good as Luka Doncic was in this moment. Evan Longoria, an all-star guy with a good glove, but this was 50 times worse. But I do get the gist of that. And that's also a good call because the Rays are coming off the World Series in 2008, right? And they lost something I thought would never happen in my lifetime. So there is that. I'm just going to run through a couple trades. Mookie Betts to the Dodgers.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Is considered that the one that was pretty bad as far as blockbuster trades. How much do you remember Shaq to the Heat?
Pretty well. Yeah, that was like right when I started paying attention to basketball.
That's one. I will never forget where I was because I have family who are from South Florida. So I was in Fort Lauderdale, spending the summer with some fam when that trade went down. And listen, I've talked about South Florida sports fans on the show a ton, right? Sorry, I saw Chris Bennett's comment. To get South Florida sports fans to care about anything is like a lot. Remember when LeBron signed with the Heat, you had the juxtaposition of the fans in Cleveland crying and the fans half empty sports bars in South Florida cheering, right? Because they're like, oh, we got LeBron. All right, yay.
Nice. I'm going to go to the beach now.
I'm going to go to the beach and look at breasts and probably go concoct the next, drug deal, right? So I was that. But I remember how the fans were in South Florida. Like, they were ecstatic, right? Because at that time, the Heat hadn't won a title. They were coming off the Zoe and Tim Hardaway era.
Yeah.
Didn't get them anything. The Dolphins, Ricky Williams, I think I just retired, if my memory serves me correct, or maybe was in that realm. I can't remember which when that trade went down. So, like, there was a lot of yearning for something sports-wise, right? The Marlins had won a World Series, but then they were just back to being the Marlins. So that was a big one I do remember. A-Rod to the Yankees. A-Rod to the Yankees, going from the Rangers. That always seemed to be short-lived. Keenan.
We knew he was leaving.
That
as soon
one
as he got there.
Because remember, he signed that massive deal. I'm looking at 10 years, $252 million. But at the time, right, it's like $250 million, right?
Now you give that to a reliever.
Right? But that one just felt like, and I'm glad you kind of confirmed it, never felt like A-Rod was long for Arlington.
No, we knew what the deal was with that.
I'll run through a couple more. Marshall Faulk to the Rams. I do vaguely remember that one, but I think the thing that surprised me is they had Peyton Manning, right? Peyton Manning going to a second year. So it's like, oh, you trade a running back, but if you remember, they drafted Edgerrin James. So
that worked out.
They had a plan there. And then, of course, the last one I'll mention, which, of course, right, the alley of Texas fans, the haul that Mike Ditka sent to I can't remember who. It was Washington. Yep, to draft Ricky Williams. I remember that one because like all of my older cousins and my dad were just stunned at the fact that the Saints traded basically every pick for the next bazillion years for one player, and then had that press conference with Mike Ditka in dread, something you could not do in 2025.
No, that would not be acceptable these days.
Mike Ditka with the wig. So there is that. All right, Keenan. Again, I know you're suffering, so I got to give you a chance to talk about something else, man. Let's talk about something else positive. I was in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Pete Maravich Assembly Center. I will say this here, one of the biggest dumps going. just saying that for what it is. Listen, there are people, I won't mention anyone by name because they didn't sign up to be mentioned by name, but local media there as well also mentioned that Pete Maravich Assembly Center is a dump. So I don't feel bad about saying it on air, but the Texas Longhorns go into Baton Rouge and leave with their strongest victory of the year, at least most decisive victory of the year, one that mattered, not against, some low major. To pick up a decisive win over LSU. Keenan, let you take it away. Your thoughts.
Yeah, it was pretty much a huge beatdown from the. Let me pull up the stat broadcast really quick. But yeah, I mean, LSU is not very good at basketball. They're just not. They got their ass kicked in a lot of games this year, and I said that they were a little bit better than their record said. They're not. They're not better than their record says. They're exactly what their record says, and they got destroyed by this Texas team. Pretty interesting performances from a few guys. I would say the oh my god, clicked the wrong thing. Sorry. There we go. Pretty much the top scorer was Caden Shedrick and Tremont Mark and Trey Johnson, but Shedrick was 16, 10, and 3 assists. So I would say he was probably the player of the game, even though he wasn't the leading scorer. Tremont Mark and Trey Johnson each combined for 36 with 18 each. But a lot of efficient shooting in this game. They shot 56.3% from the field and 47% from three, 78% from the line. So anytime you can do that in SEC play, it's probably a good sign. But yeah, Texas wins this game by 41 points. No, 31 points. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, complete beatdown. LSU has a couple guys, Sears is decent guard, but he can't do it all by himself. And they don't play very good defense. That Jai Bailey dunk was that on Shedrick was pretty crazy.
It was on Caden.
That was a damn poster. But in order to get posterized, you have to be in position to defend. So at least he's out there trying. LSU's a bad team. Texas scored 58 second half points against them, so that's about as good as you can ask for a team in the SEC to do to another team in the SEC, especially on the road. So yeah, I was impressed with the backcourt play. I was impressed with Shedrick. Pope was low volume, but he still had 50% from the field, 7 points. So Devon Pryor, I like a lot. I've been seeing good things out of him. He's kind of an athletic wing type that can defend, he can handle a little bit. He's not a great shooter yet, but he's starting to develop that part of his game. And I think he can be a pretty solid contributor for this team going forward.
Keenan, I'm going to play 2 bits of sound. Again, give me a thumbs up while it's running that you can hear it, because this is coming straight up from my phone in the post game in the corridor at Pete Maravich Assembly Center. Caden Shedrick, 10 boards. As you mentioned, I asked him, wasn't working for him on the glass. Going to get your thoughts here on the back end. Just give me a thumbs up that you can hear this, Keenan, as it is running right now.
I think just attacking the glass more. I don't think I had many offensive rebounds tonight, but I really tried to make an emphasis to all of SEC play to get offensive rebounds, just to earn extra possession for my team, and it's been working pretty well. And the emphasis for me throughout my whole college career is if I'm not getting it, don't let my guy get it. But I think I'm kind of starting to shift this conference play to I'm going to go get the ball, and I think that's helped a lot.
Keenan, I'm going to pause right there for a second. I will let you opine on that, but I'm going to roll right into, because there's a second piece of audio I wanted you to hear. Excuse me, Caden Shedrick's thoughts on Devon Pryor.
Last one for you. What has DP brought to the team over the past couple games? DP's brought a whole other factor to our team that we I knew DP is a great player and all that, but I don't think many of us were expecting him to step into this role and as well as he has. He's that very first game he played, I think it was only 3 minutes, and he had to play excellent in all 3 of those minutes. And he's just been playing every game so far. And he really plays his role. He plays hard. He's an incredible athlete. Can guard really well. And he's going to be a special player. And I'm really happy for him that he stepped up these last few games. Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you.
All right, Keenan, you heard first Kendall. Why do I keep calling this kid Kendall? Dear God, man, I got Kendall Weaver on the brain because we just came from that presser. Caden Shedrick first on his added emphasis on the glass, and then also his assessment of Devon Pryor. I'll let you just take both of them.
Yeah. Definitely much better on the glass lately. I've been saying that for the last week and a half, maybe the last 4 or 5 games or so. He's been much better at getting to the boards. He looks more comfortable out there. I wonder if his injuries have completely healed at this point. Maybe he was still a little ginger to start the season or something, because he just looks healthier. He looks more physical. He looks more confident out there rebounding the ball and getting physical with other guys. And I think that's kind of the key for him. As far as his comments on Devon Pryor. Yeah, Pryor's been really good. He's sort of the type of guy that I talked to somebody about this before the season started, who they think has maybe long-term point guard potential as far as like an oversized jumbo type of creator. Whether that works out or not remains to be seen, but it is an interesting thought because he is a good ball handler and he is pretty swift with the handle. He's got good dribble moves. He can get to the rim and things like that. So I think overall he's a pretty talented guy. It's cool that the team's embracing him this early. I think that that's really important. But, you got to get better wing minutes because, your wing is typically, I guess, it depends on the night who plays wing. Typically it's Tremont Mark, but, I think you can play both him and Mark. I think you play both Pryor and Mark at the same time and have two wings on the floor, kind of like how the Celtics do it. Not that those guys are similar to the Celtics guys, but, playing two wings does work. Two perimeter type of scorers, or one is a perimeter scorer and one is more of a guy that drives the rack. So I think you get some versatility mixed in there, and Pryor can be an asset for sure.
CB asked, that had me laughing, said, can we talk about Kanye's wife at the Grammys? He also notes, Eric, at the end of their show, BK showed the uncensored pic of Kanye's wife. Bucky was speechless. I'll say this. Listen, I had no idea that Texas Sports Unfiltered was turning into, the hub.
TMZ.
The hub. I didn't know. Now, had I known that, BK, we're just going to start showing titties. I mean, I could do that. Now, Keenan has a wife, and I don't want, the great Caroline Womack to come after me. So, whenever Keenan is out, maybe we just start showing titties on it. Now, Chris, you can let me know, CB. Did he show it to the audience, or did he just show it to Bucky? Because if you show it to Bucky, then maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. But if we just showing titties on the air. I mean,
that was insane, dude.
We'll end the show with that. I'll come back to that in a second. I do want to ask you though on DP. Probably a horrible way to segue that coming off of referencing the hub. It's probably all of Devon Pryor. Keenan, I guess I'm trying to figure out how I want to ask this because I've been toying around with this thought in my head.
Yeah.
One thought at a time. If Devon Pryor is getting more minutes, is the odd man out basically Jason Kent? And does that need to essentially be the case?
Probably, yeah. I mean, they're typically technically different positions, but I mean, Jason Kent is just very hit or miss, man. He's a very feast or famine type of player. And if you're getting the bad Jason Kent, you're getting a guy who's doing cardio for 15 minutes and not really contributing.
Go ahead.
You know what I mean? He's just kind of running up and down the floor, just getting his exercise, not rebounding, not scoring. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate because I had high hopes for Kent, to be honest. Considering the efficiency with which he shot at Indiana State, I figured he would be like a pretty good addition to this team, but it doesn't seem like Tony Snell cardio game exactly. So yeah, I mean, I think that's probably the guy you start pushing out if you're bringing Devon Pryor in, because Pryor's kind of a 3 right now, but he's big enough to defend 4, so you can kind of do the same thing defensively that Kent does. So yeah, I think that's your odd man out.
Jack Burton, for the sake of my career, the professional job I have as a day job, I hope that BK doesn't clip that and then run it on social. Then I'll probably have a bigger problem with 24/7 Sports, CBS, et cetera, et cetera. They probably do not want me using that word on the air with or 24/7 below my face. So there's probably that. So that's one part. Here's the second part that I think is really, really interesting to me, and I want to give you a chance as someone who really dives deep into college basketball to find on this. Keenan, does this team have another ceiling if Kendall Weaver comes back healthy? Right now, so we got to see what's going on with that left hip flexor. We haven't got an update yet. But if Kendall Weaver can come back and just be Kendall Weaver, right, and then you get what you've been getting from Devon Pryor, ceiling for this team. I mean, does that What does that do for you? Does that do anything for you there as far as maybe the ceiling for this year's Texas Longhorns?
Yeah, I mean, I think they can finish a top half team in the SEC, which I wasn't sure about after the Florida game. I wasn't thinking they were going to be a top half of the SEC team after Florida beat them. After A&M beat them in game 1, I thought they would probably be finished 10th or 11th in the SEC. And now I think they can finish 7th or maybe 6th. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of these really great teams have been going down lately. So, you see that to an extent. And you have all these wagon teams in the SEC, Florida, Tennessee, who both have blown each other out, Alabama, Auburn, Kentucky, who just lost to Arkansas in what was one of the funnier games I've ever seen. I've never seen a fan base more angry to lose than the Kentucky fans against Arkansas on Saturday night. That was cinema, dude. It was crazy. But yeah, I think this team has a higher ceiling than I initially thought. I don't think they're like national title contenders or anything, but I do think they're better than people thought they were going to be. So I will give credit where it's due to the team. Also, they're very resilient, man. They don't give up. They don't quit. I mean, you see the A&M game at home is enough indication of that they don't quit. They just play really hard, and I appreciate that about them for sure.
Jake Bayless, I'll throw his comp here. He says he feels like you heard somewhere that Weaver could be back for the Vandy game. You may have heard that from me. I don't know if it was or wasn't, because that's kind of been the timeline. I had heard last week that it was out for the 2 weeks. I don't know. I guess I should let the audience in on this. I don't know if that's been affected. Texas tried to get home from Ole Miss, but anyone who was in the Austin area, greater Austin, Central Texas area, can tell you there was a lot of fog going on last week. Until the skies kind of cleared when I left for Baton Rouge on Saturday. As a result, Texas did not get home until yesterday. They had been on the road for a while. So I don't know if that may have affected whatever rehab they planned, because obviously you're on the road, you have the same facilities. Also, Rodney Terry dealt with the flu.
Yeah.
He was not around his team for 30 hours. That was what he told me in the post game. So take that into account for whatever it's worth. Keenan, one more guy I want to talk about, because when I came off of RT's presser, he said, this is one of RT's catchphrases, come to Jesus meeting. He said he had a come to Jesus meeting with Trey Johnson and Tremont Mark about the defense. Again, it's going to play the raw audio here. It's going to get about 90 seconds or so of my post game with Tremont Mark. I'll let you hear it. And on the back end, Keenan, I would love your thoughts on just kind of what, we talk about ceiling with Devon Pryor and Kendall and Caden. What can this team be if Tremont Mark is giving them something like he gave them on Saturday? Here is the audio.
First off, man, just take me for the night. What's working for you out there? This my defense got me going. I think me just having multiple good defensive possessions, helping the team out, it led to great offense on the other end, and that was just what got me going. Can you just talk about the challenge of facing a great offensive player, Cam Carter? I mean, I want to say shut him down, but he had a good performance out against him. Yeah, I mean, he's a great player, but I've been guarding the best players on each team for almost my whole career, so it's just another day. But he's a great player, and I just did my job. What can this team take out of this? Because obviously, SEC every night it's going to be a challenge, right? What can you guys take from this to build on this and kind of string 2, 3, 4 wins together? Just our defense and our rebounding. Once we get our defense set and we get really good stops and get a good rebound and we're out in transition, that's when we're at our best. And then once those shots start falling, I mean, it's just like clockwork. We get stops, we get out, we shoot good from the field, so it's like. It's hard. It starts with our defense.
Keenan, I know that was a little bit hard to make up because Tremont is not necessarily the most in terms of projecting his voice. So did you make out that sound?
Yeah. He talked a lot about kind of his confidence going forward, and I think that is the key for this team. Is like feeling offensively confident. And another thing, I have multiple guys who scored. 4 guys in double digits on this game alone. Kaluma with 14 or Kaluma with 10 and 5. Shedrick with 16 and 10. Trey with 18 points, 4 rebounds. 1 rebound, 3 assists. 4 rebounds, 5 assists. Sorry.
Yeah.
So that's another thing that I like about Trey is the fact that he's driving the basket now opens things up for him to become a passer, which I like his game a lot, and I think could be one of the reasons he gets taken higher than people think right now, like being taken top 5 as opposed to just top 10. If he can learn to become like a playmaker, they call it connective passing, where you're not the initiator, ball handling initiate. Basically, you're not the lead guy, and you're still passing off the ball. You're like catching, you're making reads off of the catch, basically, and throwing it in bounds, or throwing it into the paint or whatever. Yeah, I mean, I like the chemistry this team is starting to show. I think that they're starting to figure out how to play together, and I think that they're better than we may have thought. Whether that means RT should keep his job or whatever, I'm not saying anything about that. I'm talking about this team this year. This team this year has played better than I thought they were going to.
Well, I'll say this before we close the show, coming back to Miss Bianca Sensori and Kanye West. Listen, that discussion about RT and all that, I think I thought it was premature earlier. I still think it's premature now because we got to figure out what this team is how they're gonna finish and things of that nature, right? But I'll be honest, I've said this before, and I tweeted this out. I know some fans got mad when I tweeted it out in the midst of the comeback after the midst of the comeback in the A&M game. RT's teams play hard for him. And I don't know how to quantify that, Keenan.
Yeah.
I said, do they always play hard for 40 minutes? Maybe not. But they do play hard. And I believe it's for him. Like, I don't know how to put that into words. It's probably, it's probably on me as a reporter, need to kind of dig deeper into that. And I do plan on asking some of the guys just what RT means to them. Because you can ask his players at Fresno State, ask his players at UTEP. They will never say a bad word about Rodney Terry. No. You will not find a player who's played for RT who said, oh, man, that was a bad experience. Maybe if I go find IT Horton, right? Maybe that'd be it. I'm sorry, IT. I shouldn't throw him under the bus. But those guys play hard for RT. And I also think Kendall Reaver as a project being developed, Devon Pryor as a project being developed. Keenan, I guess I should ask you in the form of a question. Doesn't Rodney Terry and his staff deserve some credit for that? Or is that premature? Because we're talking about a 3-game stretch here with Devon Pryor. Is it premature? What do you think?
I mean, maybe that's premature, but I don't think it's premature to give him his flowers on him. This team has improved drastically. I don't think you can watch this team now and say they haven't improved since conference play started. I've seen improvement from the post players specifically. I've seen improvement in ball movement, ball reversals, just keeping the ball moving, which they did a lot against in the game. Whenever they play a no middle, right? Like when they play Ole Miss or whatever, like that ball movement is so important, and it nearly helped them win that game against Ole Miss. I know they lost, but they played really tight. And, I mean, the offense looks more fluent than it has in the past. You're still going to get those scoring droughts, which just happens in college basketball. But, overall, I'm impressed with where this team is now as opposed to where they were in, early January with mentality and playing hard and dealing with the physicality of the SEC.
Going to go ahead and bring in Zay Collier. I did kind of want to wait for Zay to be on, someone who was always messy. I knew he'd appreciate this conversation. Also, I do appreciate, Zay, you said that there would be a change coming to the background. I like that. Can you give us the background on the jersey, sir?
Keenan E. Henry, appreciate you fellas. Yeah, man, this is a classic AAU jersey from back in the Gap. Austin and1. That was my AAU team.
That's awesome. Okay.
Yeah. Back during, the and1 days when it was really popping. Yeah, we put on. I'm not going to lie. We put on back in the day. So my family, for a Christmas present, has been waiting for a while, got this frame for me, and got a couple of others framed. Just haven't had time to put those up yet. But thought since it was your boy's birthday, come in with the fresh Zay Collier 2002 Austin and1 jersey. You know what
First
I'm saying?
off,
Happy birthday, Zay.
When was your birthday, Zay? Did I miss that?
No, I mean, it's not a big deal. I don't celebrate birthdays too much, like everyone that gave me a shout out and looked out for your boy. But yes, thank you, fellas. Appreciate it.
I feel like I owe you a happy birthday. I mean, Zay inadvertently was left out of the Black History picture. So I feel like I owe Zay a happy birthday there. But Zay, I did want to get your thoughts on this.
Hey fellas, I feel not that great. Is it cool if I dip?
Yeah. No,
okay, cool. I'm gonna take a nap.
Yeah, man, get some rest, Keenan.
Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow though, gentlemen. I'll talk to you guys soon.
My dog.
I'm gonna wait till Keenan's off the air before I roast him here. Okay, Keenan conveniently left because he knew what conversation was coming. You see Ye wife at the Grammys?
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. Keenan didn't want no part of that conversation. So all of a sudden he's sick. The man had no issue talking for 40 minutes about the Dallas Mavericks, him being upset. Now all of a sudden I got that sniffle. I got to go. Okay, now that's cool. Listen, Mrs. Womack is pregnant. I understand that's a conversation he needs to avoid. All right. Chris Bennett noted in the chat that apparently BK showed Bucky the picture of Mrs. Bianca Censori on air.
Oh, so we could pull it up then.
Hey, listen, you got to run that by your boss. But apparently, if he did it, then you can pull it up.
Yeah. If he did it, because he want to call him the shots. So
he want to call him the shots. Now,
hell yeah. Chip needs to see that.
I don't know if you want to get your man's in trouble. I feel like your man's might not be a happy home if you show it to your man's.
Nah, he'll be all right. Eleanor can't say nothing. They went on their little Fredericksburg trip.
That is true.
So he's in the clear right now. You could blame me. He blames me for everything anyway. So he could put it on me and say, Zay brought it up. I didn't. True. But yeah. Kanye was wild. And I don't know, what's her name, by the way?
Bianca Censori.
Bianca Censori. Okay. Yeah, they're a little off the deep end, but I'm all for it. Like, hey, if she feels empowered to be butt ass naked on the red carpet when you weren't even invited to the show, Kanye, I'm with it. Which, come on, man. I get it. It's Kanye. He's a little out there too, but how are we not inviting somebody that's won 20-something Grammys?
Well, I feel like he's not getting invited to the Grammys for the exact reason that we're talking about him at the Grammys, that he was going to parade that woman around naked. And like you, Zay, I ain't got no problem with her being naked. All right? I don't. If you know me, if you got it, do it, man. I ain't got no problem with that at all. But as Chris Bennett notes here, Shorty always looked like a hostage, bro. She always looked like
come on.
She always Ye always looks mad, and Shorty always look like a hostage. You know what I'm saying? So like that's the only thing that I'm just like, and I ain't out to get into the man's personal life or whatever, because like I said, I am a fan of Miss Censori. But Shorty always looked like, she am I wrong, Zay? I'm off my face?
I mean, to be with Kanye.
Good point.
At this point of his life.
Good point.
You got to be out of there. So she's a little crazy too. Say what you want about the Kardashians and if he got cursed and stuff, which I love the Kardashians, all of them. Kardashians, Jenners, they doing their thing. They put on for the black community. You know what I'm saying?
Those are the comments of Zay Collier and not your boy. Because your boy don't feel that he's putting on for the community. They showing love to the community. Hey. Well, actually, only two of them. The other one ain't never been with no black people. So,
yo, my man Corey Gable, who's with Kris Jenner, doing this thing. Lamar Odom, NBA champ. Yeah. I shot him out. Travis Scott. Yeah. List goes on. Kendall Jenner's been with Booker. And
I forgot about the Jenners. Okay, all right.
Tyga. Blake Griffin. Yeah, Tyga. Chip, no.
I forgot about the Jenners. So I'll dismiss the other one, Courtney, who ain't never been with one. But back to Miss Censori. Chip Brown, whatever issues happen in your relationship based on Zay Collier today, that's between you and your co-host, all right? I tried to look out for Chip Brown because I don't want Chip Brown to get in trouble at home. But whatever issues that may arise because of Zay Collier, that's between you and your co-host, Chip. That's all I got to say.
It's my birthday. I get a pass today. I get a pass today.
Just make sure. Just make sure.
Everybody, come on. Happy birthday to Zay. Happy birthday to Zay.
Doing a lot.
Just make sure, Zay, just make sure Chip has that same pass, or you got room at your crib in case he's not sleeping at his house. And with that,
you'll be fine.
With that, I will pass it over to Chip Brown and Zay Collier. Chip, I try to look out for you. Make sure your codes don't get you in trouble. That's all I got to say. Have a great Monday.
Hey, appreciate you,
Henry.
Hey, and in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And today, the happiness is focused on my man, Zay, Isaiah Jordan Collier. Number 9 in your programs, but number 1 in your hearts, the birthday man himself. Happy birthday to you.
All
Happy
right.
birthday to you.
Thank
Happy
you.
birthday, dear Isaiah Jordan Collier.
Damn, the whole name, huh?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, my man.
Appreciate you, dog. You know, that's love. Again, everybody that's showed me love on my birthday means a lot. Couldn't do it without y'all. Feeling good today. Hakeem the dream year, 34. Can't complain. Not too many people make it this far. So I'm very blessed and thankful.
You didn't think you'd make it this far?
Well, I mean, yeah, but not too many people do. So I'm blessed and thankful for making it up to the Hakeem the dream year. You know what I'm saying?
Not too many people make it to 34?
I mean, some folks haven't.
Okay. All right. Hey, well, we're happy that you made it to 34. This is going to be a great year for you.
Thanks, man. Feels like it.
I talked to Miss Cleo earlier today.
Wow.
And she said, oh, you tell Zay to hold on tight, baby, because it's about to get going. It's about to get going.
Damn, that's a name drop I haven't heard in a while. Miss Cleo.
That's right. That's why I'm old. I'm the old guy on the show. I'm looking out for our, 50-something generation. You got the rest covered. But every once in a while, I'm going to drop a name out the attic, like Miss Cleo, who says you are about to have a blockbuster year.
Yeah.
So, happy birthday, my man.
Thanks, dog. I really appreciate that. How are you? How was the vacation? I saw the pictures. It looked lovely. It looked like you got some serious quality time with wifey that was much needed for somebody that works as hard as you.
It was very, very nice. We just went to Fredericksburg, but we explored Fredericksburg, which I hadn't went to the Allstott Brewery. Shout out.
Yeah.
To the Allstott Brewery right there in Fredericksburg. There's about 1 million wineries. There's more wineries than there are gas stations in Fredericksburg. But it was nice. It was very nice. Good weather. We went to Enchanted Rock.
Ooh.
Something I had never done before. So, yeah, it was nice. Thanks for asking. What do we got for birthday plans?
Oh, chilling. Usually I let wifey take care of that. Like, she knows everything about me inside and out. So she usually does a terrific job of finding some of the best food that I really enjoy in the Central Texas area. And yeah, I just let her do her own thing, man. I'm not a big birthday celebrator, but also I do like to eat. I do like to eat my favorite meals. So yeah, that's
any insight into favorite meals?
Love me some barbecue. As a Texan, I think that's obvious. Love me some good queso. Mexican food, Tex-Mex. Again, as a Texan, that's obvious. And big sushi guy too. So,
okay.
Yeah, if you find me some high-end, top quality sushi, I'm all about that.
Nice. Well, happy birthday, man.
Thanks, man.
Everybody, feel free to
today on your boy's birthday, to say the least.
What's that?
A lot to talk about today.
Yeah.
On the boy's birthday.
Let me get this from Rodney real quick. And yes, from Rob, the Allstott Brewery is fantastic. Yes, that Allstott Brewery is very, very.
Oh, it's dope.
It's dope.
Yeah.
It looks like a French or German chateau. Excuse me, not French, German. German chateau. It's very, very, very exquisite. And Rodney wanted to know if climbing Enchanted Rock was a bizzle with my knee. And you know what? I said this to Elle yesterday. I said, maybe the injections I got are starting to help. because the knee was not an issue yesterday.
Okay.
So I got
That's what
some
I'm talking about. That's great news.
Maybe I hold off on the knee replacement. We shall see. But let's get, I mean, we'd be negligent if we didn't open the show. First of all, by saying welcome everybody, and make sure that you please give your love and your business to these incredible sponsors around our faces, including the Allstott Brewery. And if you're listening to us on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app, please play along on the Circuit of the Americas CODA text line at 512-222-9328. Put that in your phones, 512-222-9328, because we want to get your thoughts and have you be a part of the show. It's your show. Zay and I are just here to moderate for y'all. We love y'all. Now, Zay, because it's your birthday, I would like to ask you a question.
All right, shoot.
What in the hell is going on with the Dallas Mavericks and your boy Luka Doncic?
Yeah, biggest shocker.
Oh no. That was such a rousing question that my man Zay has there he is. He's on his way back for some silly reason.
Something's wrong with my camera.
Something's wrong with your camera.
Yeah,
on your birthday?
Yeah, on my birthday. We got to figure that out.
Uh-oh.
Let me sign outside back in and see.
Okay. All right. Sign out, sign back in. We got to get Zay visual on his birthday. This is it's a big deal. And Rodney's asking the PRP injection. So I got the Visco injection, and I'm contemplating whether to do the PRP injection. So any advice from those of you out there who have had the dreaded bone on bone in the knee, and you're trying to stave off the knee replacement surgery, had the Visco injection, and that's all I've had so far. But I've heard that mixed results on both the Visco injection and the PRP injection. So if anyone out there has had the PRP or the Visco injections in the knee to preserve it, let me know how that's worked for you. CB is in the house. Sup, CB, greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio. The birthday boy will be back. We got to get his camera on his computer up and running. But Jack, yes, the knee is headed to I know it's just a matter of time, but I'd like to prolong it if I can, because I've got a lot of tennis to play this year. So yeah, trying to hang in there. While my man Zay is getting his computer camera together, I would just say about this Luka Doncic trade. Luka to the Lakers for Anthony Davis and some non-equivalent talent and a couple of draft picks, including the Lakers 2029 first round pick. There's got to be more to the story about that. I want to get Zay's take on it. But yes, for newsy nuggets involving Texas football, I tried to give my man Zay the first crack at a topic that I know he wants to get to on a Overreaction Monday. But yes, Texas running backs coach Tashard Choice staying in Austin. He interviewed for the Cowboys running backs job. Tashard Choice is staying at Texas. he had a very clever way of making his announcement. He he flashed a picture of his daughter. I mean, he put a picture of her on social media making the Hook 'em Horns sign, and with the caption, Amya says hook 'em. So that was 18 hours ago. That's good news. That's good news for the Texas Longhorns. That Tashard Choice is staying in Austin. By the way, the Cowboys, Tashard Choice is set to make $725,000 this year as a running backs coach. The Cowboys don't pay that kind of money to running backs coaches. Even though Jerry has it, he's not looking to set some kind of salary precedent. So, Tashard Choice staying in Austin. And yes, some love to the Spurs, who will have De'Aaron Fox playing with Victor Wembanyama. Perhaps an indication that things are looking up for the Spurs. That's exciting. It's exciting. De'Aaron Fox is a super talented player. Covered him when he played at Kentucky. But this that's a good trade for the Spurs. You got to have a guy who can direct traffic, make sure that Wemby is getting the ball where he likes it. De'Aaron Fox can get his own shot. He can handle business. So exciting times for the Spurs. The rationale behind the Dallas Mavericks making the trade that they did of Luka Doncic to the Lakers for Anthony Davis and some unequivalent talent is the rationale behind it. The reasoning is all over the place. It's been everything from Luka Doncic doesn't keep himself in shape, and so his soft tissue injuries, like the calf strain that has derailed his season this year, is going to keep happening because he doesn't put in the work, the time to take care of his body and stay in shape and make sure that his best ability is his availability. We've heard that he's maybe not a great culture fit in the locker room, that there are the Luka rules, if you will. We're not going to put him on the same mantle as Michael Jordan, but maybe Luka thinks he has his own rules. And I don't like how any of this is playing out because it's all a bunch of speculation. And Luka Doncic's dad ripped the Mavericks, saying that Luka did not deserve this. He told the Slovenian media network Arena Sport 1, Sasha Doncic, Luka's dad, that the Mavericks are guilty of hypocrisy and criticized the secrecy with which they orchestrated the 3-team trade that sent Luka to the Lakers, Anthony Davis to Dallas. Sasha Doncic told Arena Sport, I understand there comes a moment when you disagree with a certain philosophy. You don't like this or that player, all good, I get it. But I think that exactly this secrecy, or should I say, from some individuals, maybe even hypocrisy, this hurts me personally because I think that Luka absolutely doesn't deserve this. Mavericks general manager Nico Harrison cited Anthony Davis's superior defense is a reason for the trade, saying defense wins championships, while acknowledging that Doncic's upcoming contractual situation was also a concern. But sources told ESPN's Tim McMahon that constant concerns about Doncic's conditioning were a major factor in the Mavericks' decision to approach the Lakers about a trade. And Nico Harrison, the GM of the Mavericks, has said he only talked to the Lakers. What? Why on earth would you not be talking to other teams? You should have been able to get a Herschel Walker-like ransom. And here's the thing. The Lakers are desperate for a new superstar. The Lakers are desperate for a new superstar. They should have been held. There he is. There's the birthday boy.
Yeah, got some serious technical difficulties going on. My apologies. We're trying to figure it out, but I'm back.
Man, he's back.
From the phone from the time being.
Hey, we'll take you any way we can get you, birthday boy.
Yeah, what I miss?
Well, the Luka Doncic trade. Well, first of all, CB wants to get your take on the Spurs. De'Aaron Fox playing with Victor Wembanyama. What'd you think of that trade?
I love that trade. That's a good get. That's a really good get. Again, Victor Wembanyama, we know that dude's an absolute superstar and the face of the league coming up. And De'Aaron Fox, he's one of the best players that a lot of people don't know about just because he's been in Sacramento the whole time. Sacramento gets no love. You know, that's the reason why he wanted out. He wasn't going to re-sign with them, and he wanted to be a Spur. He wanted to come back to Texas, went to Cy-Fair High School over there in Houston, so he's not going to be far from home. And, yeah, I think both of those guys as a duo with Vassell, and you still got Chris Paul there, which De'Aaron Fox can learn a lot from a player like Chris Paul. I think it's a good get, and with everything that happened in the NBA this weekend, it's not getting talked about enough. De'Aaron Fox to the Spurs, that makes them really competitive for years to come.
Yeah, I agree. I thought that was a good trade. The one that has everybody. Well, first of all, did you like what the Spurs gave up? Like, are you?
Yeah, they gave up what Trey Jones and another pick. I can't think of it right now, but yeah, they didn't give up much. They still kept Steven Cassell, who's one of the top rookies in the league. Appreciate that if you're a Spurs fan. But yeah, the Spurs, they didn't give up much and they got a lot better. Again, De'Aaron Fox, lefty, southpaw, crazy athleticism, has developed a solid jump shot over the years. And him and Victor Wembanyama, that's going to be a tough two-man game. So, yeah, again, Spurs, they came up this weekend when everybody's talking about what the Mavs and Lakers did.
So, let's see. The Spurs get De'Aaron Fox and Jordan McLaughlin. Sacramento gets Zach LaVine from the Bulls. City Kissiko, 2025 first-round pick from the Hornets, a 2027 first-round pick from the Spurs, a 2031 first-round pick from the T-Wolves, a 2025 second-round pick from the Nuggets, a 2028 second-round pick from the Bulls, their own. Man, that's a lot. They got 3 first-round picks. The Mavs didn't even get that.
Mavs barely got anything back. If I'm the Mavs, I'm getting about 8 first-round picks. Like kids that are in the 4th grade right now, I need picks for them. For Luka, like clearly they think very high of AD, which AD's a good player, future Hall of Famer, top 75 player of all time. I wouldn't have put him there, but he is. Got to give him his respects, but he is 31. He's been very injury prone. And I think a lot of that is due to him playing the center position. Majority of his Lakers career, the only time he didn't play the center position, they won their bubble championship. So I know he's going to be happy about going back to the power forward spot. and he's not going to take as much wear and tear, when you play guys like Jokic and Sabonis and just what comes along with being a center in the NBA. So they're probably thinking he won't get beat up as much. And when you got Kyrie and you got Washington and Gafford and Klay Thompson, they're still going to be competitive. They really are. It's just, again, it's Luka Doncic. Like, come on now. 5 first-team All-NBAs in a row. And look, yes, he got hurt this year, which I'm sure scared the hell out of Nico Harrison because you got to, tie 2 and 2 together with his conditioning and how he goes about keeping his body right or lack thereof. We know Luka could put on the weight easy. We know he's a defensive liability. And I went back, Chip, and I looked at some of the NBA champs of the past whose best players weren't very good defenders. And 2023, Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets, they won it all, but they had Aaron Gordon and Bruce Brown and, Christian Brown, like really good defensive players that covered up a lot of what Joker lacked defensively. And those Warriors teams with Steph Curry, which Andre Iguodala, like Klay Thompson during that era, KD, like that made up for a lot of what Steph didn't bring to the table. Hell, you could go all the way back to those Mavs teams who had jeez. What is going on?
Hey, man,
here,
the computer gods are making you work on your birthday.
Yeah, man. It's supposed to be my birthday. Everything's supposed to be smooth and shit.
It's supposed to be
God. But
it's supposed to be easy.
I'll figure this out. But yeah, Dirk and that team, like you think about them and just how good they were without Dirk being the defensive juggernaut. And they had Sean Marion and Tyson Chandler and stuff. But yeah, I still think it's a bad move for the Mavs overall. And again, you stick with Luka. Like, you see it out. Like, you get guys to build around him. And $350 million, sure. But I felt like he deserves it. And I felt like he would have figured all this stuff out. And it's kind of a shame that Nico Harrison thought different. But, all right, I got my computer back. Hold on.
Yeah, so the interesting questions. Richard says that the Mavs leaked Luka's weight, which they say is 270 pounds. That's a lot. We know that's a lot. And look, everybody can see that he's for 6'6", he's listed at 230. If the Mavs are saying he's really 270, that's a huge concern, obviously. But is he going to connect with anybody? Is he going to listen to anybody? And I guess, Zay, when you put Luka with LeBron, then Luka's going to learn about culture and being a pro and taking care of your body. The question is, if he's not listening to anyone in Dallas about it, because they've been obviously after him to get things right physically, be in condition, get rid of these soft tissue injuries. We have new ownership with the Mavericks. Are the voices changing? Does Luka respect the voices in Dallas? He's got Kyrie next to him. He's got some enigmatic type teammates. Klay has won championships. He knows what it's all about. But does Luka listen to anybody? I guess we're going to find out, because with the Lakers, LeBron, at least from a basketball standpoint, runs the show.
Yeah, and how long can he keep running the show? I mean,
when Luka's, growing up back in Slovenia, his idol was Braun. So that's somebody that you would think he would listen to, especially when it comes to the body issues. It's 270. I don't know. Seeing him get off the plane, he don't look like no 270. I'm just saying. And again, the finals was bad. That was a bad moment. Like, he got exposed. It seemed like Derek White, Drew Holiday, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, any chance they got, they attacked him. And when you play that many games, you got to be in tip-top shape. And it seemed like he was just exhausted. But that's also the Mavs' fault. Like, look how they utilize him. He's taking the ball up every time. Every time the offense is orchestrated, it's him. Like, so what do you expect? He's going to get fatigued. Not everybody is like Bron and can just play a full 82 and could be completely fine because they're in that much shape. Like, LeBron is the standard. So now on the Lakers side, like, okay, you got your franchise guy for the next 10 years. Like, they're looking at it like that when LeBron leaves. And the AD thing, it wasn't working, which I don't understand that. Like, you bring in a center to put AD back at the 4. Like, that's the issue there. Right. AD is a power forward. Having them play center, Rob Pelinka, what are we doing? And again, you saw an example of when you won, when they had Dwight Howard, when they had JaVale McGee, like, they had centers who could actually guard someone, and AD was able to roam more as a 4 and have more of an inside-out game. Like, he's that versatile. He could do that, which that's what Nico Harrison sees. So it's a weird time in the NBA. Again, you stick with Luka. And you hear rumors about his people and his camp and how they looked at his body with the training and just staying in shape and what he put into it. And the Mavs camp not seeing eye to eye. And that's definitely an issue. Like, you got to be on the same page there, but if you're Nico Harrison, you make sure you're on the same page. Like, guys like this don't come around very often. Can Luka be a little smug and seem like he knows everything? Yes, absolutely. But it's worth it for his talent, his skill level, how he makes everyone better. Like, it's worth it. And you find enough defensive players like Kyrie. As good as Kyrie is, he's also a defensive liability. So if you have both of those guys on the court, again, I gave you examples of Steph Curry being a defensive liability, but winning 4 championships. Who was his guard mate? Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson, during that time, one of the best defenders in the league, where he could guard other point guards, and Steph didn't have to. And whoever Steph was guarding, they would be able to double him, or they wouldn't have to worry about him at all, just because that type of player wasn't going to do anything offensively. So now you play someone like the Celtics, Derek White and Drew Holiday are going at Kyrie nonstop. And then the same thing with Luka. So you figure it out. Like, the Kyrie move, that's with Luka, it worked enough. You still should have kept seeing what it could have been. But Nico Harrison said he ain't got time for that. Luka up for $350 million. We cheap around here. I could care less if Luka bought a $15 million house somewhere in Dallas. Nobody gives a damn about that. Be gone, bruh. You're out of here. And one of the craziest days in NBA history. We'll see how it goes. But
one of the conspiracy theories at this point is that, Cuban sold his majority stake of the Mavericks to the family of casino billionaire Miriam Adelson. And there's been talk that the Adelsons are, trying to leverage the Texas legislature into passing casino legislation so that Texas can join all the states surrounding Texas in having casinos. And that if they don't get their way, they would try to move the Mavericks to Las Vegas. Now, I don't get how trading Luka Doncic to the Lakers helps to do that. I mean, you would think you would want that team to be as attractive as possible and as meaningful to the Dallas area so that you would have the outcry from the public to say to the legislature, hey, pass this casino legislation so that the Adelsons don't move or try to move the Mavericks to Las Vegas. And I get it. The Seattle Supersonics tried, they entertained the idea of Vegas. At the time, the NBA said no. Now it's a whole new world. Everybody's in bed with FanDuel and MGM and all the gaming services. So if that's the plan, I don't think it's a very good plan.
No, I don't think it makes sense either. Again, Dallas is a huge market. Like, the Mavs need to stay in Dallas. Like, you could make an expansion and bring in the, Vegas team and also the Seattle Supersonics, and then also put some of these more Eastern teams in the more West or Eastern teams from the Western Conference in the Eastern Conference to make it even. Like, that's what I thought they were going to do. Like, teams like New Orleans and Oklahoma City, put them in the East and then bring back the Supersonics and bring that Vegas team there. But yeah, getting rid of Luka to prevent moving to Vegas, that doesn't make any sense to me. Seems like the opposite. Again, Nico Harrison, that comment, defense wins championships, is going around. You're right, bro, but you build around Luka, dog. And again, the league, way more often than not, for the teams that win it all, the best player has to be a two-way player. So if Nico Harrison is basing it off of that and what he's seen, I told you the exceptions with Steph and Jokic and Dirk, but besides that, we saw what MJ did. Like, saw what LeBron did. Kawhi won that one ring with Toronto. Your Pistons, 04 Pistons, they had nothing but defensive players and good enough offense. So, like, that comment really makes me think, like, dang, this dude, he's a straight-up defensive guy, and they ain't trying to pay Luka, and the Lakers are saying, yo, we can make it work. People want to come to LA. We could find somebody that fits eventually.
Yeah, I mean,
that goes.
No market, no team really like the Lakers. I mean, they have had a superstar lineage from, Chamberlain to Kareem and Magic and Shaq and Kobe and now LeBron, like that. The Showtime Laker glamour. They have to have an offensive superstar to sell tickets, whether they're winning or losing, because LA fans just want to be able to say, hey, let's go see Luka tonight. Let's go see Kobe and Shaq tonight. They don't even say the Lakers. They're like, let's just go see LeBron. And no one even stays to the end of the game. So they don't really care if they win or lose. They just want to be able to say, hey, we went to see LeBron.
Right.
And Luka. Now Luka. And so, of course, the Lakers want this deal. They'll deal with his weight and his conditioning.
He's going from eating brisket and ribs to eating kale salads and acai bowls in LA. Like, they're all about their fitness, the motivation there. And again, the LeBron effect, LeBron's going to put him on game. He's going to see his idol, see how he takes care of his body, because LeBron is the standard. We're here in year 22. The dude's 40. I watched the other night after Texas clobbered LSU. LeBron was going crazy in the Garden, dropping 30-point triple-double. Like, if you're Luka and this guy's really your idol, you're going to listen. And you're going to see all the money that he puts into his body. And if you want to last and win championships and have that just straight up legacy like the greats, you're going to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just, he's going to make those sacrifices. And I think the Lakers, the whole organization, they're banking on that. So I think the Lakers, farther down the line, this benefits them way more than the Mavs. I think the Mavs at this time right now, for the next few years, they probably won the trade. But as far as the next 10 or so, that's Lakers, which depends on how you look at it here.
Yeah, I mean, Luka could really make them look foolish. Like if he gets with Bron, who spends $1 million a year on his health, on his conditioning, on staying in shape, on trainers, on you name it, masseuse, massage, hydrotherapy, cryotherapy, any kind of therapy for his bod. And if Luka listens and becomes a monster and a lean, mean fighting machine, oh Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was curious about what window you thought the Mavericks have, because Anthony Davis is still an excellent player. He's got to be in position, like you said. He's got to be at the 4. Because it feels like the window is this season and next season.
Yeah, I got 3 years. I'll give them 3. Like, they're sitting at the 10th spot right now?
Yeah.
So it's not like they're playing good basketball. They got drove the other night, which I'm not going to put it on them. A lot was going on, a lot of distractions, and the Cleveland Cavaliers are really good. Like, some people in Vegas got them winning the whole thing. But, yeah, like, I like Washington. Derek Lively's out. Gafford, like him too. Kyrie's Kyrie, but also now Kyrie's the man. Like, I mean, Anthony Davis is their best player now, but guard-wise, like, Kyrie's the man again, which he hasn't been the man in a long time, ever,
Yeah, Boston.
to be honest. Yeah, Boston. And
he didn't like it.
Yeah. Yeah, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum started getting better, and he was like, wait a minute. I don't know about this. I was supposed to be the guy here. I was supposed to have my number 11 jersey in the Raptors with Bill Russell, John Havlicek, and Larry Bird and them, and it got sour real quick. So again, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like, the Mavs fans, y'all have every right to be down bad. Heard Keenan talk earlier about it. He's a big-time Mavs fan. No, BK is too. Like, Luka is flat out different.
Okay,
And
well,
wait that out.
CB asks, is this crazier than when KD left OKC to go to Golden State?
That was up there too. I was pretty insane too, but not as much since KD was a free agent. Like, that was the thing. Like, KD, he chose himself to go to Golden State. Like, again, Luka just bought a $15 million home, according to Chandler Parsons. Like, 15 mil on the crib. Like, the furniture ain't even got in yet. The Wi-Fi ain't even up yet. Like, and now you're just stuck with the house? Like, who's going to want to buy that? Like, that's nasty stuff, Nico. Real nasty. So,
have we heard from Luka?
Not really. Like, he made a statement to the Mavs thanking them for all the time that he spent in Dallas and talked about how he thought he was going to win a championship and, all of these things that you have to say that his PR team, I'm sure, wrote up for him. But Not really. Like the Lakers put out a little video of him getting off the plane and stuff, and there's pictures of him throwing up the LA, whatever the hell they do down there. So yeah, there's a lot of rumors now going on. Now the Warriors trying to get Durant and LeBron. That's a rumor going around. So I don't know if Bron would want to do that, knowing that AD's gone. If I'm Bron, I'd ride this out and see what's going on here. Just because, again, Luka at his best, LeBron's never played with anybody like that. All the incredible players LeBron played with, like, yes, D-Wade, ridiculous, but D-Wade, especially where LeBron was at that time and how athletic he was over 10 years ago, like D-Wade, he played the back seat. And then you got Kyrie, who played the back seat, even though both of those guys are future Hall of Famers. And I think D-Wade's already in the Hall of Fame. Like now, LeBron being in his 40s, he can't do the same stuff that he used to do consistently. You see glimpses. He still outsmarts his way through the game. But with somebody like Luka, where Bron could play off ball, think of that LeBron-Luka pick and roll and vice versa. That's going to be tough, man, because LeBron could play the four. Like LeBron, he could play the four consistently and more than hold his own. It's just, where's Luka's defense going to be? You know, where's his condition going to be, especially coming off this calf injury where he hasn't had a chance to really get that cardio in?
I think this is amazing that, you know, the reports are that Nico Harrison, the GM for the Mavericks, and Rob Pelinka, the GM for the Lakers, worked this out without bringing in their high-powered agents. Doncic is with William Morris Entertainment's Bill Duffy, and Anthony Davis is represented by Rich Paul, who also represents LeBron, who also used to work with Nico Harrison. Nico Harrison was at Clutch Sports at one point. So, I mean, everyone's like, these two guys need to be investigated for collusion. And look, if David Stern was running stuff, David Stern would be like, we will investigate.
Yeah.
David Stern wanted everybody to know who was in charge.
Yeah.
The little general.
Little general. Yeah, God bless his soul, man. That guy. God bless his soul. That dude, he was canceling trades and stuff. That Chris Paul trade to the Lakers back in the day, he X'd that out real quick.
Chris Paul was like, what?
Yeah, like,
I'm going to the Lakers, man.
Yeah, David Stern was probably like, Chris, you'll get your ring. No. Still don't got that ring. Now, Chris, you are in a better position than you were now that De'Aaron Fox is on the Spurs. And let's see if the Spurs can make a run and fight their way in the playoffs, which will be crazy interesting. But, yeah, like Nico Harrison and the way Jason Kidd looked in that presser, Jason Kidd looked hot, boy. Jason Kidd was like, what are we doing? And he was professional, and nobody knows the business. I'm sure like Jason Kidd, who's been through a lot in the NBA, Hall of Famer himself. So you would think that nothing surprises him at this point, but the way that he looked, it looked like he was ready to steal off on Nico Harrison, just straight slobber knocker to the dome, because I don't think he knew or had a say with what was going on. But it's fun. It's fun. Fun times in the league. As bad as the NBA can be sometimes, and just boring, and, you know, the play on the court sometimes is a little suspect and hard to watch until April and May come around where postseason ball is getting played. this is why people get invested into the league. It will always be invested into the league just because stuff like this doesn't happen. Yeah, the drama is just, it's out of this world, man. It's an absolute soap opera. And I'm sure Adam Silver, we talk about David Stern, I'm sure he's loving it right now.
Oof. Yeah, Longhorn Bear says, please, nobody say that Dallas Mavs ownership is worse than Cowboys ownership. Mavs made NBA Finals. Cowboys haven't sniffed that in 30 years. Yeah, I'd agree with that. But I will say Jera is probably happy to have the headlines off of him hiring Brian Schottenheimer.
Yeah.
Because
trying to take Tashard Choice too. What are we doing? Shout out to our guy Clarence Hill that sent Tashard Choice going back to Texas, getting that bonus. Good move, CDC and crew. Good move, because I feel you, Tashard Choice. Like, I do feel you. I don't want him to go, but also get what you owed, bro. Get what you deserve. And sometimes you got to throw your hat out in there to the sea to see if some fishes bite.
The only time you get a raise is when someone else wants you.
Exactly.
So you gotta hit when it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I can't wait to see how all this hits Luka. Like, this should be the inspiration of a lifetime. Like, I'll show you.
Yeah.
I can hear the Rocky music getting louder in the background. Dun 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 dun. And Luka's just out there working out, doing those crunches, doing them pull-ups.
Yeah. Running on the sand dunes, up and down the hill and stuff, getting right. Man. Getting right. Bron's gonna make sure he's right, man. Bron's gonna challenge him. I'm telling you. That was Luka's favorite player growing up. When he used to watch those games at 4 o'clock in the morning, because that was the time you were able to watch them in Europe, Bron was on. And they play a lot like each other offensively. Like, Luka, amazing passer. Just Luka's bag, crazy. You know, LeBron doesn't shoot as many step backs, even though he's capable of doing anything and everything. Like, it's it might be the perfect fit, especially when LeBron decides to hang up the kicks and completely hand the ball off to Luka, and Luka knows, okay, seeing the example, seeing my idol, arguably the GOAT, and how he goes about his work, that's how I have to do for the rest of my career. And if he could take that in and embrace it, you're right, Chip. Like, this should piss him off, and he should be willing to prove everybody wrong. Because, see, y'all going crazy on here, talking about need to put down the sandwiches and stuff, meatball sandwiches. Y'all wrong.
Sandwiches.
What's wrong with a dude? He likes to eat. Like, y'all the ones that brought him here to Dallas. Dallas got some of the best food in the world.
Mavs stays 270.
Yeah, like
he's 6'6". Now he's starting to now he's getting into Zion Williamson weight.
Yeah. Zion got a weight problem. Y'all send him down to New Orleans and then blame him? Like, what? What are we doing? Like, that's just all that gumbo, jambalaya, etouffee. Of course, he always gonna be overweight.
Where should they send him?
I don't know. You gotta send him. You know, usually all these big cities got good eats, but again, the California teams where they're all about their health, even though there's good food there, they're more about
send him
their
to Utah.
Health. Yeah, Utah. I don't know what they're known for.
He'll just be collecting wives, not meals.
Yeah. Yeah. Only thing I know Utah's for is trying to poison Michael Jordan for pizza. But food, no, that's not their expertise.
Yeah, you got to send Zion to Salt Lake City.
Yeah. He ain't trying to go there.
He'll be miserable.
I need a miserable Zion. Miserable Zion lose about 30 pounds.
Right?
You know?
I'm just telling you.
NBA.
I'm just telling you, man. This guy, Nico Harrison. I don't know how it's going to go for him going out to the old Tom Thumb to do his grocery shopping.
Oh, you got to do curbside or Instacart at this point. Like, you can't show your face for a while. Dallas fans, they are being so dramatic. They brought that fake casket to American Airlines Arena. They were playing that depressing ass Wiz Khalifa song that they played when Paul Walker passed away on Too Fast, Too Furious, or all the Fast and Furious movies, whichever one that they were remembering Paul Walker. Yeah, it was mad dramatic. I was like, damn, y'all are down bad. But I get it. Luka is generational. He is. And where you sit him, nonetheless. Like, Mavs fans, they don't like the Lakers. No one likes the Lakers besides Laker fans. All those times in the 2000s where Dirk and Steve Nash couldn't get over the hump because Kobe and Shaq were giving them the work all the time. Those weren't
or
fun
even
times.
back in the 80s when the Showtime Lakers were getting over on
Mark Aguirre,
Mark Aguirre and Sam Perkins and Adrian
Derek Harper.
Daly. Yeah, Harper.
What's the other dude's name?
Rolando Blackman.
Ronaldo Blackman. Yes, squad. That team was nice.
Oh yeah,
that team was nice. But
I went to one of those
Magic. Horny ass Magic. You couldn't stop that. Couldn't stop that. Magic was doing the nasty before the game, giving you 20, 12, and 11. Doing the nasty after the game, him and Jerry. Probably in the same room, him and Jerry Buss. Tag teaming.
Hey, there's your birthday surprise right there. Zay.
Speaking of the Lakers, on another note, Kate Hudson is coming out with a new show that's coming out on Netflix, which is basically her playing Jenny Buss. So she's like the owner of a fake ass LA pro team, but the pro team has had a lot of success in the history, and she got the team because her father passed away, but her brothers are in it. It's just like Jeannie Buss. Like, it's like exactly like Jeannie Buss' story. And I like me some Kate Hudson. Kate Hudson does her thing. You know, I know her and McConaughey, they've had some decent rom-coms back in the day, but it's going to be interesting to see Kate Hudson in such a sports role like this. And you know how I feel about Jeannie Buss. Like, you won't catch me saying many bad things about Jeannie Buss. Like, y'all go check out that Playboy spread 91 that she put out there where she was at the Forum in her birthday suit. 91. Yeah, that was the year I was born. That was a good year. So yeah, Jeannie Buss, she does her thing. But yeah, I'm interested.
She pushed Tommy Boy out of the way.
Tommy Boy,
Jimmy Buss.
Oh yeah.
She said, "Get out of here, Tommy Boy."
Yeah,
I'm running this show. She got him back on track.
Yep.
And
Phil Jackson, you lucky bastard.
Yeah, that was like a 10-year relationship, wasn't it?
Yeah, man. Like, really?
Then it all came apart.
Yeah.
When he left.
Yeah, I went to New York. Said, like, yo, I need more of the keys here in LA. And Jenny was like, nah, it's still my team. I don't care who you are. He was like, so what? What? All right. Which, again, Jenny needs to understand, like, Phil did win a world championship during his Knicks days, playing with Willis Reed and Walt Clyde Frazier, Dave the Butcher. So there was some history there, but that's a serious long distance relationship. And now to Jeannie, you the enemy, Phil. I don't care who you are. So that ended. I don't know who she's with now, but God bless that man, because man.
You got some idiot owners though in the NBA.
Oh yeah, they're not the smartest.
Like Jim Dolan, who owns the Knicks. That's a dude who kept hiring. Well, he hired our man Isaiah Thomas to run stuff.
Hey, what was wrong with that?
Isaiah was a good player. He was not so good in the front office.
Yeah.
Can we agree?
Yeah, they've been better. They've been better. When he was with the Raptors, he got Damon Stoudemire. When the Raptors first came about, Damon Stoudemire was the rookie of the year. And then he got rid of him because I think he realized Damon Stoudemire was a serious pothead. And back in the 90s, I was a little frowned upon. But, yo, Quad, you're right, bro. You're right. Like, Luka shouldn't have to look at Bron for inspiration. Like, as a superstar professional athlete, you do have to take accountability and handle yourself as a professional and do whatever it takes to make sure your body is right. Absolutely. And I'm not saying Luka doesn't do that, but he could do more. Like, he could do more. And I've always said, Chip, like going back this summer, I said for Mavs fans' sake, you want Luka not to play in the Olympics. Because that's just way too much wear and tear on his body. Like, he plays year-round way too much, which the NBA, the season's long enough. But guys like that, like Giannis and Joker, who feel obligated to play for their home country, which I get. Like, I get that 100%. Like, those are guys that you grew up with. It's your home country. Like, you're the most famous person in that country, no matter who the president is or whatever the hell's going on, whatever country they're from. But when he plays for those teams, he has the same responsibility, which is to do everything with a lot less talent than what he plays with in the NBA. And when he plays every single freaking summer, and you're also having deep playoff runs, that stuff's going to catch up with you. It is. It's not the same as Team USA, who get together for about 2 months or so, but you're playing with other Hall of Famers like we saw this past season with Bron, Steph, and KD. So you don't have to do as much. Hell, Jason Tatum didn't even play in this past Olympics. Like, that's how stacked they were. They won gold without playing against a guy who just came off winning the NBA Finals and is one of the best players in the league. So
yeah, Drew Holiday and Derek White got more playing time than Jason Tatum.
Yeah, Steve Kerr, you wrong, bro. You were wrong for that, Steve Kerr. Which, again, Steve Kerr's job was to do what they did, win gold and put them in the best situation to do that. And he did, so I can't knock him for it. But, damn, you can't find a couple of minutes for JT? Like, I feel like he deserves that. Like, you figure it out somehow.
A couple of crumbs?
A couple of scraps.
Man. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting.
What was one of the bigger trades during your, like, because obviously you covering the Cowboys and stuff, like.
Well, the Shaq trade, you know, he went to Miami. Miami sent Caron Butler, Brian Grant, Lamar Odom. The Heat ended up winning a championship in 2006, beating the Mavs. And then the Lakers ended up winning in 2009 and 10 with Lamar and Kobe and Pau Gasol. So that was kind of a win-win, but it was a shocker.
Yeah.
I mean, Shaq,
Well, I mean, it was getting real sour there in LA with Shaq and Kobe, especially when Kobe snitched. When he got caught up and stuff, Shaq didn't support Kobe enough. So Kobe went and told everybody, Shaq cheat too. God bless his soul. Love you, Kobe. Missed you, bro. But that was a bad moment, man. Bro code.
Then the Diesel couldn't wait in the victory celebration, parade, whatever, for the Miami Heat. He had that song, Kobe, How's My Ass Taste?
That was so petty.
That was so bad.
That was so petty, man.
I mean, yeah.
No,
but
Shaq still says to this day, even though I'm glad they squashed it before Kobe's passing, but Shaq still says to this day, when Kobe got number 5 to his number 4, he lost it. He said he lost it. He said that was really difficult for him to swallow just because of their history and him thinking that Kobe needed him.
Right.
And clearly Kobe didn't when Kobe won his back-to-back with Pau Gasol and them. So, yeah, these players, they got hearts too. They care in different ways.
Well, as long as, I mean, they all got ego.
Yeah.
But as long as the ego directs that energy into a positive, I'm going to win championships mode, okay, great. Bring it on. I mean, the Lakers are like, hey, Bron, get through to your boy. Tell him to put down the meatball Sammies and get that calf trained up and hydrated so that we never hear about it again.
Yeah, he needs to bring in like some of what he probably has, but he needs to bring in more of a camp from Europe because they eat way better than us here in America. Like, we're pretty obese here in the States. In Europe, they be in, wine and cheese and all that stuff. And I get they have the carbs in Italy, but it's not like what we do here, all the processed foods and all that crap.
Like, does he have that slow of a metabolism? Like, he's an NBA player. 82 games. Wow, I mean, I get offensive linemen, defensive linemen in the off season. It's pretty decent off season. But NBA player, they list you at 230, you're really 270?
He ain't 270. They're being dramatic. I'm telling you. I saw him get off the plane. That's not 270. He might be 245. I'll give him that. 270 is crazy. And he's been big. There's been a point in time where he's been big. Ironically enough, when he goes and plays for Slovenia for the Olympics and all the World Cup stuff, he always sheds the pounds because he's eating those European meals. They don't got all that crap in their food,
all that processed preservatives.
Yeah, man. Like, he looks a lot better when he goes home for a little bit. Then he gets back to Dallas and they giving him brisket sandwiches and he's eating enchiladas, extra tortillas on the side. It's not a good look.
That is not a good look.
Good look.
That's, man, it's going to be.
But he cold, though.
Oh, my God. And the prime for an NBA player is 25 to 31. He's 25.
Just give up, Nico. Screw it.
What on earth?
Defense wins.
5-time first team All NBA.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
just got to the finals.
The only two guys who've done that were Chamberlain and Jordan.
Just got to a finals with the guy.
Just got to a finals. This reminds me of when Cuban broke up a world champion. Got rid of Tyson Chandler, the defensive player of the year, who's all hung up on getting Darren, kid who was from the colony and went to Illinois.
Darren Williams?
Yeah, he was like obsessed with getting Darren Williams. It was like,
he got him way too late.
Way too late.
Darren Williams was so washed when he was with Dallas. He was, and I love Darren Williams. I thought Darren Williams in his hay, that dude could go.
Fine player. But good Lord, at least try to defend once with the team that just won it.
Yeah.
With Luka, at least try to go back.
Yeah.
With the same team. What are you doing? Breaking it apart.
Like, guys are going to get hurt. Like, it happens. But is there something that we don't know about this calf injury?
That's the thing. There's got to be something we don't know.
Yeah.
And look, the Mavericks may go up in flames trying to defend this thing. I mean, if they're making stuff up, like if Luka's not 270, if Luka is not a culture problem, because they're kind of roasting him.
Yeah.
The Mavs added Nico.
He got some asshole in him. He does.
Right. So he can be a pill. He can be a pill.
Like, I'm too cool for school. I know more than you. Like, he has that in him. But again, Jordan,
here's the question.
They had that in him.
Is he that way with Jay Kidd? Is he that way with his teammates? Or is he just that way with management?
Yeah. I haven't seen it. Especially not like Jay Kidd gets that. Jay Kidd's played with assholes. Kenyon Martin was an asshole. Play with him. Like, Jay Kidd understands. It's just Jay Kidd was kind of an asshole too. You remember that stuff that he got into back when his playing days? You remember when he was kissing up on the free throw line? Why was he doing that? What was he doing that for? Yeah. Jay Kidd was wilding back in the day. Him and Jim Jackson and Jamal Mashburn all trying to smash, what's her name?
Oh yeah.
Tony Braxton.
Tony Braxton.
Tony Braxton. Yeah. Come break my heart. That deep ass voice. Was that about them?
Just like that.
Was that about those guys? Was that about the Dallas Mavericks?
Come break my heart. Who is that? Tony Braxton.
Tony Braxton. Yo, Tony Braxton had those dudes in shambles. I'm not gonna lie, that voice, I don't know if I could have done it, but she's fine. Especially 90s Tony Braxton, she's fine. I'm not fighting the homies for her. That's a little much. That's a little dramatic, but hey, they were young, early 20s. They didn't know love. They both light-skinned. Them light-skinned brothers different. You know what I'm saying? 90s light-skinned brothers, you know, a little soft. They can be a little soft. They had their light-skinned moments. They grew from it. But damn, that's funny.
Yeah, now there's Ozempic.
See, that's
just give Luka a couple shots right in the tum-tum. Hey, Luka, we'll give you the shot. You don't even have to do it yourself. Get over here. Bloop.
Brian Dayball got on that Ozempic. He looks great.
See?
He looks great.
Luka's going to come out looking like a Marvel's comic book hero.
Yeah, he's just doughy, man. Like, you need to define that up. Cut that up a little bit. Some muscle, something. Like, how you're supposed to get more cut when you get in the league, not more doughy. But again, that's when he drives, nobody could stop him. You bump him and you fly back. And his pace, and he's quicker than you think. I don't get it. I don't get it. Paul Pierce was kind of husky too back in the day. But what they do, the Celtics build around him. Brought in KG, brought in Ray. It's all truth needed.
Okay, by the way, like the preferred foods of Slovenia, where he's from, it's a lot of like pastries and pasta. So stuff you can get real heavy on fast.
Yeah.
They're not eating a lot of fish. They're not eating a lot of salmon.
Okay.
Which is a miracle food. If everybody just ate salmon all the time, we would be great. But that's a story for another show.
Yeah, I love me some salmon.
Salmon's good.
Salmon's good.
I had high cholesterol and I eat salmon all the time. Cholesterol, great.
Yeah. Yeah, you know he has wine with every meal too, just because that's the European way to go. That's not good. And Bron's a big wine guy, so you can kind of.
Yeah, but Bron will make sure he don't get no wine unless he did the Mark Henry 300 that day.
That's true. That's the thing. Like LeBron
Bron will be like, "Did you do your circuit training today? If you did, you get to come over and have some of Bron's wine cellar stash. But if you didn't do your circuit training, no vino for you, Luka.
No for you.
No for you." Has anyone checked on Brad Kellner? Is he okay?
He seemed good this morning.
Grew up in Dallas. Loves the Mavs. Didn't he go to the finals? I know he went to the World Series. Didn't he go to the finals too?
I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised. This past year, this finals, I don't know if we went to that one.
I thought he went to one game.
Yeah. But hey, man. Hey, Mavs fans, AD could be rejuvenated too, because everybody's talking about Luka and how bad of a trade this is. If I'm Anthony Davis, that pissed me off. Like, oh, I don't got nothing left in the tank. Like, I'm here with Kyrie now. I'm back at the power forward position. It's on and popping. So, Anthony Davis, first person I hit up if I'm Anthony Davis, the guy who has the statue outside of American Airlines Arena. Swish 41. You hit up Dirk. Hit up Dirk. Get in the lab with Dirk. That's the thing you got to do, because nobody loves Dallas Mavericks like Dirk Nowitzki. I'm getting in the lab. I'm learning that face-up game a little bit. It won't be the same. Nobody could be what 41 was. Like that jump shot, that swagger, nobody will ever have that ever again. But you can take bits and pieces, little things. You know, Anthony Davis already has a pretty smooth jump shot, so there's things that you could learn from Dirk and his face-up game and just how he, you know, lived his life in Dallas, and you can apply that to yours. So
I was called Dirk's jumper the jackknife because he always brought his knee up.
Yeah.
And it created space.
Yep.
And it was half brilliant because like he would take that step back and his knee was always up.
Yeah.
And it served as like a buffer for guys trying to get to him.
He, depending on the situation, where I wouldn't recommend this for any youth trying to practice, because there's just certain guys that are exceptions when it comes to professional sports. He would be able to change his shot depending on who guarded him. Like you said, that patented knee up, he would do that in certain situations. He would hold the ball on the way down sometimes, or just hold on to it longer before releasing it. He would shoot on the way up. For catch and shoot, sometimes he like kick his feet up a little bit, like kicking them back. and he'll hold on to that ball until the guy was coming all the way down, and then he'll just flick his wrist. Like, he was a magician. I still don't think he gets enough credit. I still think he's underrated because people love talking about Timmy D, which they should. Timmy D was an assassin in his own right, but also Kevin Garnett. You know, KG was just so damn loud. Like, how could you not notice him? But Dirk, man.
Yeah, but KG was a killer.
Killer, yeah.
Like, I'd take him over Paul Pierce any day.
Well, yeah, hell, duh.
I mean, Paul Pierce is a little bit of a phony.
Phony? What are we talking about?
Dude, he was on the most overrated team in Kansas basketball history. Him and Jacques Vaughn and Scott Pollard and Rafe LaFrance, they didn't win doo-doo.
Yeah, that's Roy's fault. That's Roy's fault.
They got beat by Miles Simon in Arizona.
Yeah, a cold-ass team.
Yeah, but they were little.
So Mike Bibby, Arizona.
Dickerson.
Yeah, Dickerson,
Michael
all those
Dickerson.
guys. Simon
was cold in that tournament, and he didn't do anything in the league.
Jet Terry coming off the bench.
Yeah, Jet Terry.
Yo, come on, man. That's being disrespectful.
You got Paul Pierce, Jacques Vaughn, Scott Pollard, and Rafe LaFrance. You didn't do doo-doo.
Roy Williams' fault. We put it on Roy, which we knew where Roy's heart was. Roy was just waiting for Dean Smith to leave. Roy, he wanted to be
later. That was 97. He didn't leave Kansas till after that 03 Final Four.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Roy was always looking at what was going on in Chapel Hill. Roy, I don't think his 2 feet were really in Lawrence like it should have been. Because Roy should have won with those Kurt Heinrich teams with Nick Collison and Drew Gooden. Didn't win there. They got close, but Roy should have won a lot more at Kansas than he did. And then when he went to North Carolina, that's when he started getting all the championships and stuff. But Paul Pierce, phony? Come on, man. That's a guy that
he got carried a little bit. Like, Garnett carried his ass. So did Ray Allen. Come on.
He was the finals MVP. What you mean?
Shouldn't have been. Shouldn't have been. Should not have been.
Oh, you're bugging.
Hey, just like Timmy D shouldn't have been the finals MVP in 05. It should have been the lefty. Should have been Manu Ginobili.
You're right about that one.
Ginobili's the one who killed my Pistons in Game 7 with 25 points.
Manu had the hair flowing and stuff. Manu was Euroing, hair flowing.
Manu he was the honey badger. He didn't give an F, and he took whatever he wanted.
Yeah.
He took the Pistons' souls in 05.
Manu was working Tashard more than Kobe did the year before. Like, Manu, because I felt like Tashard was like, you know what? I got this guy on lock. Ain't no way. We're winning this championship. We're going back to back. I got this guy on lock. I'm sure Ben and Rashid, they going to take care of Timmy D. Nah. Manu with hair? Come on.
All right, Jack says, Paul Pierce said he invented the sidestep. Zay, did he?
Invented is a stretch, but he was one of the first to do it. Like when James Harden was getting all that love, I don't remember when Paul Pierce said that, because everybody was giving James Harden the sidestep love and stuff. And Paul Pierce was like, what the hell? I was doing it. Difference was Paul Pierce was doing majority of his work in the mid-range, while James Harden was shooting threes. So different players, but yeah, I'll give Paul Pierce credit. He was, if you have a sidestep Mount Rushmore, Paul Pierce is on that with James Harden. They're both on that. Probably like Dame Lillard and Steph Curry. Guys that just made the sidestep look effortless. But
all right, and for the record, BK says, no, I was not at a Mavs finals game last year. He made it to the Rangers World Series. He did not attend Mavs.
He said he ain't gonna have to worry about going to few in the future because I guess BK down in the dumps, man. Don't believe that this Mavs team's gonna figure it out.
Yeah, BK said he hadn't slept since Saturday.
Yo, I'm telling you, AD, hit up Dirk, bruh. That's who you need to hit up. Dirk give you 5 more big-time all-star seasons if you put a little bit of that in your game. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I'm not saying go all the way out and try the one-legger stuff. Like, let's be careful. Let's keep it real. But also, the tricks that Dirk used to do, Dirk's pump fake was always smooth. Dirk pumping like 8 times. He hold the ball for like 15 seconds just jabbing. I'll never forget that 2011 run when they had the Oklahoma City Thunder and Serge Ibaka. He was all the hype, which Sam Prezi, it was wrong to choose Serge Ibaka.
I block you.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody thought this guy, greatest defender since Ben Wallace. And Dirk made that dude look amateur for the whole series. All on the wing. They give Dirk the ball in ISO. Dirk face up, put that ball over his head, jab like 7 times, move the ball around. Then he just get into that smooth jumper. On to the finals, just like that. Like Serge Ibaka didn't know what to do. And that was it. They kept Serge Ibaka instead of James Harden. Bad move.
Dirk was on one. He was possessed that playoff. It was awesome.
It was awesome.
I keep waiting for Dak Prescott to go Dirk.
You always make that comparison. That ain't a comparison.
I mean, it is kind of.
Yeah.
Both 7 years into their – well, Dirk was even further into his career. I think he was like 9 years when he finally went off in 11.
Rookie year, 99. I think his rookie year was 98, 99, something like that.
So deep into his career.
Yeah.
Year 12?
Yeah.
Hell
no. Hell no, CB. This can't be. Even me being Perze Hilton, I didn't know about this. Kerry Hilson? Oh, my Lord. If he bagged that, then damn. It's probably the African accent. That's what got Kerry Hilson. Because Kerry Hilson, Lord. That's a woman right there. By the way, you watched the Grammys last night? Speaking of music, you watched the Grammys?
No, I missed it.
Missed it? Yo, Kendrick Lamar's going to perform the Drake diss at the Super Bowl. After what I saw last night, he got 5 Grammys for that damn song.
Oh, I heard about it. By the way, Serge and Kerry Hilson are not still together.
All right. That's not one of those love situations. That's me being a hater. I gotta be a hater on that one. Serge, you don't deserve that, bro. You were way over your skis.
They lasted from 2012 to 2016. Go ahead.
Yep.
So Kendrick Lamar wins 5 Grammys for a diss track on Drake.
Yeah. And he was still being petty. He was wearing the Canadian tuxedo, which is basically all denim. He was rocking that, which we know Drake's from Canada, so he's sending those passive-aggressive shots still. Everybody in the crowd, all of these famous musicians like Taylor Swift and Beyonce, and everybody singing Not Like Us and yelling A minor at the same time. It was nasty work. It was nasty work. Like, I low-key felt bad for Drake. Like, Drake will never be at the Grammys ever again. I don't like all of those powerful people in music all hating on Drizzy. I was like, damn, this dude K-Dot. And he was acting all humble and stuff too. Like, he was just acting like, yeah, this is for the people that believed in me. Gave a nice little speech and stuff. I was like, bro, how you gonna kill somebody and then show up at the funeral paying your respects? Like, that's what it felt like.
Drake was up for the fight at the beginning.
Yeah.
He should have never engaged.
Should have never engaged. And he'll be fine. Like, he still has the women that support him and stuff. But as As far as street cred, it's rough on your boy. It's rough. It's rough on your boy Drake. Drake fans out there, man. Drake fans, Luka fans, or the Mavs fans, rough on y'all. Rough few days.
Yeah, I got to check in with my guy Harge. Harge and I got into it on the air one time over Drake. Because I was like, I think this guy is talentless. And Harge was like, what?
Yeah, you were wilding there. Talentless. He's got talent. Just,
I don't know. I think his voice sucks. I think his I don't get it. The women love him. He's like, he sounds so monotone. Like Kendrick is a artist.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with Drake, but I was never into Drake. Never. So I'm not like doing a touchdown dance over this stuff because this is crazy what's been happening. 5 Grammys.
Yeah. I didn't know. I thought the Grammys were more classy than that. I thought they were like, okay, a diss song, that's not really what we do. Like, but
they just
so
judge the
creative.
song.
Yeah. Like
they don't know what it's about.
Well, they know what it's about. They know exactly what it's about.
But they're not supposed to let that come in. They just are judging the song.
Okay, so if they look at it like that, it was definitely the best song of 2024, easily. Like, but just the meaning, like they didn't. It's nasty. It's a foul song. It's as mucked up as it gets. Like the greatest diss track of all time. And you got Pac hitting him up. Your boy Ice Cube, No Vaseline, when he was dissing Eazy-E and NWA and them. You know, there have been some good ones.
No Vaseline did not win a Grammy.
Show didn't.
Like Cube was wasn't trying to disguise anything with that.
Oh no.
That was just straight up.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna get it with no Vaseline.
No Vaseline, no lube, no nothing. Just damn.
That is one of the great diss tracks of all time, by the way.
Yeah, that's what they deserve. I mean, Eazy-E, God bless his soul, but what he was doing with Jerry Heller, the manager, and Jerry Heller was stealing all that money from those guys, and Cube was writing Eazy's lyrics, nonetheless. Like, it'd be different if Eazy was creating his own material, but Eazy was just a voice. He sounded cool. Cube wrote all the lyrics for him, all of them.
Right. At first, Eazy-E didn't even want to be the lead guy.
Yeah, not at all. And they're like, yo, your voice is dope. Here's a list of raps. Just go say this in the booth and let's see how it comes out. It came out fire. Eazy-E was born. NWA was born. So we're taking all the money from him, which we knew where the talent was. It was with Q. It was with Dre. And both of those guys didn't get the credit they deserve. And then Dre dissed the hell out of them. Like once Dre left, hooked up with Suge Knight and his crazy ass, came out with arguably the greatest rap album of all time, 92, The Chronic. And they came out with Dre Day, him and Snoop. Eazy-E could eat a big fat. They were going in on Eazy, man. They did him wrong. But, hey, you got to spread it out. Like, ain't no fun unless the homies can't have none. That's what Snoop said, 93. You got to let the homies get what they deserve, especially if they help create you. Eazy didn't do a good job at that, and that's why everything turned out the way it did.
How about when Dre left Death Row Records and Suge's like, I own all your shit. And Dre's like, you can have it. And then he goes and creates Aftermath and
genius.
Just starts up with Eminem and recreates everything. And was like,
genius, man.
You can have it. Yeah, genius, man.
Because he knew Suge would run himself to prison eventually. Like he knew, he saw the writing on the wall after all the Pac stuff with Biggie. Dre was like, this probably isn't the place I need to be.
But I don't think Dre's getting royalties off of anything that he did under death row.
He has to be getting something because Snoop, I think, has death row now. I think he owns death row, if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe.
And
Maybe
they just
full circle. That's worth another movie.
They just dropped the album together, which is pretty good. Like, it's the last album the first album that they've had since Dogfather, maybe 95. But it's all produced by Dre, and Snoop's rapping, doing his thing. Pretty good. They old as hell, but they can still rap. I'll give them that. I hate that narrative. I know we gotta get to Chip Shine right call, but their narrative in hip hop is like you get a certain age and nobody wants to listen to it anymore because you're not cool, which is stupid. Like I'm wearing an AC/DC shirt today too, but like in those genres and rock and pop and different things, like those guys, they keep making albums.
They're in their 70s.
Yeah, 70s, still going on tour, still making new music. Like it could be done.
All right, let's get some mentions here. We're having a birthday celebration for my man, Zay. We'll get back to that birthday celebration, but let's celebrate some of these incredible sponsors. Like when you're ready to get the big screen of your dreams, you know where to go.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been providing custom electronic systems for Central Texas for more than 36 years. And
Old man, I think they all know who you are and what your company does. This is Camilla McKay. The old man believes in big fun and big ideas. He can make dreams come true, so why not dream big? I've been up in Boston, but I know the old man and all his friends and fellow radio heads have been spreading the holiday spirit here in Texas. Why should we stop there? Keep spreading the good feelings all over. Audiovisual Consultations carries all major brands of television and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And you don't have to leave your house. Just like Santa, they deliver the gifts to you.
yeah, I like that, kid. Throw a party, hang out with your friends, catch a concert.
That's all fun and good, but can we get back to the business? You can give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit our website at avconsultations.com for some cool electronics.
Oh, now you're forgetting something.
And as always, hug your kids. We only pretend to be annoyed. Watch some games with your friends and make love to whoever the hell you want.
That's right. That's right. Make love to whoever the hell you want. How about going to passes.com/Texas One Fund? That's where you go. If you're a Texas fan and you don't mind helping out with Texas NIL, but also getting something in return, then that's where you go. You go to passes.com/Texas One Fund. Texas One Fund, of course, the NIL collective for the Texas Longhorns. And when you go over to passes.com/Texas One Fund, you'll see all the 40 different Texas student athletes doing, different things. They'll call a friend for you and wish them a happy birthday, like our man Zay today. But they've got the Wheelin' and Dealin' podcast. It's $25 a month, and you get podcasts like the one with Arch Manning that's up right now. Just go to passes.com/Texas One Fund and get in there. Bookmark that so that you can see all the different things that are going on, knowing that anything you purchase there is going to help Texas NIL, but you're getting something in return. And that's an okay thing too. And hey, maybe you're thinking about in 2025 upgrading your kitchen, remodeling a bathroom, adding some new life to your outdoor space. Well, then it's time to call Mike McCall and McCall Custom Homes. They've been serving Austin for 40 years. Custom home builders, and custom is the key. Custom means high end. Details, making sure that the work that's being done in your home is wow. Like when people see the new bathroom, the new kitchen, the new outdoor space, they're like, wow, what have you done? That's the kind of reaction that Mike McCall Custom Homes, that's the kind of reaction that their work gets. 40 years of, renovating custom homes or, as custom home builders in Austin. You can see some of their work at Facebook and Instagram by searching at McCall Custom Homes. But check out their new website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. McCall Custom Homes, building value into your home. And cover three. Hey, guess what? It's Monday. Cover 3, all night happy hour. So get over there. Anderson, cover 3, Round Rock, and cover 2 at 1883 in Lake Creek. Go have a Sean Adams prime rib sandwich or enjoy the $7 social hour menu, which is just unbelievable. I mean, just go see what I'm talking about. Chop House Burger, the brick chicken mac and cheese. I got that last week. Oh, so good. And hey, Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. Seafood. You want the best salmon you've ever had? We were talking about salmon earlier. The best salmon you've ever had? Go to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. This is the seafood restaurant of Jack Gilmore, who also gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen. Those are 2 of the best restaurants in Austin, Texas. So check it out. They've got incredible happy hour, all night happy hour on Mondays as well. So 3:30 to close. Best selection of raw oysters. You're getting $5 off the appetizer menu, which has the mussels, the crab cake, the grilled oysters, the New Orleans barbecue shrimp. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. You try it once, it'll be a regular favorite. Right there at Zilker, off Rolling Wood in Mopac, and up north in Round Rock off Old Settlers. All right, Zay. I'll make it a quick chip shot because, frankly, it's about my man Zay. It's a happy birthday wish to my man Zay. And I just want you to know how much I enjoy our time together. Middays here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. You make me laugh every day. What you mean? I love it when I get up. What you mean? Then I know I've really stirred something up. But I love that. Love your insight. You do a great job. You prepare super well every day. Conversation's great. You've got strong opinions on all the hot topics for our audience. Texas football, basketball, NBA, all of it. And all the scoop in the entertainment world. My man Perzay Hilton, he knows what's going on. He knew that Serge Ibaka was with Kerry Hilson for a minute.
I didn't even know that. CB told me about that.
CB.
That's CB doing what he does, man.
CB's in the trenches.
Yeah.
He'd be digging it out. But, man, happy birthday. And here's to many more. Like I said, Miss Cleo said this is going to be a big year for you.
You need to stop listening to Miss Cleo, bro. She been out the game for a minute. I think they come back. I want to say she probably went to the pen. Something tells me that.
Yeah, she did?
I think so. You might have to look that up. She can't be.
So my call to her was from prison?
It might have been. Or she's not alive. That's what CB's saying. But before she passed away, God bless her soul. I think
she died. She died in 2016.
Damn. Miss Cleo.
Man, I didn't know. Man. I didn't know that I was like having a spiritual experience.
Yeah, I don't know who you talk to, but might want to
Just make sure all your funds are good and stuff. You didn't get.
Make sure I'm not helping a prince in some African country.
Yeah.
If I send him $1,500, he'll give me $1 million.
Hey, maybe I'll get some African brother down for Rodney Terry and them. Well, NIL. We'll take that. You know what I'm saying? Which I'm going to talk Texas basketball on the right call. But thank you, man. I appreciate you. Appreciate everything you've done for me. It's an absolute blast being on 2 hours a day with you. We're still rolling, getting better and better. You know, shout out to my guy, BK, for, again, giving us this platform to do what we do. I absolutely love it. Everybody that's giving me just shout outs for my birthday. I love y'all. And yeah, let's keep it rolling. 34. Should be a good year. Very blessed, very thankful, and ready to keep it going. But
let's go.
All right, y'all. Before the right call, though, got to get to some of these mentions and sponsors like Covert Beat Cave, Covert Automotive Dealership, family owned and operated in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. They are the best. We appreciate them. My wife appreciates them for the Buick Encore GT that we got not too long ago. It's as good as it was when we first got it, and we absolutely love it. Y'all could be like us too. 7 terrific brands to choose from: Buick, GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. If you want to see all the latest specials and inventory, go to covertbcave.com to check that out. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And Leaf Landscape Supply. Some of y'all just, you know, the decoration is not up to par. It's a little stale. Hey, don't be stale. Do something about that. Leaf Landscape Supply, they are your hookup, full service and wholesale retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX. Go visit both of their locations up in Chip in my hood off of Pond Springs up north, and then down south off Monterey Oaks and 290. Specialty plants, rare plants, trendy house plants. To fulfill any type of landscaping job, Leaf Landscape Supply are your guys. So visit their website at leaflandscapesupply.com. And remember, when you go in, you make a purchase, let them know Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you, and you get 10% off. Can't beat that. 10% off at Leaf Landscape Supply. All right, Chip. Right call today. I got to give love to this Texas basketball team, man. Yo, 30-point dub. Again, LSU, sorry. Trash. They are not good at all. But, little devil's advocate here, Texas basketball, they made them look trash. Like, Auburn only beat that same team at the Pete Maravich Center by like 12 points or so. Texas got them by 30. Like, they took the heart out of those guys. And this team, they're starting to find a groove, man. All these guys that have struggled to find their footing earlier in the season, like Tremont Mark and Caden Shedrick, they look good right now. They look really good. Arthur Kaluma's playing his ass off, and the defense is stingy. You know, Trey Johnson, 18 points, 5 assists. Everybody's going to look at the 18 points. Everybody's going to look at the silky smooth jumper, the step backs and stuff. The 5 assists is what impressed me the most. Like his decision making, and Frank Haif, you know how hard I could be on Frank Haif. The offensive movement and the flow of the offense and the looks that you get. That's what we need. That's what this Horns team needs, because we haven't seen that. They shoot the most mid-range jumpers in the nation, which with analytics and what they say, that could be frowned upon. But if you're going to shoot a lot of mid-range shots, make sure they're as good of mid-range shots as you could get. And putting Trey in certain ISO situations where he has the advantage, I'll take that. But when you're going ISO against anyone, no. We got to have more movement. If I'm going to take my man, there better be cuts on the other side. There better be back doors. There better be flare screens, down screens, you know, just different things like that. We're seeing that more. A couple of plays that stuck out in the game, both came from Trey Johnson. They ran a They ran like a double screen play. Originally, it was Kaluma, Shedrick, Trey, Tremont Mark, and Jordan Pope in the game, the starting lineup. And Tremont Mark started off with the ball. He dribbled to the left. They ran a double screen for Jordan Pope, hit Jordan Pope. He didn't have a shot. After that, Shedrick and then Kaluma ran another double screen for Trey Johnson. Trey Johnson ran his man, read his man the right way, curled off the screen because they were following him. Once he got in the paint, here comes an extra help defender, dished it off to Caden Shedrick for the dunk. Another play later on, like a couple of plays later, Arthur Kaluma gets a defensive rebound, throws it all the way down court to Trey Johnson, who catches it, takes one dribble, throws a no-look pass, does a nice little Tim Hardaway spin while doing it to Arthur Kaluma, who got the rebound, took off running in a full sprint, got the ball back, and it led to a layup. Like, those are the types of things that we weren't seeing consistently early on that we're starting to see now. Like, they're starting to figure out each other and to figure out that chemistry and what everybody likes to do. Tremont Mark, his defense on Cam Carter, and then to turn around and also give you 18 points, man, you'll take that from him because he has a lot in his bag that we just haven't seen much due to him not knowing his role. Him deferring to Trey Johnson and Arthur Kaluma. RT's probably telling him, yo, don't defer to nobody. You got to attack at all times. Like Tremont Mark, when he puts his head down and he gets to that dominant left hand, he's hard to stop because he might not look like it, but he's stronger than what you think. And he could take contact and does a really good job of elevating, which we saw in the A&M game on the last game-winning shot, and getting over bigger defenders, even though he's only 6'4". And now that he's really embraced that defensive role, like Kendall Weaver, you were a solid player. When he comes back, Chip, I don't know where you find his minutes. I really don't. And it's not because Kendall Weaver isn't good. It's just Devon Pryor, as Roy is saying, like how he's playing right now, he does everything Kendall Weaver does, except he's a better shooter. He hit a 3 against LSU. He's been knocking down mid-range shots when he gets the opportunity. We saw him in the Ole Miss game getting alley-oops and tip dunks. He does everything Kendall Weaver does, plus he's a better shooter, plus he's bigger. They don't have a traditional small forward 3. Devon Pryor is the closest thing they have. You know, I'd say Kaluma too, but with how RT plays his team, he likes Kaluma at the 4. If you at times could figure out how to put Trey Johnson, Tremont Mark at the point, Devon Pryor, Kaluma, and Shedrick in with the way Shedrick's been playing as of late, I like that 5 to finish certain games once March comes around. Because, again, I like Pope. I like Julian Larry. Both of those guys had solid games the other night, but there's just times that both Pope and Larry can get exposed offensively and defensively. Devon Pryor, he brings you something different, and he's getting more and more confidence each game to where, again, Kendall Weaver, I don't know if there's minutes for you once you come back, bruh. I just don't. That's why I said earlier before the season started, if I was Kendall Weaver working on my game in the offseason, I'd be working on my point guard skills. But that's not the case. And who knows what Kendall Weaver's been doing. Maybe he could come back and give them, you know, some type of point guard responsibilities, just bringing the ball up the court. But Tremont Mark, he can orchestrate your offense. Trey Johnson, who's now gotten a lot of confidence with his passing, and he's getting confidence in his teammates to where he doesn't have to take bad shots all the time. He can orchestrate your offense too. So that gives Pryor the ability to come in and do what he does. Like, he played really good defense against LSU. He played really good defense against Ole Miss. In the game against A&M and the 22-point comeback, he started over Tremont Mark and gave you good minutes to help lead the comeback. Devon Pryor has been a breath of fresh air that I didn't think we would see this year from him. So now this team is even deeper. Zarek Oyema's playing better. Jason Kent is playing better. And again, LSU, it's hard to take much away from them. They are awful. They're on the bottom of the barrel in the SEC. They're the game that every other team in the SEC sees on the schedule and says, we have to win this game. But 30 on the road in this conference, give RT and this coaching staff and this Texas basketball team the credit they deserve. They look really good right now. You saw what Missouri did to who they blow out this past week. God, Mississippi State. Like, Missouri's a good team. You handled them. You know what I'm saying? Like, you were a couple of shots away from beating Ole Miss too. Like, this team, you're getting a lot of confidence and they're playing the right way. Frank Haith drawing some good out of bounds plays, good offensive sets. Everybody's improving here, Chip, which I'm not going to lie. If you would have told me this a month ago, I would have told you crazy as hell. But I'm seeing the growth. I'm acknowledging the growth, and I'm giving those guys that respect that they deserve. Hopefully we continue to see it once John Calipari comes into town Wednesday for an old school Texas versus Arkansas matchup.
On January 15th, my man Zay said the loser of the Texas at OU game fails to make the NCAA tournament. Texas won that game. But Zay, Texas shot 56% against LSU. They hit 47.6% from three. That was the best shooting game of the season.
Yeah.
So how much of that was just Texas, their offense, guys getting comfortable, and how much of it was crappy D from LSU?
A little bit of both. A little bit of both. Yeah, LSU, they just – and you would think, like, after Caden Shedrick got dunked on early on, like, that would give them some juice. But score was 31-25 going into halftime, and then the Horns outscore them 58-33 in the second half. Like, the 20 assists is what stands out the most for Texas.
Yeah.
Like, they average 13. They're the biggest ISO team in the SEC. If you could get 20 assists, that says a lot, no matter who they play.
That's kind of like the Texas women yesterday. They had 22 assists on 31 made baskets.
Yeah.
And beating A&M by 20 in College Station.
That's the Rory Harmon that this team needs to win a national championship.
Yeah, she was aggressive from the beginning. She set the tone early, and then she scored 8 points in the fourth quarter late and was in charge, directing traffic.
She has to look for her shot. Like, I get it. Madison Booker, number one option. The way that Taylor Jones has been playing, you got to give Taylor Jones her looks too. But if Rory's attacking to score instead of looking to pass, I think their ceiling, we don't even know what that is yet because she's just been deferring a little bit too much. And again, that's her game. She's a true old school point guard. Plus, with the ACL injury, how much does she really trust her offensive game? Because at times it feels like she doesn't quite fully. And yesterday, that was the best I've seen Rory all year with how she attacked and what her mindset was like. Like, she was amazing, you know, especially with no Aaliyah Moore. Like, when in time does she play her ass off?
Yeah.
Like, I love the way what she brings. Yeah.
She's so long.
Yeah, man. Like, she covers a lot of ground. So, you know, Shea, Garrett, Wilson, Holly knocking down those jumpers. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. Was Garrett in the building? What's up, Garrett? You can make that trip, that 2 hours to College Station, bro. Come on, baby. Let's go. My man Garrett Wilson living large, man.
What's her dog's name?
I don't know what the dog's name. Looks like Snowball.
Snowball.
Look, oh, that's not the name, but it looks like a snowball.
All right, let's bring in the fellas so we can get Zay off to a birthday celebration. I'm going to Justin Timberlake tonight. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, you ain't say that.
Well, I just said it.
Now you did, but we could have been talking about JT early on.
Well, we can talk about it tomorrow.
All right, yeah, I'm going to need to know.
Let's bring in the fellas. From SEC Unfiltered.
Lucas looks like he's on the sun right now. What's going on?
I am on the sun, actually. It feels like it, and it feels good.
Getting that vitamin E, baby. Come on.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
What's happening?
What's up, fellas? Yo, Lucas, LSU, horrible.
Look, hey.
Yeah, Texas did smack them. Oh, yeah.
How the hell do you go from a 27-32 to all of a sudden you get blown out by 30 freaking plus? It's probably the most embarrassing loss LSU has had since the 90s. This is how bad this team has gone.
They're just ready for opening day, man. They couldn't give a damn less. But I'm surprised Lucas even knew they played over the weekend.
True.
You laugh, Chip. You laugh, but listen, there are some SEC schools you pick or choose, baseball or basketball. LSU's a baseball school. My boy Lucas at the track right now.
Yeah.
We got some drag racing going on
He's
behind
at the track
Lucas.
right now.
I got
track right now.
We're doing burnouts.
Chip, you going to JT tonight?
I'm at
JT
school right now.
What are you wearing to that?
I'll just wear.
You got
black.
a fit? You got a fit laid out?
He got an NSYNC shirt.
He's got to have a fit laid out.
You got an NSYNC shirt with Lance Bass, a big Lance Bass shirt.
Chip, where was Chip Brown when NSYNC dropped that Bye 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 album? Where were you at when that
I was
happened?
having kids.
Were you?
Yeah.
I thought you were Chip. I thought you were in college, man. I was giving you credit.
I appreciate you. Hey, on that note, I'm gonna smooth on out.
Rock that shirt tonight, Chip.
Hey, happy birthday, Zay.
Unapologetically. Zay, your birthday?
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Zay. Happy birthday.
Zay.
On the way out.
Thanks,
Happy birthday.
fellas. Thanks,
How about
fellas. I appreciate the love, man.
Happy
How old are you? A fresh 40?
Oh, shit. Damn. I'm leaving on that one.
Damn it, Lucas. Dude, what's up, man? What's going on?
CPM at school, and I'm right next to probably the worst Wi-Fi you could probably imagine. So that's why I'm on my phone and outside.
Oh, you're good. No, I mean, it's your Wi-Fi looks good. Wi-Fi looks good.
Big bet.
Yeah. What's going on, guys? We are, of course, SEC Unfiltered. What is going on here? There we go. We are SEC Unfiltered. I'm Chris Phillips. He is Lucas Hill. Monday, February the 3rd, we are taking you into the end of the day, 3 to 4 Central, 4 to 5 Eastern. Lucas, what's going on, man? You sound pretty upset about LSU basketball right now. You know, it's funny enough on that note, I got a DM over the weekend. From an LSU fan. So this LSU Capital Instagram account is staying in contact with us during the basketball season. They keep asking me, should LSU fire McMahon? Should they fire? He hit me up yesterday and was like, it's time for LSU to fire him.
Yeah.
But, I mean, dude, what's the demand for winning for the basketball program at LSU? What does LSU want to be on the hardwood? That's my biggest question.
I think the biggest thing is that what you wanted during the mid-'80s with Dale Brown there. They want to go back. They want to be regular contenders in the NCAA tourney. But obviously so, it's hard to do that when you haven't been known for being a basketball school. I mean, the lack of success that LSU has had during the Matt McMahon era does not surprise me. It's shocking that he even got the job when basically John Morant basically gave him a P4 job because of it. And so I think it's incredible to me that administration looked at this back in 2022 when they wrongfully fired Will Wade. I'm going to stand by that because he wasn't the only one involved in the tampering. Because you look at Arizona's head coach that was involved in it. He's still there. There's many other coaches around the P4 circuit that are involved in that tampering situation where how the hell did you manage to get – why were you even wiretapping phones during this time period. And I think it's just infuriating to me just that administration gave up on him. They put Will Wade through hell for 4 years, and now he's having success out in Lake Charles at McNeese State. And now we got this bum who brings no energy in the PMAC. He is not ready to be a P4 head coach. It's obvious when you looked at what he puts on display, especially on the defensive side of the basketball court. And so, to answer your question, CP, it's hard to tell, but I think people look at the early years of the John Brady era and they look at what Dale Brown did in the mid-'80s.
I just love how passionate you are about LSU basketball, Luke, because I didn't know.
I'll be honest with you,
know.
I could give two shits about LSU basketball. I just happen to know about this team. I could care less.
Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't know there were LSU fans that cared that much. Because I'll be honest with you. I mean, my guy Dave and I, we talk about it because, of course, we're talking SEC basketball, and we're big fans of it. But, like, I don't see hardly any LSU media that talks about college basketball.
Not unless you're Legacy.
Like, I don't see any media that discusses it. They don't even acknowledge that it's going on.
I don't even think Blake hardly mentions it on AYS.
Well, I mean, he's told me why.
There's a reason why.
Yeah, he told me simply that it's because it just doesn't do numbers view-wise.
No.
So it's like why even bring it up?
He does more when he even briefly mentions women's basketball.
Yeah. And I mean, they've been previewing baseball and all that good stuff. I mean, I think that's where the focus is for them.
Yeah, they've been doing coaching changes and they've been doing baseball previews.
Yeah, I mean, I totally get it. So, guys, we'd love to hear from you. Questions, comments, everything in between. Yeah, always a pleasure. We dropped my guy Harrison and I dropped our Omaha 8 predictions for the season. Both of us, by the way, Lucas, had LSU going to Omaha. Both of us had Texas A&M going to Omaha. Both of us did not have the Texas Longhorns going to Omaha.
Yeah, I saw it too, and I texted Harrison on Instagram. I was like, dude, Texas not even in the top 15? Like, I understand that you're missing a lot of hitters from your lineup, but I think this is a dark horse Omaha trip team to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Texas, the big question I've got with them is that the pitching side.
Yeah.
They're going to hit. They're going to hit. No doubt they're going to hit. I just don't think they're going to pitch well enough to make a run. I really don't.
I think you can say the same thing for LSU as well. Like, can you be more consistent on the mound this year than you were last year?
Yeah, that's going to be the big key.
It's amazing to me how wide open Omaha is, and I think the winner of the SEC tournament, maybe even the final two that are in the SEC Tourney Championship, is going to represent the SEC in Omaha and maybe more, depending on how regionals are going.
Yeah. I'm excited to see Texas, though. I mean, we'll get them on opening weekend, of course. I'll be 10 days from now. Actually, I'll be in Arlington. So at this time, 10 days from now, I'll be in Arlington.
Yeah.
Sitting there watching the game. So I fly out Valentine's Day morning, 8:30 a.m. out of Atlanta. I think I land like 10:30 local time. So 10:45 local time. Something like that. So it's gonna be fun. Looking forward to that, man. It's gonna be a really fun weekend of baseball. So yeah. How was the weekend, Lucas? Do anything fun?
I mean, watch some SEC basketball, believe it or not. I mean, it was the only thing that was really on in a little restaurant. We celebrated my mom's birthday. Hung out with that. The big 64 over the weekend.
64. Wow. It's crazy to see your parents get old. It's crazy.
My dad's about to be 60 in a couple weeks, so.
Yeah. It's pretty wild.
But no, man, I kind of want to touch on SEC basketball too. How about a statement win for Rick Barnes and company? I mean, you go into SEC play, you've lost 3 of the last 4 SEC matchups, and you go in, you're down 2 of your best players, and Chaz Elzy pops off for 19 and really dominates this Florida team that a lot of people really didn't think was going to go much of anywhere in the preseason. And just seeing how they were able to come back after losing to them, or 2 weeks ago by 30, and you pop off and hold them to under 45. That's a hell of a defensive performance. That's a statement win if you're Tennessee, and it definitely puts you back in the driver's seat to be back for a top 4 seeding, or not a top 4, but a top 2 seeding in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah. I mean, it is weird, right? Because that first matchup, Florida did to them what they just did to Florida on Saturday. So, yeah, it was strange. It was that was a stunning. That was really like Arkansas beating Kentucky was the stunner of the day.
That was a weird weekend.
That Tennessee win was stunning to me. That it really was. I did not expect, especially Tennessee being down. They only had 7 scholarship guys.
Yeah.
And they beat them like that. I mean, I don't know, man. It's I partly blame myself, man. I'm everything I touch right now on the gambling perspective, it goes the opposite. So,
what time did you end up leaving Tuscaloosa?
I mean, we left. Yeah, we left immediately after the game.
Okay.
Immediately after the game. Yeah.
I wasn't sure if you stayed the whole game because it was a freaking blowout.
Yeah, no, we stayed the whole game for sure, but left after the game, got back to Dave's spot around 9:30 or so just after Kentucky, Arkansas had tipped off. So, yeah, it was a lot of fun, man. The tour is off to a hot start. Jake Bayless, yes, I'll take any recommendations in Arlington. My Airbnb is essentially across the street from the baseball stadium, so I won't be having, I think, go outside of that vicinity really for a lot of food. But any recs you got, I mean, I'll take them. It should be a great time. I know that the Texas fan base is going to probably take over that thing. Ole Miss fans, I think, will probably travel. Clemson fans will travel well. I mean, I'd imagine Okie State fans. So I'm really looking forward to that. That's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. So if you guys are there, would love to link up with you. Would love to. I'll be floating around the whole weekend. We'll have the little camera on us here. We vlogging the whole weekend. The vlogs are back. We dropped the first one last night. Today on social media of the trip we took to Knoxville last week. We'll have the trip to Tuscaloosa drop. That vlog will drop on Thursday, and we're off and running, man. It's really exciting times. I'm super stoked to be back on the road. We're going to be on the road a lot this month, and then next month for March Madness. We'll be doing a lot of stuff as well. The baseball trips I would expect will really pick up. Next month's going to be kind of interesting with March Madness and how much travel we're doing for that, but certainly into April, we're going to be on the road for baseball doing different stuff. It's going to be a lot of fun. So I'm excited. So
I'm glad you're staying on that basketball topic, dude. I know you just caught the end of the Kentucky-Arkansas game. I watched that whenever I was with my girlfriend, and I'm just sitting there watching the game, and I'm like, where the hell has this Arkansas team been all year? I mean, when you brought in a transfer portal class that was almost second to none, was one of the best in last offseason in college basketball, and you've just been so inconsistent throughout the year. And it was just amazing to me that you were able to finally get shots to go through. You were finally able to be more consistent on the offensive end for Arkansas. And it was probably one of the best performances that we've seen from this Arkansas team. And I promise you, they probably won't be done yet. But can they get that consistency that they've been lacking so far this year? Another thing that you probably mentioned on the weekend, how about Baylor coming back from 21 down against Kansas in the second half and beating them by, 8 or 9 at least? That's a hell of a win for Baylor. I mean, you talk about a team that was dead in the water for about 25 minutes of basketball, and then they just turned it on. You had the kid Wright who just popped off for 24, 7, and 6. The guy was a force whenever he had the ball in his hands. And he basically just took over that basketball game as it went along. But like we mentioned already, this was a hell of a weekend in college basketball.
It was. No, it was, man. I mean, across the country, not just the SEC. But you mentioned Arkansas, man. I tell you, they got Texas tomorrow night. Let's see if FanDuel's got the spreads out, by the way. But that's a huge game because, dude, the Hogs are back in the race for the tournament. I mean, really, they're back in it. But they've got to beat Texas. They have to. And if you're Texas, you got to win that game.
Yeah.
For your tournament host. Yeah, let's see. We got them here. Because
I think Arkansas and Texas is on the bubble. I know that. I don't know where Arkansas is at this point.
Yeah, Arkansas is 47th in KenPom. They are ahead of Vandy in KenPom, even with their record. Let's see.
You look at Vandy's overall win total. I mean, who have they really had
that game's not till Wednesday, so we won't get a spread on that till Wednesday. But we do have spreads for the Tuesday night games. Auburn is a 16.5-point favorite over Oklahoma. Ole Miss minus 3.5 against Kentucky, and that's in Oxford. And Florida is a 12.5-point favorite against Vanderbilt. So some big spreads.
That's a small spread.
Kentucky, Ole Miss, easily the game of the night. Yeah. Easily. I kind of like Kentucky in a bounce back spot.
I would too.
Tough to win in Oxford. Though, but I like them in a bounce back spot. But no, it's that Arkansas team has got plenty of talent. It's just, and they vastly underachieved, but it finally came together on Saturday night. So yeah, that game against Texas is going to be the tell-all. Really, truly, it's going to be the tell-all. If Arkansas can go beat Texas in the midweek, hey, I think they're really cooking with something. Maybe they're back on track. They're getting it going. You go lose to Texas, and I mean, I think it was just a one-off, and it is what it is. So,
if you can give me two SEC teams that are going to be on the rise in the rest of the season in college basketball, and two teams that are going to be on the fall from here on out, here's my two. Let me tell you what, I just don't know what Vanderbilt's going to look like the rest of the year. I mean, you get off to this great start, but you've lost 3 of the last 4. You blew a 12-point lead against an Oklahoma team that really hadn't shown a lot, and you lose by what, 30? Wasn't that the final spread?
Yeah.
Another team, Mississippi State. I mean, look, I don't know yet. I still am not confident about Mississippi State. I mean, that was probably one of their first challenges that they've had all season. I just don't know what to expect from them on the defensive side. I mean, they've been giving up a lot of open shots, especially around the perimeter, that have really hurt them in recent weeks. Not only that, I mean, it's just you can't find really that much of consistency. So that's my two. Two that I think will be on the rise. I think Arkansas with them being on the bubble, or no, Texas with them being on the bubble. I think they're about to pick things up. I think a big win at Arkansas is definitely going to improve themselves in the they're going to go from on the bubble. I think they could potentially secure themselves as a 9 seed in the tourney. And another team, I'll tell you what, Missouri just came out of nowhere this year. You come out in preseason or in before conference, you knock out Kansas. You dominate SEC play. You just dominated Mississippi State over the weekend. I think it's time to show. I think it's time for the college basketball world to really consider that Missouri could be back. They could be back on the national landscape in college basketball like they were in the mid-'80s, in the early 90s.
Yeah, dude, Mizzou fans are fired up for basketball, man. It's
been a while since they have.
We actually dropped a segment this morning on Mizzou basketball, and it's going crazy, man. I mean, their fans are fired up. They're passionate about it. And again, it's because they have a really good team. Dude, yeah. Caleb Grill is going to be a blast to watch in the postseason. He is so much. Him and Tamar Bates. But, dude, Caleb Grill is that guy that, dude, he could heat up and just take over the NCAA tournament. I mean,
Grill may not be a first-round pick, but I'll tell you what, that draft stock is going to be rising over the next several weeks in SEC play if he keeps up what he's been able to do.
Yeah. Yeah, he's so much fun to watch, man. He's so much fun. So, Lucas, are you an NBA guy?
I could give two shits about the NBA, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
but if you're going to ask me about the Luka Doncic trade, I think it was one of the worst things that you would have seen in the NBA. There's how the hell does Dallas manage to say, this is a good idea. Let's trade our franchise player because, we have some concerns over his drinking and his weight, and trade him for a freaking, I know AD's a 10-time All-Star. Believe me, I'm aware. But the dude hasn't played more than 50 games in a season. He's only done it twice this decade. He can't stay healthy. You can't get him on the court. He's getting into that age, especially since he's been around the NBA for the last 10 years. He doesn't have much of a prime left. And you just traded your franchise cornerstone for that? Are you kidding me? That's ludicrous. How the hell does Mark Cuban not understand how the trade deals work, but yet you pulled off this ludicrous move? It's almost mind-boggling to me, Chris. And it's so ludicrous and it's so stupid that we got to see this.
Yeah, so to your point, I couldn't give a damn less. I really couldn't. I don't know anything about Luka Doncic. I know who he is. I don't really give a damn. I'm just it shook, obviously. It shook the sports world, but all it did was give me an opportunity to say, like, I'm not a NBA guy. I give no damns. I'm a way bigger fan of golf than I am the NBA. My sports, no, seriously. Look at my shirt. I'm a golfer, man. It's the Players Championship here. No, my sports power rankings. Football, baseball are 1A, 1B tied. They're essentially both number one for me. Football, baseball. Yeah. I don't know if you knew this, Lucas. I love the game of baseball more than I love the game of football.
I can see it. You played it.
Yeah, I played it. I played college baseball. So that's understandable. Yeah. But obviously, I love football from just like there's nothing like a Saturday. I love it for content purposes. Like there's a lot of reasons I love the game. It's nothing like it. I'd put football, baseball, both tied for first. I'd put golf second. I'd put. What else is there? NBA would be last. NBA would be last.
I thought we were just doing categories like football, golf, and then just regular basketball.
Dude, for content-wise, it's football, baseball, and then it's basketball for me behind it. Yes, I like college. I'll be honest with you, though, Lucas. I love basketball from the content perspective, and, I love it from the standpoint, it's really fun covering the teams. But if it's not SEC, I'm not watching it right now, unless it's the tournament. Gambling is what really gets me into it, too. I'll be totally honest with you. Gambling is what really gets me into it.
Nothing wrong with that. Speaking of gambling, I'll be 21 on the Super Bowl, so.
Yeah, it's Super Bowl media week. Our guy Cole Thompson, you're not going to see him all week because he's down in New Orleans on Radio Row. How about that?
Doing what?
So he's got a buddy of his that does something, covers the NFL for somebody, and apparently what he told me is Cole does some production work for him, and nice. In return he kind of covers anything, lets him stay with him. He goes down there, and Cole will do some content too. He'll probably interview guys and yeah. So Cole covers the Texans.
Yeah, I've seen him. I've seen his Instagram stories at NRG.
Yeah, he covers the Texans. So he's Cole's fully invested in the NFL.
Right.
So he's he'll enter. I think he's actually getting an interview this week with Dylan Stewart. South Carolina.
There you go.
The defensive end. But yeah, Cole writes for the Texans Wire, the USA Today site.
Okay.
So
I don't think they let college dudes do new Super Bowl stuff. We were lucky enough to even do New Orleans media. Oh, and by the way, we got banned from it because of moi. Because I pissed off the communications department there for the Saints because of something I said about them and talked about their organization. How stupid is that?
Really?
Yes, I kid you not.
You pissed the Saints off.
I mean, they're going through turmoil right now because most of them are probably going to lose their jobs. Hell, if they haven't lost their jobs already, so. But we're lucky enough to still work with the Pelicans of the NBA, so.
Interesting.
I don't even go to Pels games either, so.
Very interesting. Yeah, I haven't spent a ton of time. I mean, I've been down, obviously, Louisiana a couple times. I haven't spent a ton of time down there, though.
Right.
Banned from covering them.
I think it was just for the rest of the season, but I don't know. I thought it was so petty, and even our director talked to me about it. It was like, dude, this is just so stupid and petty what they're doing because they're getting offended over something that your opinion was.
Rodney Smith talking about the Luka Doncic trade. It's like the Chiefs traded D-Hop to the Cowboys for CeeDee Lamb. I don't know. I think it feels more aggressive.
That's more like trading freaking Josh Allen to the Chiefs, from what somebody told me.
Jake Bayless says, put it in college football terms, it'd be like Florida trading sophomore Tim Tebow for senior Brady Quinn in 2007.
Senior Brady Quinn?
Yeah, Brady Quinn was a senior in 07, I think.
Was he?
I think so.
No, he came out in 07 for the draft.
That's what I'm saying. He was a senior in 07.
Wow.
No?
Well, that's...
I get what you're saying. Yeah, I could not give a damn less about the NBA. I really couldn't. I just could not. I think the last time I watched an NBA game start to finish was like the finals when Kobe Bryant was playing. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking.
Never watched the finals from start to finish.
Yeah, I just there's nothing about the NBA that does it for me.
No.
So
why would it?
Dude, how's y'all's weather down there?
It's amazing in CP. We went from feeling like it's -1 degree, and now all of a sudden we're back in the 70s in a matter of 2 weeks. So we'll be going back into pretty warm temperatures all this week, and unless they're saying that we could have another snowstorm in middle of February, but I mean, I highly doubt it.
Yeah. They're saying you can have a snowstorm
in February. Another one.
No shot.
I don't believe it.
No shot.
I don't believe it. I highly doubt it. There's no way you can convince me there's going to be another freaking snowstorm that's about the same as what we had. Because, CP, we got a foot of snow in our yard. I know I talked to Cole about it. They said they only got like 5 or 6 inches. My God, freaking state of Louisiana, which never gets snow. And if we do, it's basically sleet, and it's only maybe an inch or two. And now all of a sudden our freaking yard is covered in white pixie dust at this point. But I highly doubt we get another one.
I mean, it is typically I'm just talking to Blake and the guys, it is typically, for whatever reason, cold down there in Louisiana for opening day.
Right.
For whatever reason. Dude, it's beautiful here, man. It's like mid to high 60s today. Tomorrow it's going to be mid 70s.
Good.
Finally some golf weather, baby. Finally some golf weather. Here we go.
It's not humid up there either, is it?
Not yet. Not yet. It'll get there.
It shouldn't be.
Yeah. Not yet. So, it's been exciting, dude. I'm really happy, man. We're getting into though. Like I love talking football and everything, and we're going to continue to do it. But getting into the baseball chatter, the basketball chatter, it's been fun, man. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I think the audience is really enjoying it, and I think you can kind of. I'll be honest. I think you can talk football to death a little bit.
Right.
I really do. I think you can talk it to death. So,
Just look at what Mark Rogers is doing.
I mean, like, bro, I'll just be totally honest. I couldn't fathom SEC Unfiltered being this way, or just me in general being this way.
Right.
Only talking football 24/7, 365.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know how Mark manages to come up with content for football. Like, literally, I would just be done with college football, but probably from after the Natty, just doing way too early stuff until we got into spring ball. And then after spring ball, you still got that whole summer that you got to talk about stuff. Well, what are you going to talk about? Well, obviously you got camp season during recruiting. Other than that, well, what else is there? That's the thing.
I will say, though, spring ball's around the corner. They must have the loudest cars in Louisiana, dude. You must go to school with a lot of assholes. All of those sound like jacked up trucks.
A lot of assholes. I mean,
jacked up trucks. Yeah, jacked up trucks. The crazy exhaust shit. Like, probably a lot of lift kits down there in Louisiana.
Oh my goodness!
What it sounds like.
CP, it's the South. It's scraping the coast is literally. Have you ever heard of scraping the coast?
No.
So it's a southern thing that all the cool kids with their lift kits and their neon lights that they have on their wheels, all the weird stuff that they like to do. Yeah, they like to just drive it along the Gulf Coast and just blare out their exhaust pipes but dude, forget that. I will stick to my 2000 Ford Excursion. That every time I start it up, it sounds like I'm driving a garbage truck. What kind of car you got, CP?
I drive a Jeep. I got a 2019 Jeep Compass. So.
I was about to say, I thought you were one of those guys. So you're not one of those guys that put your rubber ducks up there?
No, I'm not. I did have somebody put a rubber duck on my car one time.
Oh,
but I don't get the whole like Jeep culture rubber duck thing.
Neither do I.
I don't get that at all. No, no.
It's just so stupid, to be honest with you, that they do that. I mean, it's just I don't see the point. Because one of my friends, or actually one of my dad's coworkers that he works with, his wife has a Jeep, and every time that they have some ducks, apparently it's supposed to be a symbol of connecting with one another and making friends and stuff. What am I going to do? Pull my freaking Jeep over and talk to this person that I don't know that has the same freaking ducks in their car? Like, how does that even work? It's just so stupid to me.
Yeah. Nah, but I love my car, man. I love my Jeep. It's man, it's got me all over the place, man. All different SEC cities, and yeah. So it's got me all over. But
how many miles does it have on it?
Like 60,000.
Oh, nice. Hey, man,
I got it May of 22.
Nice.
Or no, excuse me, May of 23. So I've only had it about 2 years.
Nice. It's okay. I've only had mine. My mom got it in 2003. CP, this thing got 442,000 miles on it.
Really? Hold on. How many?
442,000 miles.
Wow. What kind of car is this?
It's a 2000 Ford Excursion.
442,000 miles.
This car eventually got replaced by the Explorer, I think.
Good God. My God.
And the thing about it is, too, CP, it can go up to 500, maybe 600,000 miles. So I'm gonna have this thing all the way until I graduate.
Jeez. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Let's see. Hair the Dog says ducks in Jeeps is beyond weird. Don't get it. Yeah, I'm proudly not a ducks in Jeeps guy. I'm not. You will not see a duck in my Jeep. That is for sure.
There you go.
How in the hell is your car still running?
Look, that's a good
keep
question.
Keep the oil changed and don't let her run hot. She'll run forever.
Yes. Look, hey, all I can say is Ford made a very, very powerful truck, and I am happy that I have it. So, CP, did you end up seeing that GMA report with Greg Brooks?
Hold on, what report?
The Good Morning America segment with former LSU safety Greg Brooks.
No.
So, you remember who Greg Brooks is, correct?
Yes.
So that's the one that had brain cancer at the start of last year. So he ended up missing all of last year and all of this past year. So what they found out from the GMA report was that he experienced dizziness, vomiting, nausea. He passed out during practice at one point, and it took all the trainers and physicians 39 days till they contacted his parents, and then they said, hey, you need to get down to Baton Rouge because Greg's about to have emergency brain surgery.
Oh.
The next day. So, and the one that did the surgery was not qualified to perform it. The dude ended up having a couple of strokes throughout the surgery and would end up suffering permanent damage to his brain. He's got to learn how to speak. He's got to learn how to write, to eat, all the basic necessities. And now they're filing a lawsuit against LSU and I think one of the hospitals that he ended up getting transported to for surgery. And so it's just an unbelievable thing that we're seeing. I mean, I literally saw him on the TV. The guy's in a wheelchair. He's struggling to freaking speak, CP. It's incredible to me just how unbelievable his story has been and what it's done to this kid. And the guy was supposed to be a draft pick at some point. But I'll say this and leave it at that. God works in mysterious ways, but
sad.
And just knowing that his hand's always been on. He's lucky to be alive. It's a blessing that he's alive. And I think it's so unbelievable to see what he's been through, but knowing that he has a testimony that he can share, that's what makes it even better. But this is just unbelievably sad what he's had to go through the last year and a half.
Yeah, isn't LSU to blame for this?
Yes.
Yeah.
He expressed the same feelings that he had, and the trainers just tell him, oh, you're just suffering vertigo. And he's had the same conditions. He had dizziness, nausea, passing out, and vomiting. So if that doesn't tell you something's wrong with this kid, within 2 days, you got to get him to get better help. Not spend over a month having this kid just say, oh, you're fine, just go through practice. He should have never played in the 2023 season if that was the case.
Yeah. Yeah, it's incredibly sad, man. It's incredibly sad. I mean, life will never be the same.
And that's what's so upsetting is that this kid has to relearn everything. Stuff that he learns as a toddler.
Yeah, it's brutal, man.
I think we saw this lawsuit coming, just knowing how he was, and as soon as people saw him, I think we knew that this is going to be a long ride for him back. Just a normal.
What does it mean for LSU? Anything?
Not really. Not the athletic or the athletic department as a whole. Football wise, I don't think it's going to mean anything. But again, we don't know until this suit comes up further. Because this may be a liability on the athletic trainer side. I don't think it's a coaching side. I mean, they don't know what the hell he went through. They don't know that he had a freaking tumor in his head. This is on the trainer side. This is on the on their side, the health side of this. It can't be on the coaching side unless BK was informed about this and still chose not to do much of anything about it, or their position coach knew about it. So we don't know yet, CP.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's tough. And it's something that people won't even pay that much attention to be honest. I mean, it's, you know. Yeah, prayers up to him, man. His family, everything. Sad. I'm just looking into it. Really, really sad. Really, really sad. So,
did
by the way,
ESPN put out a report on it?
I didn't see that.
Okay, I didn't think they did yet.
By the way, Jake Bayless said, back to your car, just for reference, the circumference of the Earth is in miles is 24,902. So
it's
that car has been around the Earth 20 times essentially.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's definitely made its trips around the Earth. I'll say that.
It's been around that thing, no doubt. It's been around that thing, no doubt. So, will you, Lucas? Will you go to opening weekend for LSU or no?
Depends on what the tickets are. How much the tickets are actually.
I mean, bro, they're playing Purdue, Fort Wayne. How expensive would they be?
I mean, knowing it's opening weekend, probably $50 or maybe
really
$30-$40 maybe, just to be reasonable. I think midweek games. I'll probably go to a couple midweek games this year. How much is opening weekend for the place you're going to in Arlington?
We got credentialed, so
good.
Zero.
There you go. I mean, it was only a matter of time before SECU finally got credentialed, especially in the baseball world at least.
Well, we got credentialed to the College World Series last year, so credentials are kind of a crapshoot, man. Like,
oh my gosh,
NCAA sanctioned events, we get credentials no problem. Individual team events, it's hit and miss. So, and I mean, here's the thing: we'd be going otherwise. We'd be going either way, but credentials are just convenient because I get to float around the ballpark and don't have to pay for tickets. So,
right,
yeah, it's nice.
You get free food out of it too.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, free food. Hey, Lucas knows. Free food, baby. That's right. Pump it up. Pump it up, baby.
We got a train in here. Okay.
Pump it up, baby. The train's coming through, baby.
You done?
Let's go, baby. Those listening on the app have got to just be so confused. Lucas is at school and he's outside, and we got a train in the background.
Just what we need on TSU. We got a train in the background.
Yeah, mess with the train, you're gonna get run over. That's it.
Sounds like Mike. That's Mike Allstott.
Yeah. So you're in school for the semester.
Yeah.
Oh, you got the Lamar on, repping Lamar.
Shout out Micah Butel.
My guy Jake McKeever's got Lamar in his preseason top 25.
Uh-oh. Interesting. I've heard they said that they were supposed to be a dark horse this year in the Southland, but we'll just have to see. Micah said Georgia Tech as a CWS champion.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I mean, Georgia Tech's going to replace a lot of dudes in the bullpen and their hitters. I think he lost like 2 of the 3 best hitters from last year.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with the Georgia Tech.
Yeah, it just seems too far-fetched to me.
Yeah, I mean, could they make Omaha? Maybe. I don't know a ton, admittedly, about Georgia Tech's team this year. Good program. Really good program, though. I mean,
I will say this. They are a super regional team to me.
Yeah, I don't label them as an Omaha club, but
probably not. Who'd you have in your Omaha 8? Because I know Harrison talked to me and Scout a couple months ago, and he dropped his Omaha 8.
Yeah, so we dropped the graphic today, talked about it today on the wind-up. Y'all be sure to go check that out. That aired at noon. The podcast is about to publish, so go check it out. But Florida, Clemson, Mississippi State, Duke, Virginia, Oregon, LSU, and Texas A&M, my Omaha 8. My 2 big flyers, Mississippi State and Duke, and the fact I don't have Tennessee in Omaha.
Right. That's a big one. Big step back for Tony V?
I mean, dude, a big step. I mean, they're still going to make the postseason. I just don't think they're going to make it Omaha. I think they lost more than people realize.
Wow.
They could still have a really good season.
2 for 2 on hit or misses, because last year when we put out an article on Tennessee about Tony V's squad, they ended up winning the Natty. I mean, we could be 2 for 2, 0 for 2 this year on Tennessee this year.
This prediction is nothing like that article that was put out last year.
That article was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, and I wish the guy nothing but the best, but I mean, listen, he had one of the worst takes of all time. I mean, but to be fair to him, he wrote an article simply stating, it could be a down year. It's just like, hey, it could be a down year. But it aged worse than any piece of content we've probably ever made.
And they doubled down on it too.
Yeah, that was what kind of irked me, is that it took Tennessee winning the national title for him to say anything back.
That was funny.
So,
hey, more clicks.
The more the merrier, I guess. Listen, man, I made a prediction. Is what it is. It's never personal. I mean, it's just a pick. It's never personal.
I said that Kentucky last year could be a 8-win team. I said Auburn would be a 10-win team, and I was dead wrong.
So you had Auburn as a 10-win team and Texas as an 8-win team. You damn near had as cold a take as that Tennessee baseball take. Almost.
If they would have won, it would have been over with for me. But I'm not going to say anything for this year. We'll just see what happens. I'm not going to disregard Texas this year. Look, going into this year, if they don't make it to a national championship, it's a shock to me. If they don't win the Natty, it's a shock. But again, they got to have some sort of decent bracket that they can get to the Natty with.
Yeah.
They got to have.
Well, dude, so much of it in baseball is the matchups. I mean, you need the right matchups.
Yes.
You need the right matchups to make that run. You do. So
I'll say this, CP, relating to college baseball, this just came to my mind. I remember being in my living room watching one of the all-time great matchups in Wake Forest and LSU in 2023, a pitching duel between two of the best pitchers in college baseball. It was Paul Skeens at the time. I don't remember who Wake Forest's pitcher was at the time. You probably might remember. But I think the highlight of that was Trey Morgan's throw at home. And I think just relating on that, it's not just the matchups that matter, but it's also like the big plays that matter at the end of the day. That's the same thing what happened in Texas this year. Ohio State just made more plays at the end of the day. And I think for next year, I think you're going to have a much better system with Arch Manning as your quarterback. I was all for Arch Manning playing a hell of a lot more than he did in reality in the playoffs. I would have all been for different packages being set in for Arch Manning. I was shocked that they only played him, 3 snaps in total during the 3 games that they did play. I thought it was a complete disservice to what he had done during the regular season. Look at what he did against Texas A&M, against that defensive line. I can guarantee you that's a better defense that they played in that they played in that game than they played against Arizona State and against Clemson. You could have utilized him in that. You could have utilized his speed in the red zone, especially on the second to last series that Texas had. You could have utilized his speed in the option game. And I think it's just a huge discredit to what Steve Sarkisian did. I think Sark was just wanting to let Quinn play just to avoid any drama that would have happened. Now, look, that might not be the case, but that's just my speculation. Next year, the offense is going to revolve around Arch Manning. And to be honest with you, this might be the most hype that Texas has been for a season, I would argue, since 2005. And that's bold for me to say, but hear me out. You're talking about a Texas defense that is going to be loaded. You're bringing back Michael Taft, who's one of the most underrated safeties in college football. The guy is probably almost like what you saw when Texas had another safety that's the current DB's coach there. But knowing what Texas has to offer on the offensive side of the ball, yes, you may be losing a first-round offensive tackle, but it's always about reloading. They're essentially becoming Georgia this year. I think that with Arch's skill set, he's one of the most skillful weapons that you've had at quarterback since Vince Young came through. Has a lot of Vince Young-esque qualities, can run the football with authority, knows how to throw, can throw on a rope, has a hell of an arm. I think if he continues to improve in those areas, you're going to see a Vince Young-esque like performance throughout the season if you're from Arch Manning. Do I think it will happen? I'm not sure until we get into what we see during spring. But I'll tell you what, this is probably the most hyped team I've seen from Texas maybe since 05. I know last year was hyped, but I think this year is just even better with what you have bringing back to the table. It's a young squad. It's a young team that you're going to be able to develop over time.
I'm curious, when does spring practice start for Texas? I know that I was told by Blake Ruffino LSU starts March 3rd.
I would assume it started around the same time.
Yeah, March 1st.
Just knowing that half of the spring games are going to be around that April 12th or April 19th range.
What do you think's the better first week 1 game, Lucas? Texas at Ohio State or LSU at Clemson?
Oh, no question about it. Texas, Ohio State. I think that's a national championship preview, to be honest with you.
Really?
I think the winner of that game, we'll see what I think is going to be in the driver's seat to potentially be the number 1 team of the nation the very next week. That could be a game of the century game. That could be a week of very rare. I think this might be the very first 1 versus 2 matchup that we've ever had in college football.
In week
one.
Yeah.
But I think both games carry significance, especially with what LSU has had to prove over the last several years. I think it's about time that LSU finally got over the hump. You see what they're doing in the portal. They've been able to dominate that side of the offseason after being pretty underwhelming the last 2 years of the Kelly era. Clemson, to me, has probably got the second best quarterback in college football in K Klubnik that went quietly for 3,600 yards and 36 scores. And I think that that's going to be an intriguing matchup to see. My biggest concern, however, is LSU's secondary. How are you going to be able to replace your cornerback that was basically your staple point of your defense in Zy Alexander? Right. So you've got young dudes. You got JB and Tobiano coming back. I don't know where Deshaun Spears is, or not Deshaun Spears. Yeah, Deshaun Spears. We'll see what this young secondary is going to bring. I think you need to address the portal in that one. But again, that's a pivotal. Both of those are pivotal week 1 battles. But I think Texas Ohio State is going to carry a lot more significance at the end of the year.
Yeah, I think they're both fascinating games. I mean, we'll have to make a decision at some point. More than likely, SEC Unfiltered is going to be in Columbus. But I won't lie to you. There's a part of me that thinks LSU Clemson would be a hell of a time. And I will say this: LSU Clemson feels more like Southern fried football than Texas Ohio State at the shoe, Big Ten country. I don't know. It does. What, is that wrong?
No, I'm not disagreeing with you.
I mean, I don't think anybody would disagree with that. I mean,
it's South Carolina's more on that southern border than what you'd expect.
South Carolina is in that southern border. I mean, it's
I thought it was more on that east. Okay, I thought it was more along
southeast. Yeah, southeast. Okay. Yeah, southeast, southeast, same shit. Southeast, the same shit.
CP, how many times you gonna say that?
That's like 10. It is.
I know. Same Believe me, I know.
Yeah. So I don't know. We'll figure it out. Good chance we're in Columbus, but you never know. So
wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, we'll see it. Guys, we've hit 5 o'clock. Appreciate each and every single one of you tuning in. Lucas, always a pleasure, my man. Thank you so much for taking the time. Again, we'll be back with you tomorrow, 3 to 4 Central, 4 to 5 Eastern. BK and Bucky kicking you off in the morning as always. Make sure you like, subscribe, follow along to both Texas Sports Unfiltered and SEC Unfiltered. And stay tuned for all our content, guys. Content bleeding out the eyeballs. For Lucas Hill, I'm Chris Phillips. Thank you all so much. Have a great rest of your Monday. We will talk to you all tomorrow.